Hey guys, this is Starvati. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction for 30 seconds followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. This video will gonna see what if Harry Potter's inheritance awakened the founder's lost power. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After Sirius's death, Harry receives an inheritance letter that reveals his true connection to the founders of Hogwarts. As ancient power awakens within him, Harry becomes a force the wizarding world has not seen in centuries. With Dumbledore's manipulations closing in and Voldemort rising once more, Harry must claim the founders' legacy before others twist it for their own purposes. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It was nearly tea time when they reached number 4 Privet Drive. Without a word, Harry unloaded his trunk and Hedwig's cage and took them up to the small room he called his own. Surprisingly, Vernon didn't object to him or say much of anything for that matter. Perhaps he had actually taken to the conversation with Shacklebolt at King's Cross to treat him better, or perhaps he just didn't want someone like Mad Eye roaming around. Harry idly thought that it was something he could understand fully. Harry got into his room and quickly saw his familiar, Hedwig, sitting on the windowsill. "Hello, girl," Harry said in as soft a voice he could muster as he opened the window and let the snowy owl inside. He noticed a small package taped to her leg. "What's this? Something from Ron, I guess." It didn't occur to him that Hedwig shouldn't have had anything on her leg after flying straight here from Hogwarts. He removed the small letter and set it aside, before setting up Hedwig's perch and cage in the corner near the window and handing her a small treat he had kept out. Idly Harry stroked the bird's head and earned a gentle coo for his efforts, which earned a small smile from Harry. He was still awash in anguish over what had happened to his godfather, the one person in this world that he knew for certain loved him for being, well, Harry. Not the boy who lived. Not the chosen one. Not some ultimate weapon. Just Harry. And Harry could only come to one irrevocable conclusion: everything was his fault. If he hadn't been so stupid, so blind as to everything, then he could have known. Sirius would still be alive and he might be able to stay with him this summer. No, Harry was quick to remind himself with anger, Dumbledore wouldn't have allowed it. The thought of his headmaster was something better ignored at the moment. Harry was about to go and see what Hedwig had brought him, when the thudding of steps from downstairs clued Harry to the impending arrival of his uncle. Sighing, Harry sat down on his bed and waited for what was likely to be the usual, "None of your funny business this summer, boy, or back to the cupboard with you," speeches he had grown accustomed to. Harry's door opened and he regarded the walrus-esque man with a mustache carefully. There was anger in his face, as much as there ever was, but something was missing. Harry didn't see the unflinching hatred that he had noticed in the man before. Harry filed it away for later use. "Boy," the man said without his usual vitriol, "let me tell you something right here and now. I don't want any funny business this summer. I don't want you here any more than you want to be here, so let's just do each other a favor and stay out of everyone's way. If your aunt asks you to do something though, it better bloody well be done." At that note, Vernon closed the door and locked it slightly, leaving Harry with a dumbfounded look that was rapidly expanding across his face. This was not the way it was supposed to work. His uncle was supposed to beat him around the bush and then send him to weed the garden, not treat him as a human being. Well, maybe he hadn't been treated as a human, but certainly better than your average house elf. It was as if somebody had decided to rewrite the rules of the world, turn it on its ear, and here he was last to know about it. He internally chuckled at how far that wasn't from the truth. He looked back down at his desk and looked at the letter. Taking it into his hand, he noticed that it glowed red for a moment, and then blue, and finally green. After which it seemed to shimmer for a moment before Harry could make out the seal of wax that held it closed. He watched intently as he saw an orange seal written in a language he couldn't quite understand. Written below it in English was, "Gringotts Wizarding Bank." Harry stared at the letter for a moment with curiosity. He had never received a letter from the goblins at Gringotts. Without warning, he opened the envelope and pulled out what appeared to be a tome of a letter. Setting aside the envelope, he sat down on his bed and put his feet up on his desk. He idly twirled his wand as he read the letter. Dear Mr. Potter, it has recently come to our unfortunate attention that there are several discrepancies in dealing with your trust vault. The vault was to contain a grand total of 95,984 galleons in it as of this time, and upon your birthday on July 31st would be reset to the level of 100,000 galleons per your father's instructions in setting up the vault. However, an audit of all assets within the bank have shown up that there is exactly 49,723 galleons currently deposited in your trust vault. The only known way of this occurring is due to unauthorized transactions from your vault. Examinations of your vault over the last 12 years have shown there to be similar transactions, though there has been more activity within the last 5 years. Rest assured, all automatic withdrawals from your accounts have been suspended pending further investigation. We at Gringotts assure you that this is a most uncommon occurrence and that we will work in every way to ensure that it never happens again. Though I would like to convey good news to you at this point, unfortunately I cannot. We have also received confirmation of the death of one Sirius Orion Black. Under normal circumstances you would not be informed of this until your 17th birthday, however Mr. Black's circumstances are not normal. Upon the reading of his will, it was determined that he had named you his heir and thusly as the new head of the most noble and ancient house of Black. Per his instructions, you are to come into your inheritance immediately. Also, further examination of our records show that you are the heir to several other houses as well. By blood you are the direct heir of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, the most noble and ancient house of Selden and the most noble and ancient house of Warrens. By way of being the last male heir of distant relation, you are also entitled to the most noble and ancient house of Draven. As you will be considered an emancipated adult upon your acceptance of the inheritance for the House of Black, you will be eligible to claim your other inheritances as well. It may interest you to know that should you choose to do so upon accepting your inheritance of the above stated bloodlines, you would further be eligible to claim the ancestral lines of one Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff. There has not been an heir to all four in the last 900 years, and you will have to undergo a significant ritual to claim their inheritance per their instructions to the glorious Goblin Nation. Do not undertake this ritual lightly, for should you be judged unworthy you will not be able to undergo the ritual a second time. Please come to the main branch of Gringotts in Diagon Alley, London, at your earliest convenience to resolve these matters. And once again, we apologize for the horrible oversight in security as it concerns your trust vault. Rest assured the perpetrator will be caught and that any assets of theirs will be repaid to you by way of reparations. We eagerly anticipate your arrival. Sincerely, Hayden Orlock, Director of Inheritance and Estate. Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London. Harry sat and read the letter again, his mind abuzz with its contents. He read it over twice more, and then pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He wasn't quite sure about all the laws and such as it concerned the houses of wizards and their estates. Heck, he could barely make a summoning spell work at times. Almost instantly the guilt for his godfather had faded to the back of his mind as he considered everything. First on his mind was who could possibly have been taking his money. His mind went through a list of people who might have access to it and who would actually do such a thing, and when that came up empty he grimaced in frustration. He knew that he should be hitting on something obvious here, but was uncertain as to what it was. Secondly, he looked at each of the houses in turn and resolved to assume all of the inheritance. He didn't quite know what made him decide so quickly to do so, probably a bit of that Gryffindor courage he was so famous for. Speaking of which, he wondered idly what would go through his friend's head the minute they found out that he was not only the heir to several of the oldest houses in the wizarding world, including some that he was certain had died out over the years, not to mention he was the possible heir of all four of the founders. He idly wondered at how Voldemort would react to that bit of news as well. Wasn't he supposed to be the last heir of Slytherin anyway? Harry was broken from his reverie almost immediately. There was a flash in the middle of his room, and quickly he saw Fawkes appear. Harry regarded the Phoenix, who jumped up onto his desk and dropped a note there, giving a trill that brought Harry a good deal of comfort. Harry picked up the letter and read it. Whatever it was he was expecting, it wasn't this. Dear Harry, unfortunately I must contact you immediately following your departure. Though the wards at Privet Drive are strong indeed, they will fade in protection the further you get from the house. I must ask that you not leave the premises unless you are accompanied by one of your guardians or an order member. I do hope you understand. Albus. Harry regarded the letter, but not with the disappointment that he thought he would. Instead, his feelings were one of distrust, one of a bit of rage. Dumbledore was essentially sentencing him to prison for 3 months, and though it wasn't Azkaban, one would have to wonder how much better it really was. This raised another problem too. He knew that order members would be guarding his house non-stop to make sure he never left there. So how then could he go to Gringotts? There was really only one way out. He would have to have his relatives' help. He was sure he could get it, but it was the enticements he would have to offer to get it. One such enticement was financial, the other was to rid themselves of him altogether. Harry planned to use both. If Harry was the heir of all of the above estates, then surely they had property included. He knew for certain that Grimmauld Place would be included in the Black Estate, but he didn't want to use that unless he absolutely had to, because that would be the first place Dumbledore would go looking for him to usher him back to his makeshift jail cell. If worse came to worse, he could always hide out at a Muggle hotel for a few days while he planned his next move. Stealing his resolve, he noticed that Fawkes was still sitting there, waiting for a reply. Hurriedly, Harry grabbed a piece of parchment and scribbled out a reply to the effect that he understood and would see him later. Leaving out all the other details, he handed the note back to Fawkes and prayed the bird couldn't read minds. As soon as the Phoenix had left the room, he took a few deep breaths, and made his way downstairs. He stopped when he saw the Dursleys sitting down to dinner. They hadn't asked him to make it. His Aunt Petunia looked up at him and, rather than her usual smug glare, offered a callous but empty, "Oh, it's you. I suppose you'll be wanting to join us then." Harry just nodded, and took the offered seat. He was even more surprised when Petunia spooned out a small piece of meat and potatoes onto the plate in front of him, and said nothing when he grabbed a roll from the basket. Harry glanced around at the whole lot of them as if they had suddenly turned into flobberworms or something. There was something wrong with all of this, and it was annoying him. It couldn't just be the talk, something else was happening. Dinner proceeded off with little more than a few conversations about the weather. Vernon had even asked how his grades were, which made Harry explain the OWL exams to him, all the while hiding the horrid feeling of uneasiness that was alerting him. He idly checked the hallway, half expecting Moody to be standing there with his wand pointed at the Dursleys, with them firmly under the Imperious Curse or some such thing. When the day was complete, Harry was asked to do the dishes, something that didn't bring him much trouble at all and simply relieved him a bit. As he finished with the last one, he sighed again and headed for the small sitting room where his family had gathered to watch television. "Uncle Vernon," he asked in the most polite voice he could muster. "I was wondering if I could ask you something." "What is it, boy?" Vernon replied, never once glancing up from his newspaper crossword. "I had some business in London I need to deal with." "School business. I was wondering if you could take me there tomorrow. If you don't have anything else planned, of course." Vernon took the time to look up at him this time and regarded him. Harry could almost catch a hint of some flagrant force trying to overtake his uncle's features, but quickly dismissed it as a trick of the light. After a few moments, Harry added, "I'd be really grateful, and I can pay for the trip. Say, £500. At this he almost saw a light appear across his uncle's face. "All right then. Be up by 7 sharp and be ready to go at 8. Harry stood stunned. Absolutely stunned. Lord Voldemort could have pranced behind him in tights and a tutu while singing Dancing Queen and he wouldn't have been more stunned. Was there something more? His uncle asked, before going back to his crossword. Well, this business probably means I won't be coming back here for the summer, so, yeah." Harry was at a loss for words. His uncle merely nodded and added an affirmation as if Harry were discussing a telephone number with him. Harry looked to his Aunt Petunia, who was working on crocheting something or other, and then to his cousin, who was idly flipping through television channels. Right then, Harry said to himself, "I'll just go pack." In truth, he hadn't really unpacked, but that was neither here nor there. Stumbling a bit as he headed upstairs, he went into his room and shut the door, more than a bit disturbed. Either this was a trick of Voldemort's, he was dreaming, or something was majorly screwed up with the world. He headed for his desk, not really glancing around at anything, when he noticed a small black owl sitting on his window sill. He opened the window and the owl slid in and quickly slid away. He unfurled a small letter he had gotten, not knowing who it was from considering that he didn't recognize the owl. Harry, I don't have much time so I'll be brief. You might remember on the train I was reading a book on curse breakers. I know you were sulking a bit and didn't notice much but. Well anyway I found this nifty spell about how to check auras as it related to potential curses and I was curious as to the effect your scar would have, thinking we might be able to help you if we understood how it affected your magical aura. I cast the spell and couldn't make out everything but it looked like there were dozens of curses on you. I hadn't gotten to the curse breaking section of the book yet so I flipped forward a bit and found the simplest one I couldn't seem to get rid of one of the curses on you. I don't know what it did and I didn't have time to research it more. One other thing, I don't know how much we can trust the headmaster. After looking at more of the book, some of those curses were pretty complex and he's the only one I know who could cast them. I'll let you know more. Don't blame yourself for Sirius, Harry. You couldn't have known. Oh and don't mind the owl, it was a gift from my parents for completing the owls. His name is Thoth. I'll see you soon. Hermione. Reading the letter brought mixed emotions to Harry's head. Firstly it was from one of his dearest friends, and one that had become a bit muddled in his mind as of late. When she had been stunned at the ministry, the thought of anything happening to her had caused him greater heartache than even possibly the death of his godfather. Suddenly, his second emotion came to the forefront as everything made sense now. His uncle. The good treatment borderline on kingly treatment as far as Harry was concerned. Hermione must have done something to him to make his relatives treat him better. But, if they were acted on by a curse caused by him then shouldn't he know about it? He didn't quite understand everything, and he didn't want to tell even her everything yet. But he knew that a response would be in order. He pulled out another piece of parchment and wrote a letter to his friend. Hermione, whatever you did, it seems to have had some positive impact. My relatives are treating me decently, like I'm actually a person. Please let me know what you've found out as soon as you can. What I'm about to tell you cannot be repeated to anyone, not even the Weasleys and not to Dumbledore. Especially not to Dumbledore. I'm leaving Privet Drive. I don't know exactly where I'll wind up, but I assure you I will be fine. Please Hermione, trust me on this, I know what I am doing. Let Hedwig stay with you for a day or so before sending her off. Don't worry. She'll find me, wherever I am. And in your next letter, tell me how you're doing. I hope that you still aren't injured from the ministry incident. Take care, Harry. There was a moment when Harry wanted to write something besides, take care, but for now he decided that it was best to keep as many people in the dark as possible. Handing the parchment to Hedwig and giving her a quartet of treats, he spoke gently to her as she gazed into him with her deep amber eyes. Listen to me girl, I want you to stay with Hermione for a day or two while I work some stuff out. Before she could let out a hoot in protest Harry put his hand up. I know we just got back but we're going to a new place now. I know you'll find your way. At that he stroked the bird on the head and allowed her to nip him on the ear once playfully before opening the window and sending her off into the night sky. Finished Harry put away the few things he had gotten out in his trunk and threw on a pair of pajama pants and laid down in his bed, turning in early for the big day yet to come. Harry was up earlier than normal that day. He didn't want to alert Vernon Dursley to the fact that he was being civilized for the first time in well ever, and test his lucky streak and earn a smart whooping for his insolence. Part of Harry wasn't still certain that this wasn't a cruel joke perpetrated by someone. But then again the goblins wouldn't be in on something like that. Harry rounded through the thoughts as he took a shower and brushed his teeth. In no short order he was downstairs and fixing breakfast for everyone. The morning affair had proceeded as simply as the dinner the night previously had. No words were exchanged until Harry had brought out his trunk and put it back in the Dursleys' car. Fortunately for him, the car was in the garage at the moment per his request. As Harry and his uncle Vernon pulled out, Harry looked back and saw his aunt standing there waving, actually seeming to smile. It chilled Harry to no end. Along the way out of Little Whinging, he managed to spot Mundungus standing guard near a lamppost, trying to look as discreet as possible. Harry hid from view and the dodgy wizard didn't notice Vernon turn the corner. When they were further away, Vernon looked down at his nephew, regarded him for a moment, and then continued onward. It was halfway to the leaky cauldron and a good long while before Harry heard any voice. He was almost half asleep, though his mind was still swimming with the possibilities. A gruff cough from his uncle Vernon drew him back to the reality, and he looked up at the burly man and was surprised not to find any trace of a changing face color on him. "So be Harry," the aforementioned wizard flinched at the use of his given name. "What sort of nature is this business? Anything I should be concerned about?" Harry wasn't sure he could trust the man. He knew he couldn't admit it was an outright lie, but to be quite frank, he hadn't thought of more of a cover story. He regarded the man for as long as he could without a reply as he came to a conclusion and pressed forward. "Well, sir," he said, sticking to half-truths and marginal revelations, "I have to pick up a few things for a school project." That wasn't entirely a lie. He did need to pick up a few ingredients from the apothecary. But Harry wanted to let the man in on a bit more. For some reason he felt as if a great veil had been lifted between him and his last living relatives, and he wanted to explore it, if for only a brief foray into the weird new world. "I also need to stop by Gringotts," Harry announced. He looked at Vernon, who was confused. "The Wizard's Bank," Harry explained. "I received a letter from them yesterday saying that I had some papers to sign." "Concerning your godfather?" Vernon asked without a moment's hesitation. "Yes, among other things." Vernon looked like he would press forward, and Harry hoped that he wouldn't. He wanted to explode with the excitement he was feeling, the first real joy he had felt in a good long while, and if his uncle pursued the line of inquiry any further, he'd likely be unable to hold the breach. Much to Harry's relief, however, his uncle deviated and went down an entirely different path altogether. "Harry," his uncle began, a tinge of sorrow apparent in his voice, "I know that your aunt and I haven't always been the most loving people to be around." The hairs on Harry's neck were beginning to stand on end. This was not normal. "I honestly don't know what came over us. One minute we'd be fine, and the moment we saw you or thought of you, we'd be all angry and blind with rage." He paused a moment and made a turn down a main road. "But yesterday, on the way to get you, well, something happened. It was like a light turned on and things went into motion. Suddenly, you didn't seem all that bad. Yeah, you were still a bit unnatural, but not a freak." Harry half expected to explode at this point. The car came to a stop in front of the dingy pub Harry had instructed Vernon was the Leaky Cauldron. As Harry got out and grabbed his trunk, he turned to hand his uncle the money promised, when his uncle held up his hand. "Keep it," he said, a smile nearly forming on his face. "I doubt we'll meet again, Harry. For whatever it's worth, we're sorry. Good luck." At that, Vernon drove off. Part of Harry thought that his uncle was just elated to have him gone for good and was turned inside out with joy. Another part considered what Hermione had written to him, and nothing made any sense. Shrugging it off and trying to ignore it as best he could, he rolled his trunk into the inn, making sure to lift the hood on his jacket he was wearing to try and hide his identity. He casually strolled into the bar area and found it thankfully devoid of anyone at the moment. He approached the barman and sat on a stool, gaining his attention. "Hello, sir," the man said without looking up from scrubbing his mugs. "Can I get ya something?" "Yes, Tom," Harry said, making sure to lift his hood slightly so his scar was visible only to him. Tom looked at him and his eyes went wide before Harry's gaze made him assume command. "I need a room for my things for a few hours. Do you think you can manage that?" "Certainly can, Mr. Patterson," Tom said loud enough for everyone to hear. Harry smiled and threw down a few galleons in front of the barman. "I was never here," he simply said. Tom nodded and took the money. He might have done it for free anyway, but he wasn't one to turn down free money. "I may send a house elf or goblin for my things later," Harry mentioned, gaining a nod from Harry. Harry had had time to formulate some of his plan, and it involved a certain pair of house elves he would have to hire soon. Leaving his trunk and other belongings, Harry turned away from the bar and headed for the back room. Finding the usual brick wall there, he pulled out his wand and tapped the bricks in the proper motion, watching them rearrange till the entrance to Diagon Alley appeared in his view. He readjusted his bangs to hide his scar and proceeded down the main alleyway. He stopped at a few stores he knew to be among his favorites, but stopped himself from window shopping. He wouldn't have much time before Dumbledore figured out what had happened, and he didn't want to be drugged back to his cage kicking and screaming. If he was emancipated, however, then the old man wouldn't have a say in the matter anymore. Harry made his way to Gringotts and slipped in the front door. The lines were incredibly short for the time of day, but that meant no concern to Harry. He kept the letter he had received in his pocket and approached the nearest goblin he could find, namely Griphook. Griphook, he called out, drawing surprise from the aforementioned goblin. He turned around looking for the source of his name and his gaze stopped on Harry. Yes, sir. How did you know my name, sir? Griphook was a little intrigued. Most wizards never bothered to learn a goblin's name in the first place, let alone remember it. You were the first goblin I ever met. A few years ago, Harry replied. He rolled his eyes slightly. This was something he would never understand as it related to goblins and wizards. Griphook looked amazed that Harry would remember not only his name, but also would remember how they had met. Harry just shook his head and flushed the letter out of his pocket. I'm here to see Hayden Orlock concerning some estates. Griphook nodded and led Harry off from the main lobby. They walked through a double set of oaken doors and into a large hallway lit by torches. They walked down past a few doorways and stopped about halfway down the corridor. Griphook motioned to Harry to enter, and after a moment's hesitation he did. The office of the Hayden Orlock was rather ornate. Tapestries, from what Harry guessed, if Professor Binns' lectures were any indication, were the Goblin rebellions held depicting reliefs of various battles and skirmishes. Behind a desk sat an older goblin shuffling some papers. He looked up and gazed at Harry for a moment with what appeared to be a scowl, but it quickly changed to an inquiring gaze. Yes, is there something I can do for you, mister? The goblin's voice was raspy, Harry noted, and he sounded much older than he looked. Harry, the teen said confidently as he could muster, swinging his way into the office and shutting the door. Harry Potter, I got a letter from you yesterday and... The goblin was now smiling and had walked over to the corner, grabbing a basin and a dagger. He set the two of them on his desk and motioned for Harry to sit down in front of him. Harry did as he was asked and set the letter back into his pocket. Orlock read a few more pieces of paper and glanced at Harry, before folding his arms and continuing. Yes, thank you for coming on such short notice, Mr. Potter. And let me again extend our deepest condolences on the loss of Mr. Black. Harry's features darkened at the mention, but the goblin continued. Right then, as I said in the letter, you are to come into the inheritance of the House of Black immediately. Now, if you would be so kind as to give me your hand. Harry held back for a moment, untrusting for a brief second. I have a couple of questions first. Harry had many questions in fact, but the goblin shook his head in response. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, Orlock explained, but many of the questions you have can't be answered to an underage wizard. Technically, were it not for the Black family's standing within the Goblin Nation and the instructions of Mr. Black's will, you would not be here anyway. Now, if you please give me your hand, I can verify your identity and give you your first inheritance. Harry was still a little unnerved by all of this, but nonetheless held out his hand, directing it over the basin of silver liquid at Orlock's motion. Orlock picked up the ornate bronze dagger and chanted something in a language that Harry didn't understand, before prodding him across his fingers. A few drops of his blood dipped into the silvery liquid, and he leaned forward while he cradled his hand to his chest. The red swirled around for a few moments, before there was a loud pop and the liquid turned completely gold. Orlock nodded and looked at Harry. Here, let me get that, he said, and Harry offered his hand. A moment later the slight cut was healed. Orlock stood up from his desk and grabbed a small torch that hung on the back wall. Pulling at it, a small portal opened in the side and Orlock grabbed the torch and motioned for Harry to follow him. Having no other choice, Harry did as he was told. It was a short trip down the dark and cobweb-infested tunnel to a small antechamber where torches surrounded the room. Harry took a glance at the ornate stoneworks in the room and guessed it to be almost as old as the building itself. This is where we conduct the initiation ceremonies. In days gone past, wizards would do these things, but they've since entrusted it to us. I prepared this chamber for your arrival, I trust you don't mind. Orlok motioned for him to stand in front of a carved obelisk rising out of the middle of the floor. Orlok waved his hands and the obelisk glowed. This is a goblin recorder, he explained. It allows us to keep track of the heads of all the most noble and ancient houses. When Orlok noticed a bit of fear cross his charge's face, he reassured, we treat our customers' privacy with the utmost care, even more so than their vaults on occasion. He let that sink in for a moment before he walked over and grabbed a small black box. Harry looked at the onyx-carved box and saw the Black family crest etched on top of it. Orlok stood before Harry, a serious look drawn across his ancient face. Kneel, he said with a simple command. Not knowing what else to do, Harry did as he was told. He noticed that the flames had grown brighter as Orlok stepped forward. Do you, Harry Potter, son of James, hereby take on the duties and responsibilities of leading the noble and ancient House of Black? Harry began to nod but quickly realized that wouldn't do. I do, he clearly intoned, as serious as he could be. All the pomp and circumstance nearly made him grin. Then arise, Harry Potter, son of James, Lord of the House of Black. Harry stood up and Orlok motioned for his hand. Onto his ring finger Orlok slipped a small platinum ring with a simple black stone set in the middle and a silver dragon with small emeralds for eyes sitting in the center of the stone. Harry immediately felt a rush of power coming from the ring, filling him with a calming sense as the ring fit to his finger. He opened his eyes and looked at Orlok, who was bowing before him, causing him to smile a bit. Enough of that, Harry said, waving his hand. Just because he was the head of a wizarding line didn't mean people would kneel before him now. He never enjoyed that idea. Orlok looked up at him a bit sheepishly before conjuring a couple of chairs. Now that you are officially Lord Black, he began, summoning another goblin as he did, I can answer some of your questions. The new Lord Black sat down on the chair and ordered for some refreshments when the other goblin came into the chamber. He had a million questions flowing through his mind before he finally settled on the first. Why me? I'm not a Black, I mean. Yeah, I'm related to them like second cousin sort of thing, but heck, Malfoy should have inherited it before me. He idly remembered the Black family tapestry and tried to remember the lineage. Actually, the goblin began, it should have been one Bellatrix Lestrange who assumed leadership of the House of Black. Harry's features really darkened at the mention of the witch. Though it is one of the older houses, it does not prescribe to the patriarchal lineage. Women can inherit that line. It is not so with some of the other lines. So, why me? Harry asked again, noticing the refreshments popping into existence. Mr. Black, though he had never undergone the actual inheritance since he was in Azkaban at the time, was in effect the de facto heir to the Black line. He couldn't dismiss anyone from the family, but he could do what he wanted with the title of head of the house, and he bequeathed it to you. And since you now wear the crest of the family Black, there are several perks that come with it. Harry's eyes widened as the goblin continued. You have control over all of the Black family assets. You can name other members of other families into your own house, though this has not been done in ages. You can disown someone completely and remove them from the family, provided they are not the next in line for the lordship. You also have the ability to swear fealty to other lords and have other lords swear fealty to you. Should the need ever arise, you promise to defend one another's family. It's usually a way of forging alliances in times of war. Orlok added emphasis to this point before continuing. Pertaining to you in special occasion, you are now for all intents and purposes emancipated. As Lord Black, you have all the rights and privileges thereto, including being free from the restriction-based laws against the use of underage magic. You also have a voting seat on the Wizengamot. The first of many. Harry's mind reeled from everything. He didn't realize how much this entailed. A seat on the Wizengamot. Emancipation. It all meant one thing in Harry's mind. Freedom. He actually had legitimate power over his own life, for the first time in his life. No more Dumbledore to hover over him for his greater good. No more Dursleys to do chores for. No more being everyone's tool, he was his own man. As he sat there, he went over what Orlok had just said, and something dawned on him. Orlok, sir. He began before the goblin raised his hand. Do not call me sir, my lord. It is honor enough that you refer to me by my given name. Harry was about to protest, but the look on his face held him off. It's protocol, my lord. We must respect the niceties. Harry simply grumbled. Very well, Orlok, you mentioned something about the first of many. Orlok nodded and took a sip from his goblet. Yes. As I told you in the letter, you are heir to 4 other lines. 3 of these lines are yours by direct blood descent, and the other because of the patriarchal succession. Harry nodded, though this was of some note and parlayed into one of his questions. I figured that about the Potter line. But I've never even heard of the Selden and Warrens line. They couldn't have come from my mother. Her parents were Muggles. Orlok nodded with a small smile. Yes, I noticed that too. In actuality, the Selden and Warrens lines do come from your mother. He pulled out a sheet of paper and continued. In 1832, one Jacob Horace Selden married Evangeline Warrens. Their union produced 2 children. One was a wizard of no importance. But the other was a squib named Maggie Warrens. He paused as he made sure Harry was keeping up. She was cast out of her family but never disinherited. She married a Muggle and all of her children were Muggles. The line continued downwards and, technically, since she was never disinherited, each one was an heir to both the Selden and Warrens lines. They could not claim them naturally because they were Muggles. All up until your mother. She did claim her lines but chose not to undergo the ancestral ritual. I'm frankly surprised no one told you about these things. So am I, Harry whispered under his breath, his anger flaring up. What about the Draven line? Harry asked. That is of patriarchal descent. Technically, there is a cousin that would come before you in the lineage, whose name I don't have here. But you are the first male wizard of that lineage to be eligible to be the heir in some time. Your father would have been eligible had the last heir, Eric Draven, still not been alive. Orlok set aside his goblet and leaned forward. All of these houses carry with them the same rights and pledges as the House of Black. And since you are now for all intents and purposes an adult, you may claim this inheritance should you choose to do so. Harry nodded, drawing Orlok to get up and fetch 4 more boxes. The next few minutes were a combination of Harry kneeling down before Orlok and accepting his houses one by one. As each ring was placed onto his finger, they merged with the Black family ring, drawing a gaze from Harry. They're charmed so that you only need wear 1 ring at a time, Orlok explained. You merely need state the name of the family ring you wish to appear and it will be there. As Harry nodded, he called out the Potter name and the gold, ruby-encrusted ring with a lion in the center appeared. When all was said and done, he was now Harry James Potter, son of James, Lord of the House of Black, the House of Potter, the House of Selden, the House of Warrens and the House of Draven. Looking over himself in his ragged jeans and t-shirt, he knew he'd need a new wardrobe soon. He was just glad you didn't need dress robes for this thing. Now, Orlok said, drawing his attention, there is one final matter to attend to. As I stated in the letter, you are eligible to claim the ancestral lines of the founders of Hogwarts. Bear in mind these are not the same as the lordship of houses, though each one does carry a seat in perpetuity on the Wizengamot. You cannot disinherit others who will be eligible to claim this ancestral line in the future, nor can you add people to that line. They must be direct descendants of the founder in order to be eligible. The Weasley family, for example, are distantly related to Gryffindor by way of a brother Godric the Great had, but not descended directly from him, thus unable to claim his ancestral line. Harry nodded, but frowned upon the blood lineages. You also must earn this inheritance, it does not come easily. You must be tested in 3 ways. First will be the easiest, a test of your blood. You will be presented before the guardian of the Founder's Vault who will test your blood to make sure it is pure. Once you pass that test, your magic will be tested. This too is a simple test, it simply ensures that you are not a squib or muggle trying to pass off as a wizard. Once you pass these 2 tests, then comes the hard part. Your spirit will be tested. You will be taken to the Room of Spirits, where fragments of the souls of the 4 founders permanently reside. They have remained there since the founders' passing, united in death though they were divided in life. There they will judge your spirit based on their own criteria. I can't go into more detail for you will be alone in there, and your thoughts will be bare. Understand, my lord, this is a one-time offer. Should you choose to ignore it or fail in this task, you may not repeat it. Should they judge you unworthy, you will not be punished, simply cast back into our world with no change. But should they judge you worthy, should they freely choose to bestow their ancestral line upon you, you will be given unique and wondrous gifts, as well as the family rings of all of the founders. Your situation is a bit different since you are eligible for multiple lines. One of the founders may accept you while the others reject you. I must ask you now, Lord Potter, is this what you want? Harry considered it for several minutes, weighing the possibilities. Here was the chance of a lifetime, the one time he could take it. There didn't seem to be much risk involved, but perhaps Orlok merely didn't want to worry him. Perhaps he should just quit while he was ahead. But then he considered the possibility that he could really change the world with this power. Not squander it on petty attempts of revenge or futile attempts of maintaining the status quo. He could change the entire wizarding world for the better, perhaps put an end to all of these prejudices and titles once and for all. They were lofty goals to be certain, and in the more immediate future he could use this power to effectively fight Voldemort, the way he should be thought. He had his own ideas when it came to fighting this war that Dumbledore, that no one knew. The Gryffindor Golden Boy was an image he had worked hard to maintain over the years, especially when the urge to curse someone into oblivion was heavy in his mind. Did he want those thoughts laid bare to the founders? Weighing all options, Harry nodded to the goblin. I wish to try, he simply stated. Orlok nodded and led the young man down a second hallway adjacent to the chamber and towards his next destiny. The tunnel that Harry followed the goblin down was even narrower and darker than the last one. He felt a chill run through his bones as he felt the echoes of someone who had been here before he was. Namely, one Tom Riddle. Eventually the tunnel began to widen and Harry felt the floor begin to slope downwards at an increasing angle. He wouldn't call it a staircase per se, but he did notice a certain descent. He felt the air cool around him. They must be descending far deep underground. He tried to glance ahead to see anything, but the torchlight from Orlok didn't extend very far in front of him and the only sounds Harry could hear were the sounds of their own feet as they trudged down the path. After several minutes in the dark, the tunnel opened to a large chamber, essentially a larger version of the antechamber from which they had come. It was about double the size though, and there were ornate gold statues in all four corners, one for each of the founders. Harry entered the room, and turned back to the goblin who tossed him a small dagger. You'll need that, he said as he turned to walk back up the tunnel. Wait, where are you going? Harry called back, almost frantic. It is not my place to witness this ritual. When it is over you will be transported back to my office rest A.S. At that the goblin left the room, and a stone slab slid down, blocking the only discernible exit. Harry stared at the slab for a moment, trying to will it to move. He didn't think he'd be facing this alone. He turned and saw a small light having been lit in the middle of the room. Taking a deep breath and bringing up all of his courage, he walked forward into the light. He stepped on a large compass shape and was almost instantly frozen in place. His mind went blank and he stood in awe as the whole room lit up, sparkling in gold and gems. It was a far cry from the dark and dreary place it had been a moment ago. Harry stared forward and watched out of the corner of his eyes as two of the statues came out of the corner towards him. He guessed that the other two were doing the same. The two in front of him appeared to be Gryffindor on the left and Slytherin on the right, though he couldn't be completely certain. They stopped a few inches from the large compass shape and remained in position, when in front of him a large white door opened. He felt the cool rush of air coming out of the doorway as it opened, but the white light behind it was quickly covered by a large silhouette. From out of the door came a large gargoyle, sliding along the floor and coming to a stop. Its hands were cradled together in almost a praying motion, but its face and diamond-studded eyes were staring straight into Harry's. Who comes forward to seek the ancestral lines? A deep bellowing voice came out from the direction of the gargoyle, though it filled the entire room. Harry gazed around in wonder for a moment before snapping back to reality. I do, he managed to stammer out. State your name and the basis for your claim, the voice returned, still as forceful as ever. Harry suddenly looked down at his hand and saw the ring sitting on his finger. Ancestral knowledge seemed to be coming from nowhere but the back of his mind, and he wasn't as afraid as before. I am Harry Potter, he began, speaking with more confidence this time, son of James Potter. I am the rightful lord to the House of Potter, the House of Black, the House of Selden, the House of Warrens and the House of Draven. I am the rightful heir to the ancestral line of Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff. The confidence left Harry almost as quickly as it had arrived, and suddenly he didn't quite know what to do with himself. Another gaze at his ring brought his mind back as the disembodied voice considered this. Very well, the voice of the Guardian returned, we shall proceed with the tests of ascension. First, we must test your blood. At this the gargoyle's front paws lifted forward and Harry noticed for the first time that it was holding a small bowl. Harry found then that he could move again, and he instinctively knew what to do. Holding the dagger that Orlok had given him a few minutes earlier, he held his hand over the bowl and sliced his palm, letting some of his blood flow freely into it. A few moments later the bowl glowed red, followed by a green, and finally a deep hue of blue, before the blood simply disappeared. Harry felt a warmth in his hand and saw that the cut had been healed. Your blood is indeed pure, the voice returned, now we shall test your magic. Harry looked around and saw the 4 statues of the founders were moving, their right hands rising up. He noticed in each of them was a thin stick of wood, varying in length. Their wands no doubt. Each wand pointed directly at him. He quickly rushed to get his own wand out and put up a shield, but found that he was once again frozen. He closed his eyes and waited for whatever was about to happen. In succession, each wand fired a small spell at him that merely swirled around him for a few moments and then dissipated. When this had been completed, the arms of the statues lowered back down and Harry was free to move again. He didn't know if he had passed or not, didn't really know what had just happened. He tried to remember what Orlok had said, but his mind was going blank. Your magic is indeed pure, the voice returned. You have been judged worthy to face the Founders 4. May Merlin watch over you. At that the gargoyle withdrew from whence it had came, and Harry found himself standing in blackness once more. Torches began to light up all around him, and he heard shifting noises. He could see the Founders' statues swinging to the left at a 45-degree angle so that the statue of Godric Gryffindor stood in front of him. Harry shook his head and removed his glasses, trying to gain some insight as to what was happening. The world was spinning, and there was a loud ringing in his ears. He felt his throat jam up and gasped out the air. He couldn't breathe. The air was leaving him. Dropping to one knee he tried to cough and force air back into his lungs by gasping, but it didn't work. Swirls of color spun around him as he collapsed down to his hands and knees, and finally blacked out on the floor. Harry didn't know how long he was out, but he was readily apparent of 2 things. First, based on the cool damp air still surrounding him, he had not been transported back to Orlok's office like the goblin said he would. Only if he had been judged unworthy, Harry corrected himself. The second thing he realized was that his body did not ache at all. Standing up, Harry rubbed his eyes and replaced his glasses. He shook his mess of a head and kept his eyes shut for a moment longer. He had a strange sensation in the back of his mind. He suddenly got the notion, he was no longer alone. Took him long enough, came a snide voice to his left. Harry turned and was floored by what he saw. Standing there in translucent glory was Salazar Slytherin. His face was long and thin, and his eyes a deep-seated green a few shades darker than Harry's. He was clad in a forest green robe with silver and purple trimming, the hood lifted over his head partially casting a shadow over his eyes, as much as a shadow could ever fall over a ghost. What are you gawking at, boy? Slytherin snapped at Harry, causing Harry to back away a bit in fear. Leave the boy alone, came a more reassuring voice from behind him, directly across from Slytherin. Harry turned around again and saw the Lady Hufflepuff. She was slightly heavy-set with golden hair tied in style similar to that of a certain Transfigurations professor Harry knew. Her mouth was drawn with a smile, and her cheeks seemed to actually be rosy. These were unlike ghosts he had seen before. For we are not ghosts, came another female voice to his right. Harry turned again and found Rowena Ravenclaw standing there, taller than the other 2. Her face shone with more beauty, but seemed to hide a mind of keen intelligence. Her eyes were bright, open, and a deep blue, and they oddly brought calm to Harry. "We are merely memories, preserved in statues," came the deep voice from before. Harry turned to the position he had been facing before and laid eyes on the tallest of the bunch, one Godric Gryffindor. His short auburn hair was lined with gray streaks throughout, and a beard hung down to his chin. He was clad in armor while the other three were in robes, and a makeshift sword hung from a scabbard on his belt. Harry stared at all four of them, not knowing what to say. You, he stammered, pointing at them in succession. Helga laughed at this. "Yes, we get that reaction a lot. We are the Founders Four. And you are Harry James Potter, Lord of the House of Warrens and heir to my ancestral line. You are also Lord of the House of Selden," came Rowena's voice, calm as ever, "and heir to my ancestral line." "You indeed are the Lord of the House of Potter," Godric chimed in, his face partially beaming downward at his living descendant, "and heir to my ancestral line. It would appear that by sheer luck," Salazar sneered, "that you are the Lord of the House of Draven, and my rightful heir." Harry gazed up at the ancient wizard, and had a question on his lips. He didn't know if he dared to ask the founder a question. "Speak up, boy," the man yelled, apparently not enjoying the gawking. "Well, sir, I thought that Tom Riddle was your heir." There was a silence as Slytherin considered the question. Slytherin's face twisted slightly as he made his reply, surprisingly in Parseltongue. "Do not speak to me of that close-minded fool," Salazar hissed. He gazed down at Harry, seeming to dare him to reply. "I did not mean to offend," Harry returned in the same language. Salazar's eyebrow cocked at this. "Interesting," came the calm voice of Ravenclaw. "I sense that there are many levels to your character, young lord." She closed her eyes and Harry felt as if he was being stripped bare. It was similar to when Snape had used legilimency on him, but different. Rather than the violated feelings that Snape brought forward, Harry felt at peace as he could sense Ravenclaw reading his thoughts and memories. "He has been through much for one so young," she stated, not opening her eyes, "and yet there is a good mind here despite his difficulties." She frowned as she pushed forward, "And there is more, one who has dampened his power considerably. It hinders his natural ability." She opened her eyes and stopped her probing, dwelling on her own thoughts for a moment. Harry still felt the probing, however, and quickly turned to see the other three doing similar movements. "He is loyal," Helga simply stated with a smile, almost to a fault. "He cares for his friends more deeply than anything, and would do anything for them." "Yet he is blind in his loyalty," Salazar retorted with a frown. "He is faithful to those who have chained him and shuns those who could help him, but why?" "It is not for the reasons you think, Salazar," came Gryffindor to his defense. "He has been tormented from a young age. He is fiercely loyal to those who show him any type of affection. This is through no fault of his own." This argument only brought a slight perhaps from Slytherin's lips. "His courage runs deep," Gryffindor continued, making his own assessment. "He has faced danger and he has faced it alone. When no one else believed him, he stood firm and stayed by his ideals, loyal and true." Harry knew they had been talking about the events of the previous year when no one had believed him about Voldemort. "He feels the pain of loss," came Rowena's soothing sounds. "He feels it deeply. His parents were taken from him long ago, and more he has cared for have died. He blames himself," Helga said, a frown on her face. "It is not his fault. No doubt more of his upbringing. We should judge him on the merits of his own character, not on the flaws of his protectors and guardians," Gryffindor argued. "And his character is the strongest we have seen in 900 years by far." Slytherin remained silent for a few moments before opening his eyes and staring right at Harry's scar. "He is marked by he who sought my heritage and failed. It is a mark that has governed his destiny and still to this day seeps his power." He paused a moment and closed his eyes. "There is a cunning here he has been afraid to tap into because of the machinations of others. He has allowed himself to be manipulated." Harry rose to defend himself, his mind stripped bare and raw emotion showing through, when a laugh arose from Gryffindor. "Courage indeed. He would curse you if he had the ability, Salazar." Harry looked at Slytherin, a glint in his eye, and almost detected a hint of respect coming from the darker wizard. He recognizes, deep down in his heart, even if he has not admitted it to himself, that there is more to the world than the light and dark. He knows there are shades of gray. He himself is a shade of gray. Finally, the four were silent, and Harry looked at them all as they one by one opened their eyes and stared at him. We have judged your character, your spirit. We are ready to render our verdicts. Helga, if you will begin. Harry turned to the shorter Hufflepuff and gazed into her brown eyes. It was oddly calming to him. Your warm heart and strength of character have joyed me greatly. I, Helga Hufflepuff, do hereby judge you as worthy to accept my ancestral line. Harry's eyes went wide in the notion. He had passed at least one of the Founder's tests. He turned to Ravenclaw, who kept her eyes fixed on him. He has much to learn, but his potential is far too great to ignore, she said, stroking her chin thoughtfully. I, Rowena Ravenclaw, do hereby judge you as worthy to accept my ancestral line. Harry smiled again, his mind swimming with possibilities. He turned to Slytherin, not expecting much. Saving the boy's lack of confidence in his own ability and strength, Salazar began, I cannot find a flaw with him. Certainly not like the last ones to come before us. I, Salazar Slytherin, do hereby judge you as worthy to accept my ancestral line. Harry was bowled over by the admission, and mentally chuckled at what Hermione would say. Finally, he turned to Gryffindor. I must say this is a surprise, the Scottish man spoke with a heavy accent. I never thought we'd see the day when someone like you would grace our presence. I, Godric Gryffindor, do hereby judge you as worthy to accept my ancestral line. Harry smiled and saw the room light up for the first time since he had awoken. Alternating colors of flames appeared in the room, varying from green, to red, to blue, to yellow, and back again in quick succession. Harry James Potter, Gryffindor continued, son of James Winston Potter, Lord of the Houses of Black, Potter, Warrens, Selden and Draven, you have been judged worthy to receive the ancestral lines of all the Founders four. As a result, when you go forth from this place you will receive our signet rings and bear all the power they carry. You can circumvent the governors of Hogwarts, Helga chimed in, and Harry's eyes widened at this. You can help shape wizarding law for years to come, Salazar joined in. And you can protect those you care about, Rowena added. In addition, Godric continued, you shall be bestowed with 10 gifts in total, 2 from each of us and 1 from us collectively. He looked at Hufflepuff, a gesture followed by Harry, who smiled at the elder woman. To you, my heir, I grant you the power of charms. Many of the charms you already know were invented or perfected by my line, and when you receive my gift you will be able to cast them effortlessly. I also give you the gift of tongues. You already speak Salazar's language, but with my language you will speak the ancient tongues of the goblins, the tongues of the elves long since departed from this world, and many other races. To you, my heir, Ravenclaw began, I grant you the gift of runic magic. It is a lost art in your time, and those who practice it barely scratch the surface of its power. I grant you the understanding of its power and its consequences. Further, I grant you the gift of control over your mind and emotions. You shall leave this place fully trained in the mind arts that I invented. To you, my heir, Slytherin continued, more than a hint of joy in his voice at the mayhem this was likely to cause, I grant the knowledge of potion making. As with Lady Hufflepuff and charms, I and my line are the creators of many of the potions that exist today. Secondly, I grant you the knowledge of curses and their counters. They are viewed by many as so-called dark arts, but I know you shall use them to dispense true justice, not merely fight a pointless war. And to you, my heir, Gryffindor finished, I grant you the knowledge of transfiguration, including the ability to become an animagus. Your father had this ability when he faced me some years ago, and were it not for his close-mindedness, I might have considered granting him a similar gift. Finally, I grant you the gift years of neglect has denied you, that of a sound body to match your sound mind. When you leave this place your flaws will be erased. Which leads us to our collective gifts. He paused and raised his wand, a gesture followed by the others, leaving Harry a bit dumbfounded and awestruck. For too long has your soul labored under the weight of these curses. Some were placed there to dampen your powers. Others were placed there to block your memories. One was even placed there to terrify others at your mere presence. And the one granted to you by the one you know as Voldemort seeps away at your strength and may one day threaten your very life. We shall lift these curses forevermore, and set you free from their burden. Furthermore, you shall have access to all of our remaining worldly possessions that the goblins have stored for us. No doubt many of them have left their care these many centuries, but you will know them and what they can be used for, when the time is right. Now, Harry James Potter, heir of the founders, do you accept these gifts? I do, Harry said, muttering the only words he could. Very well. So mote it be. The four founders began to chant in a druidic language that Harry didn't understand, but the words rang through his ears, shaking him to his very magical core. Suddenly Harry was racked by a great pain as he felt the weight of 15 years of curses being lifted from his spirit one by one. Knowledge flooded his mind, and he swore he could feel his physical body change slightly at the surge of power. Magic swirled around his soul, penetrating every fiber of his being, and pain slowly gave way to a semblance of calm. Harry felt himself being levitated off the ground, supported by the essence of his new powers. After what seemed like a lifetime of power surging through him, he felt himself sink back down onto the floor, his mind shutting down, and blackness overtook him. It was a long time before Harry awoke from the slumber. His body ached all over and he couldn't take much stock of what had happened. It was all a bit of a blur to him. Groaning a bit, he shook his head as his eyes fluttered open. My lord, are you all right? Came a raspy voice from off to the side. Harry was uncertain. He certainly didn't feel all right, unless you considered feeling like you'd been hit by a stampeding hippogriff as all right. Groaning again, he risked sitting upward. He felt the blood rushing out of his head as he sat up and held his head in pain. Yeah, I'm fine, Harry said, in a little bit of a lie. His head was throbbing, but not in the usual way. It wasn't centered around his scar. In fact, he didn't feel a thing from his scar. Odd, he thought to himself. Rubbing his eyes a moment, he felt that his glasses were gone. Reaching around on the desk for them, he risked opening his eyes to try and find them. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked. The world suddenly came into perfect focus. Harry sat in amazement for a moment and waved his hand in front of his face. It was clear as crystal. Slowly but surely an enormously large grin formed across Harry's face, followed by a few bouts of almost uncontrollable laughter. After several minutes of this, the same raspy voice of Orlok brought him out of his insanity. My lord, are you sure you're all right? Should I call Street Mungos? Harry controlled his breathing and nodded his head. I'm fine, Orlok, it's just that. He stopped a moment and considered Gryffindor's words. If this was part of his gift, then. Orlok, I need a mirror. Orlok looked at the wizard with a strange expression on his face, and then simply snapped his fingers, causing a full-bodied mirror to appear in front of him. Harry stood up and walked toward the mirror, his mouth agape at what he saw. He was easily at least 4 inches taller, and his bony body had filled out considerably. It was lean, yet muscular, not unlike that of Gryffindor himself. Harry glanced over his features and mentally frowned when he saw that his clothes no longer fit him. Looked like he'd need a new wardrobe sooner rather than later. He noticed that his face hadn't changed much and neither had his eyes, though there was a slight change there. He could detect a hardness, a brimming confidence lurking just beneath the surface, much like Ravenclaw had. But there was also a kindness lurking next to it, no doubt from Hufflepuff. Harry smiled as he saw the makings of a small goatee on his chin, much in the same style as Slytherin. His hair had also become a literal rat's nest, having grown in the back. It now hung down just past his shoulders to the middle of his back. It made him feel a bit like a rock star, he noted, though he highly doubted Mrs. Weasley would approve. As he took stock of his newly reformed facial features, his eyes drifted upwards to his forehead, and he was shocked at what he saw. The scar was still there, but it was barely visible unless you knew what to look for. It was nowhere near as pronounced as it had once been. Harry felt it hesitantly, and felt no pain, no darkness emanating from it whatsoever. It looked like an ordinary scar, more like a birthmark than anything really. At this, Harry laughed again. He turned to Orlok quickly, instantly regretting the restriction his new clothes had on his anatomy. Orlok, I was wondering if maybe. He gestured to his clothes and Orlok simply smiled and laughed. Haven't you listened, my lord? He replied, as cheekily as a goblin could ever really reply. You are emancipated. You may use underage magic. In fact, if you hand me your wand. Quote. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled it out, handing the wand to Orlok. Orlok muttered something that Harry instinctively knew he shouldn't have understood, but seemed to actually make sense to him. The wand glowed blue for a moment then stopped. Orlok handed the wand back to Harry and explained. I've removed the tracking charms the ministry places on those wands of yours. You'll be able to freely use magic. Harry smiled again, but it faded fast. He was certain he couldn't remember a spell to transfigure clothes, until he scanned his mind. He searched and found the right spell, and almost effortlessly with a wave of his wand his muggle clothes had transfigured into normal black wizarding robes not dissimilar from his Hogwarts robes. Harry whistled at the display as he looked down over himself again, but mentally reminded himself he still would need to go shopping later. Ahem, came the goblin's voice from below, causing Harry to look down. If you're done, my lord? He asked, motioning to the mirror. Harry simply nodded and sat back down, placing his wand back in his robes. Orlok snapped his fingers and the mirror vanished, and he tottered over to a shelf on the wall. There he grabbed a small box and brought it to Harry. Opening it, Harry saw 4 rings similar to the ones he had been presented before. These are the signets of your ancestral lines, Orlok explained. They work in the same way as your other rings. Simply slip them on and they will merge together to form one ring. Harry nodded and did as he was told, slipping on each ring one at a time and watching them fade and merge with the Potter ring that still rested on his finger. Each one resembled a stylized version of the respective house seals at Hogwarts with ornately carved representations of the familiar animals carved into each one. Finally, when Harry had taken all of the rings, Orlok handed him a key. In conclusion, my lord, Orlok stated, this is a master key that will work for all of your vaults here at Gringotts. Furthermore, should you wish to do so, you may sign up for a Gringotts card, similar to a Muggle credit or debit card, which will withdraw the coin automatically from your vaults. Harry smiled and took the key. He then frowned slightly as the next question dawned on him. His plan needed this point. Orlok, what properties do I have deeds to? I mean, certainly I have some property included in these houses. Orlok smiled again and began to walk with Harry out of his office. Yes, of course. I am uncertain of all the contents of your inheritance, but I do know of a couple of properties off the top of my head. Grimmauld Place in London comes from the Black family vault, as well as the Potter Manor in Scotland. I will appoint a goblin account manager to see to it that any questions you have are answered. Harry considered it for a moment and turned back to the goblin. Griphook. Orlok paused and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. I would like Griphook to be my account advisor if it's quite all right with you. Orlok shook his head and smiled again. I have been alive for over 400 years, my lord, and never have I heard of a wizard asking for a specific goblin by name to be their account manager. Yes, it can be arranged that way. Harry smiled. Griphook was a goblin he could trust, he thought, as much as the goblins could be trusted anyway. A few more things, Orlok, Harry said as they re-entered the Gringotts main lobby. Firstly, I need the location of Potter Manor. Secondly, I need a way to get there. Orlok nodded again and summoned a small piece of parchment. Glancing it over, he wrote something down and handed it to Harry. Potter Manor may be found at 44 Snidget Lane, Valerian, Scotland. As you can see, Orlok explained, the manor is under the protection of the Fidelis charm and has been since your grandparents' death some years ago. We goblins are privy to that information. That parchment also acts as a portkey. Simply state the address and you'll appear about 5 miles outside of the village, so as not to give away the location. As for a mode of transportation, I figured you might, so I took the liberty of withdrawing this from your godfather's vault before your arrival. Orlok reached into his pocket and pulled out a small toy motorbike and an instruction manual, handing them both to Harry. Simply tap it with your wand and it will grow back to your size. It has anti-crashing charms and instant learning charms so that even a clumsy beginner could ride it like a professional. Harry got a goofy grin on his face as he suddenly realized the source of his dreams as a child of a flying motorbike. He pocketed the bike and book. The goblin and the lord walked towards the front door, where Harry offered his hand to Orlok, who took it in surprise, having come to expect weird behavior from this particular wizard. Thank you, Orlok, and, as far as anyone knows, he leaned forward a bit, none of this ever happened. Orlok nodded. Of course, my lord. As I said, we here at Gringotts treat our customers' privacy with the utmost of care. After a small trip to a teller to acquire a Gringotts charge card, Harry was out of the bank and his smile still hadn't faded. He began to stroll down the alley when he spotted something off in the distance. Alistair Moody. Harry silently cursed himself and ducked out of the way behind a building as quickly as he could to hide from the ex-Orr. He had forgotten that Order members would be out looking for him when he didn't come back to Privet Drive with his uncle. He went through his mind as to how to get out of this one. It wasn't like he could just change his shape all at once. Harry went through his mind a moment before remembering everything that had happened. No time like the present to give it a try. He tried to remember the incantation for a transfiguration to hide his features and for a small charm that he picked up from somewhere in the back of his mind to have people not notice him. As was the case before, the spells came to him effortlessly and he could feel the subtle changes in his face as he fell under glamour. Taking a deep breath, Harry raised the hood on his robe in a fashion similar to a certain founder he knew and stalked back down the alley, headed for Madame Malkin's. He passed by Moody, and the ex-Orr didn't spare him a second glance. His rapidly spinning eye stopped on him for a moment but quickly passed on. Harry inwardly smiled and snaked forward to his next stop. It was several hours later when Harry emerged from the store with several shrunken bags and a big smile on his eldered face. Madame Malkin's had been practically bought out of their fanciest robes, almost all of them made out of acromantula silk and created with painstaking care. He had also made note to purchase a few things in the armament department as well, adding a black wand holster to his right arm that released his wand into his hand with a thought rather than drawing it out. Harry, of course, had made sure to hide his features under glamour. After all, there would be no sense in ruining his fun now. A stop at Flourish and Blots to find books on various subjects was next on his list. But as he stopped to glance through the titles, he found that he could decipher many of the simpler books he looked at. Putting away a smaller book on runes and understanding even the most advanced concepts it had to offer naturally, he shook his head and left the store. He would have to sort out how much he knew and how much he didn't before he could stock his library. For all he knew, he did have a fully stocked library anyway. After a quick stopover at Ilops to replenish his owl treat supply and a once look over of Quidditch supplies, and Harry was ready to leave. However, he knew he had one thing left to do. He went back to the Leaky Cauldron, nodding to Tom, who just gazed at him wondering as he passed. Harry climbed the stairs to room 3B and entered, finding his trunk there. Pulling out his wand, he shrunk his trunk and dropped it in the pocket of his newly acquired silver and red robes. Harry thought for a moment before again deciding on the right course of action. Nodding to himself, he shouted out to no one in particular, "Dobby." It took a few minutes, but eventually the house elf popped right in front of Harry. "Mr. Harry calls Dobby, and Dobby is here," the elf said, breathing deeply as he did so. He gazed up at Harry and his brown eyes went wide. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir." "Yes, it's me, Dobby," Harry said, smirking. He was bound to have that effect on people the next few weeks, not that he didn't mind it. Harry leaned down and noticed the deep breathing of Dobby. This next surprise would impress the house elf for sure. "What is wrong, Dobby? You look tired." Dobby's eyes went wider than saucers at this revelation, and he backed away fitfully, pointing his gnarled finger at the young wizard. "You." Master Harry Potter just spoke the house elf's language. No wizard in over 1,000 years has spoken the house elf's language. Dobby continued to stammer a bit, drawing a grin from Harry. "I say, that surprised you. Now tell me, what's wrong?" Dobby took a few deep breaths, trying to collect himself. Once he had his ears lowered and his head hung low. He too spoke in the elven tongue, speaking more comfortably. "It is Winky, sir. She has fallen ill. Her magic is failing her. If she is not bonded with another wizard soon, then poor Winky will fade away and die." He fought back a sniffle, but Harry simply raised an eyebrow. "Why must she be bonded? I thought she was a free elf." Dobby nodded and explained. "It is true there are free house elves, sir, but it is an ancient magic that keeps us here in your realm. We are the last remnants of the race of high elves that once populated your lands, outcasts from their world. In order to remain here, we must be bonded with a witch or wizard. It is how the house elf's magic works." If an elf remains unbonded too long, then their magic will leave them and they will perish into oblivion. Harry stood in shock at the horrible fate. But, you're a free elf. Harry exclaimed, slipping back into normal tongue. Yes, sir. Just because we's are bonded doesn't mean we's have to be avs. Dobby bonded with Master Harry Potter, so that day he helped Dobby become free. Winky hasn't bonded. Harry thought of it for a moment before coming to a quick decision. Very well then, Harry said, smiling at Dobby. Then she can bond with me as well, if you are agreeable to it, that is. Oh, does Master Harry Potter sir mean it? Harry nodded, causing Dobby to jump with glee. What do I need to do? Dobby shook his head to explain, but was quickly interrupted by a small popping sound. There, looking better than she had in ages, stood Winky, smiling at the two of them. Master Harry Potter, sir, you saved Winky's life. The female house elf squealed with glee. Dobby and Winky proceeded to dance around like madmen at this, and Harry could only smile at the display. After a while, Harry coughed to get their attention, and both house elves looked up at him with eternal gratitude in their eyes. Now that you're bonded to me, Harry began, I have a favor to ask the two of you. See, I have this new house up north and I need someone to help me. Consider it done, sir, Dobby interjected without question. Winky nodded in return. Harry smiled and flushed the piece of parchment out of his pocket. Showing them the address, the elves nodded and snapped their fingers, popping out of existence. Harry smiled again and nodded. He walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. After telling Tom he was finished with it, he thanked him again for the silence and left him a small tip. Harry walked out into Muggle London, making sure to transfigure his clothes into more normal attire for said world. He stalked down the sidewalk until he got to an abandoned alleyway. He absent-mindedly cast a notice me not charm as if they were going out of fashion, and then stopped for a moment as he realized what he just did. Shaking his head, he reached into his pocket to pull out the motorbike, when he heard a distant hoot. He gazed up into the clouds and saw a snowy white owl, closely followed by a smaller owl that Harry recognized as Hermione's. Raising an eyebrow, he held out his arm for Hedwig to land on. The owl landed and regarded him for a moment, taking in his newly acquired features, before lifting her leg with a small piece of paper attached to it. Harry conjured a small stand out of thin air for the two birds and then pulled out the piece of paper, and read it. Death Eaters. Attack. Parents dead. Come quick. 15 Herald Street in Kensington. The blood drained out of Harry's face at the notice of this. His features grew cold at Hermione's short plea for help. He flew into action quickly. First, he pulled out the piece of parchment for his house and showed it to the owls. The two birds quickly took flight without a second thought. Harry then got ready to pull out his motorbike when another thought popped into his head. Apparition. He had never really apparated before, but the knowledge was standing there in the back of his mind. He focused on his target. He made a slight turn and in a flash was gone. Harry reappeared outside a neatly manicured neighborhood. He took stock of the situation around him. He was in a higher class neighborhood from what he could tell. The houses were all larger than they were in Little Whinging, but like the small suburb they were almost exactly the same, save for the one behind him. Harry turned and saw the house completely darkened. A lump formed in his throat and he frantically scanned the sky for a sign of the dark mark. Not finding one, he hoped and prayed that he wasn't too late. Harry bolted through the front door, wincing as he knocked it off its hinges. His face contorted with a mixture of pain and anger at what he saw next. There at his feet were the dead bodies of Hermione's parents, their faces frozen with the pain and torture one could expect from the Cruciatus, and the light unmistakably absent from their eyes. Harry leaned forward to glance at them for a moment before standing up again and taking in the rest of the house. He made note of the blast marks that dotted the walls. Undoubtedly Hermione had put up a fight. Harry swallowed down a lump in his throat, forcing the bile to sink downwards. He heard a few movements coming from upstairs, and he slunk back into a shadow, concealing himself temporarily. He watched as from downstairs 3 men in black robes came walking down. One in the back he didn't recognize, but the 2 in front he immediately recognized from the graveyard as the Elder Crabbe and the Elder Goyle. He fought back the urge to go running after them immediately, instead trying to listen to them quietly. Filthy little winch has got to be here somewhere, Crab said in his low-pitched, rather dull voice. He walked over and kicked an orange pillow that had been in his way, something that Harry realized was the corpse of Crookshanks. What was that noise we heard anyway? Goyle asked, staring down at the open door. Be on guard, the other man said, raising his wand. We're not alone. Harry's features darkened considerably. He would be discovered sooner or later and he needed the element of surprise on his side. He unsheathed his wand and felt a burning rage growing deep in the pit of his stomach. From deep inside his mind, knowledge of curses flooded forward and his wand hand twitched to life. Jumping out of the shadows he fired the first thing that popped into his head. A velo viscus. A nasty-looking purple beam shot out of the end of his wand, nailing Goyle right in the chest. In almost an instant the skin was literally ripped off of Goyle's bones, and the body collapsed in a pool of blood. Crab and the other man stared down in shock at Goyle's remains, and then stepped forward to face their attacker. They were too slow however, or at least Crab was. Eviscaro! Harry yelled, firing the disemboweling curse straight at Crab, who made a loud squishy sound as his entrails were scattered out onto the floor in front of him and he collapsed. The third man raised a hastily made shield and made his way towards the front door, apparently trying to get away as quick as possible. Levicorpus. In an instant the man was turned upside down in midair by his ankles, leaving him to stare at Harry with a frantic look in his eyes. Please, please don't kill me. Harry snarled as he stared down at the man, the cold fire of rage burning within him still. How many people had begged for mercy at this man's feet he wondered, only to have their pleas fall on deaf ears. Still, Harry needed a messenger, someone to tell Voldemort that the kid gloves were off. Harry released the curse and conjured a pair of chains to wrap the nameless Death Eater in. He leaned forward and stared into the man's rapidly shrinking violet eyes, Harry's own emerald glaze glistening with righteous fury. You tell your master, Harry spat out, that I'm not playing games anymore. The rightful heir of Slytherin has returned, and I won't put up with his little temper tantrums anymore. The man frantically nodded, leaving no doubt he had the message. Once Harry made sure it was ingrained into his memory, he summoned some knowledge from his newly acquired abilities. Carefully picking which memories to leave out, Harry muttered, "Obliviate." And in an instant the man's eyes glazed over as he forgot one important detail, the true identity of his attacker. Soporifier, Harry added, sending the man into a deep, painless sleep. He walked over to Crab, who was barely breathing but still alive, suffering from pain. Harry contemplated the killing curse to ease the man's pain, but knew that death would come soon for the portly man. He also obliviated Crab's memory. Suffice it to say, there wasn't enough left of Goyle to erase the memory of. Harry took several deep breaths as he surveyed the carnage around him. He wondered frantically how Order members could have let that happen, a notion quickly set aside by the fact that he still hadn't found Hermione. Harry frantically started searching the house, but she was nowhere to be found alive or dead. Harry wondered if she had gotten out somehow, escaped to find help. He was about to go upstairs when a voice from the back of his head told him to calm down and take control. Harry nodded, not at all bothered by the prospect of listening to voices in the back of his head given everything that had happened in the last 24 hours, and closed his eyes. He felt out with his magic, driven by unseen skills, and tried to track down Hermione's aura. He felt a little silly after a while, and was about to give up when he felt a flicker. Off in the corner. Opening his eyes and turning around, but keeping his mental focus, Harry slowly walked into the kitchen and noticed a slight depression against the wall that would have gone easily unnoticed. Harry walked over and knocked on the wall, finding it made of metal and hollow. He had heard of these panic rooms before. Hermione must be inside. Hermione. Harry called out, hoping beyond hope she was still conscious and still breathing. Hermione, it's Harry. I'm here to help you. There was no response. Harry tensed up and felt a knot at the bottom of his stomach grow in intensity. Please God, Harry thought to himself, don't let her be dead. Harry pointed his wand and silently unlocked the door. He mentally moved the wheel that needed to turn to open it from the other side and, stepping back a few paces, watched it as it flung open. He immediately dodged out of the way of an incoming Expelliarmus that nearly nicked him in the arm. Instinctively, Harry dived for cover and looked over at his bushy-haired attacker. His heart sank when he saw the fear and anguish in her eyes, her face callous with tear stains and blood falling from a few cuts on her arms and brow. Harry slowly stood up and approached her, and she stood up as well. Harry, is that you? She stammered out, getting a nod from her friend. Almost desperately, she dived into Harry's awaiting grasp, her eyes no longer fighting back the emotions of everything that had happened. Harry embraced her and held himself out for her to cling onto. He quickly realized, though, that if any passing muggles came by and noticed the door, he'd rather not deal with the bobbies right now. Harry pulled away from Hermione, almost forcing himself away. She clung to him so tightly, and looked her in the eyes. "We have to get out of here," Harry said as calmly as he could. Hermione just nodded. "Where are your things?" Harry asked, and Hermione gestured to the upstairs. Harry sighed. He didn't want to take her past her parents' bodies. Clutching her tighter, he said, "I'm going to apparate." She looked at him widely. "Hold on." Before she could argue, they popped out of the room. They reappeared in Hermione's bedroom, which appeared virtually untouched. Harry didn't take much time to look around, simply grabbing her school trunk and summoning a few outfits from an open wardrobe. He hastily threw them in the trunk, slightly embarrassed by some of the clothing he had to handle, and then summoned a stack of books that were sitting on Hermione's desk. He didn't take the time to gather all of the materials, though all things considered it was relatively empty. Hermione herself simply grabbed a small album and tossed it on top of everything. Harry didn't regard it much and instead shrunk the trunk and stuck it in one of his many pockets. "Harry, how are you?" Hermione finally asked, trying to deal with everything at once. "I'll explain later. Let's get you out of here." He thought of places he could go. He didn't want to put Dobby and Winky in a spell after seeing them so happy. Nor did he want to take Hermione away from all of this in case they needed something later. And he personally didn't want to be around if and when the order finally showed up. Finally deciding on a course of action, he grabbed Hermione close and apparated away. They reappeared in the backyard a moment later, and Harry looked at Hermione closely. He whispered a few small words of comfort. Pointing his wand skyward, he shouted, "Mors Mordra." A green light shot out and sparkled for a moment before a gigantic skull with a snake coming out of its mouth appeared in the blue sky. Harry didn't hesitate a moment longer when they apparated away from the scene, just a few minutes before Oars appeared in the backyard to deal with the scene. Harry and Hermione quickly reappeared just outside a small hotel. Harry scanned the area with his wand, prepared to obliviate any muggles who happened to be wandering by, but in the small village he had apparated to, there were not many people around. Sheathing his wand, he held his hand over Hermione's forehead and whispered a few words that she couldn't understand. There was a small glowing from her face, and her cuts healed. She frantically looked around, but her eyes quickly locked into Harry's. Harry could feel the fright radiating off of her in palpable waves, and the feelings of helplessness nearly ripped him to shreds. He had a million thoughts raving through his mind, but he needed to get them into the hotel and dealt with. Harry transfigured his clothes without a thought and did the same for Hermione, all the while she continued to stare at him. How did you know?" Harry looked at her and managed as much of a grin as he could. "Hedwig found me. I told you she'd find me." Hermione tried to laugh, but it didn't come out. Instead, she forced a half smile and simply looked off in the distance. Harry held her hand and began to lead her into the hotel. He didn't notice how desperately she clung to him. After getting them a small room for the night, Harry removed his and Hermione's trunk and set them off to the side, unshrinking them as he did. Hermione had gone in to take a shower, something he reminded himself he needed to do as soon as possible as well. Harry looked outside at the waning sunlight of the dusk and gave a deep sigh. He had been close today, all too close at losing her. It was not something he wanted to remind himself of. A few more minutes and if they had found her then. Harry didn't dwell on the idea. He simply wondered when it was that he had noticed Hermione in this way, as his best friend in the world, the one person he really couldn't live without. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something was different between the two of them, some kind of unspoken bond that had formed between them that ran deeper than friendship. Harry hadn't had time to consider it, but with the rush of new information and events that had transpired, for the first time he examined it closer. It was an odd feeling to be certain, something light and certainly much more pleasurable than many of his own personal feelings had been in his life. He thought hard to remember a time when he had actually felt the feeling before, and he struggled to claim it. There was only one instance in his long history, far back in first year, at the very end. It was when Hagrid had given him the album of his parents. As he sat on the train and contemplated the pictures, feeling the warmth and the joy radiating from their faces. It was all encapsulated in a word that brought Harry's breath to a standstill. Love. He dismissed the thought almost as immediately as it came to the forefront. In love with Hermione. Harry shook his head and tried to get the image out of his mind. Sure, he cared for her, and she meant more to him than probably anyone still alive, but he couldn't be in love with her. Could he? The sound of a door opening shook Harry from his internal thoughts and he glanced up at the bathroom door. Hermione stumbled in, her hair hanging loose and her eyes a bloodshot red. She was clad in a simple red robe that the slightly upscale hotel provided for usage. Circles were starting to form around her eyes, and Harry could tell that she had been crying. Sighing, he stood up and helped lead her to her bed. She sat down and hung her head, almost in shame at the day's events. Harry leaned forward and lifted her chin, bringing her eyes directly into contact with his. Hermione, I'm sorry, he began. I want to say the pain will go away, but. Her eyes squinted a bit, holding back tears. Look, if you don't want to talk about it now then. She stopped him at that and took a deep breath. Her eyes glazed over slightly as she recounted the tale. We sat down to have some tea, she began, her eyes awash with the memory replaying itself in the back of her mind, when those three apparated right into our living room. I didn't even have time to react, I mean. I got my wand out and tried to stun them, but. Her voice caught and she leaned forward. Harry put a reassuring hand on her shoulder and she continued. They disarmed me and used the cruciatus on my parents. The tears were flowing freely from her eyes. They just sat there and tortured them, laughing all the time, and all I could do was watch. And then they killed them, like they were rotting pieces of meat. She nearly screamed at this and Harry leaned forward and embraced her, letting her cry into his shoulder. He absorbed the memory in his mind and his face darkened. Why had no one come, he continuously asked himself. Dumbledore had promised her parents that he would protect them, so why hadn't anyone? His face contorted more with anger at the old man, who was quickly rising up on his list of worthless assholes in his opinion. The sound of Hermione's cries dropping to whimpers and short sobs brought him back as he pushed away from her and allowed her to continue. They were going to do that to me when. I don't know what. But I just waved my hands and the air just became pitch black. I summoned my wand, but I knew I was no match for them. So I ran to the panic room and hid there till you came. Somehow Hedwig and Thoth flew down to the window and I scribbled that note to you. You were the only person I thought to call. Her head hung low again and she snickered. I know you have your own problems and shouldn't have worried about me, but. She was cut off by Harry, who lifted her chin and stared directly into her eyes. Listen to me, Hermione. Don't ever think that way. I would never consider you a burden. You have always been there for me through everything, and I will always be there for you. I promise. Harry offered a small smile which Hermione returned. Thank you, Harry. They both sat there a moment, unsure of how to continue. She regarded his features for a moment before she tugged on the slight goatee he was sporting. Where did this come from? She asked, almost desperately trying to change the subject. Harry mentally rolled his eyes. He had nearly forgotten in all the ruckus. Well, that's a long story. Harry sat back and dropped on his bed, mindlessly casting a silencing charm on the door which drew an eyebrow from Hermione. She said nothing though and let him explain his tale. It took several hours, till nearly 1 in the morning, before Harry had finished his tale, up to and including the destruction of the Death Eaters at the Granger residence. Hermione just sat back as she always did, taking in all of the information and processing it bit by bit. She looked at him oddly, and he felt a rush of shame cross his face. I know I probably should have stunned them, but I don't know what came over me. It was like this rush of anger and power that came out of nowhere. I didn't even know those curses existed yesterday, but he trailed off and caught a slight smile on her face. You saved me, didn't you? You stopped them from hurting anyone else, didn't you? Harry was going to protest, but Hermione stopped him. She breathed deeply, a hint of both sorrow and anger lying just beneath her gentle features. Harry, stunning them won't work. Not with them. You did what was necessary. The finality in her voice made it so that Harry couldn't argue the point anymore. Hermione sat back up and went through the rest of the information. Why didn't Dumbledore tell you all of this? I mean, he must have known. From what you tell me, it was common knowledge that your father underwent the ritual. And your mother. Why didn't he say anything to you? Harry just shook his head. You said we shouldn't trust him, he suddenly remembered. What made you say that? She shook her head and a small bit of anger crossed her face. It was just before we left school. He pulled me and Ron aside and said we shouldn't write to you this summer. That you'd want to be left alone. But I knew that was just rubbish, that you would go crazy cooped up there all by yourself. Then the thing on the train. She trailed off and the anger grew. He definitely placed those curses on you. I mean, power blocks aren't all that uncommon for particularly gifted magical children, but memory blocks. And that thing with your uncle. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense, Harry repeated, his fist clenching slightly at what else Dumbledore had failed to tell him. Hermione saw this and asked him what it was. Harry grumbled a bit, and Hermione leaned forward, urging him to continue. There's a lot he didn't tell me. He breathed deeply as he continued. She needed to know about the prophecy, and he knew he could trust her more than anyone. Just before I was born, he continued, a seer made a prophecy. I know, Hermione replied, confused, but it was destroyed at the ministry. She cringed slightly as she remembered that day, something followed by Harry. Except one other person heard it in its entirety. The person the prophecy was made to, Dumbledore. He showed it to me after the battle, in his pensieve. He stood up and started pacing back and forth across the small room, as he recalled the prophecy in his mind. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. He trailed off, stopping his pacing and sitting down on a small desk chair next to a television cabinet. Hermione mouthed part of it to herself, and her eyes went wide. But that means that you. Harry simply nodded. Hermione bit her bottom lip and trembled. Tears started to fall down her face again, and Harry walked back next to her. My own, it's all right. I can live with this. I don't know why he didn't tell me, but. She waved her hand and tried to collect herself. Listen to me ranting on, and you have all this to deal with. Jesus, Harry, I'm sorry for burdening you with this. Harry pulled her close again and let her rest her head on his shoulder. I told you, you will never be a burden to me. I want to help you. I need to help you. He stopped short at the last statement, and was eternally thankful that she didn't catch it. They sat there for a long time, neither one moving. Harry could hear Hermione's breathing even out, and he looked down, finding her asleep. He smiled at the thought of her falling asleep in his arms. As gently as he could, he picked her up and laid her gently on the bed next to him. He then followed suit, transfiguring his clothes again into more appropriate nighttime attire, and laid down in the other bed. Before turning out the lights, he looked at her again, bathed in the moonlight seeping from the open window, and he smiled. Waving his wand, he shut off the lights and drifted off into as peaceful a sleep as he could manage. It was not a good day to be Albus Dumbledore. After the train with the students had left for the summer, Dumbledore had planned on relaxing for a couple weeks or so before attending another session of the Wizengamot, and then settling into his summer plans of watching over young Harry and running the Order of the Phoenix. It was going to be a simple, rudimentary summer as far as he was concerned. And so it was quite to his surprise when he was disturbed from a mid-afternoon nap by a rather loud bang that came from his office. He shook his head in surprise and tried to concentrate. Quickly his eyes went wide as he realized what could cause such a loud bang. Rushing from his private quarters, he entered into his office, checking a few of the instruments that had been repaired since Hurricane Harry had blown through a few weeks earlier. To his eternal surprise, none of them were working. All the clicking, buzzing, puffing and whirring that had been his constant companion for many years had stopped and the room was a deadly silence. Dumbledore had a grim look wash over his face. The first conclusion that popped into his head was unthinkable. He fumbled around in a desk drawer for a moment searching for something, and breathed a sigh of relief when he pulled out a small malachite stone that glowed with power. Whatever had happened, the boy was still alive. His next thoughts were to try and determine what else had happened. The devices in his office were designed to monitor the numerous wards and protections that surrounded the young Mr. Potter. For them not to work meant that something was wrong with him. He of course had first checked on Harry's lifestone, which would have been destroyed had he been killed. Finding that unchanged, he came to an almost equally horrific conclusion. Whatever had happened, it had taken away those wards at the same time. Fear once again came over the face of Dumbledore, for this meant two things for certain: that Harry was no longer at the safety of his aunt and uncle's house and, more frighteningly, he was no longer under Dumbledore's supervision and control. Albus closed his eyes and counted to 10, attempting to calm himself. He knew that one day this might happen, that Harry might get wise to his plans. But this was not beyond salvageable yet. The boy had proven to be surprisingly thick-headed when it came to the obvious at times, and Albus could always obliviate the knowledge of what had happened from his mind. It wasn't like it would be the first time he had done it. Dumbledore sat down and sorted through some papers. He came upon a small piece of parchment that he had received the afternoon previous and reread it again. Headmaster, I understand your concerns. I won't be leaving here without an escort. I really have nowhere else to go now anyway. I just hope I can get to the Burrow as soon as possible. Harry. Of course Dumbledore had no intention on sending the boy to the Burrow, at least not till the very end of the summer. Molly was getting more and more nervous about the promised plan. Arthur was quickly becoming a bit of a nuisance to have to deal with, and the young Ronald was starting to ask too many questions. The boy's relationship with the youngest hadn't even stepped forward to the point where the headmaster would approve, but he could always speed things along in that department should he choose to. Albus considered the word escort for a moment. He knew none of the order members would help out Harry without express instructions from him. The only one who would, Remus Lupin, had been kept off the guard watch for that expressed purpose. The other people whom Harry could accept as escorts were his aunt and uncle, and Dumbledore had seen to it that that would never happen. Hadn't he? The gears in Dumbledore's mind came to a slow conclusion, piecing together certain events from the day previous, and it all came back to him in a rush. About an hour after the train had left Hogsmeade, he had heard a slight disturbance in one of the protections on the boy. He had spent the better part of a day trying to fix it, but had eventually given up. He was simply going to reapply the ward at a later date, and he had assumed that Harry had done something when he broke the monitoring devices to disrupt the ward. But maybe someone else had actually. Dumbledore frowned as he realized that someone must have used a curse-breaking spell on Harry and lifted that particular protection inadvertently. He grumbled to himself about meddlesome kids and some such things and sat down at his desk, grabbing a quill as he did so. He had to find Harry. He had to get rid of whatever the nonsense was that had spurred this on in the first place, and he had to reset the status quo. No, it was indeed not a good day to be Albus Dumbledore. They could hear the screams emitting from the throne room. Screams of discomfort and pain as their Dark Lord writhed in slight agony. In a rush, his inner circle, or what was left of them anyway, stormed into the throne room, and attempted to offer Lord Voldemort comfort. For his part, Voldemort sat on his black and red throne, holding his head as a massive migraine was settling over him. Some force, some otherworldly magic was driving back the tendrils of his mind, and it was causing him great pain. None of the Death Eaters dared approach the Dark Lord, for fear of being killed for their insolence. Finally Bellatrix Lestrange, probably one of the closest to him, leaned forward and attempted to calm him. "My lord," she asked, with none of her usual sarcastic sing-song voice that she used when tormenting others, "are you?" "Leave me alone," Voldemort screamed, and a red bolt of energy struck Bellatrix, sending her spinning off the throne and halfway across the lit hall. She got up to her feet, nervous, her eyes awash in fear at the display. Then, just as suddenly as the pain had come, it stopped. The Dark Lord sat on his throne, breathing audibly and sweat dripping down his brow. His snake-like nostrils flared open and shut rapidly. Bellatrix slowly pressed forward, as did the other Death Eaters, approaching cautiously with wide looks on their faces. "Leave me," Voldemort commanded in a deep growl, "and summon Caliban to me as soon as he arrives." The frightened Death Eaters bowed and did as they were told. As soon as he was alone, Voldemort rubbed his eyes and held onto his head. A popping sound in front of him caused him to reopen his eyes, and in an instant his wand was out, firing a cruciatus at the bee-owned-haired man that had arrived. After several seconds he relinquished the curse. "Take that as a lesson, Caldwell," Voldemort commanded. "Never appear before me unannounced again." "1,000 pardons, my lord," Caldwell replied, kneeling both in pain and for forgiveness. "But I have a message to deliver to you." Dumbledore sat in his office, staring at the three men who were gathered around him. Mundungus Fletcher was simply sitting in a chair, his head hung low, after the verbal thrashing that Dumbledore had given him for letting Harry slip by unnoticed. Sturgis Prodmore was also sitting back, contemplating everything that had happened, not saying much of anything. The main focus of the room was on Alistair Moody, as he clunked back and forth across the room in a pacing motion, his face curled into a scowl and his mechanical eye rapidly swaying to and fro to take in everything around him. Moody stopped for a moment and took a swig from his hip flask. He grumbled under his breath as he replaced the flask and turned towards Dumbledore with his twinkling eyes regarding him. "Tell us again, Alistair," he asked as calmly as could be expected for a time like this. "Did you find anything in Diagon Alley?" "I told you already, Albus," the ex-Auror screamed in frustration. "I went up and down that alley 100 times. I even went down Nocturne a couple of times just to be thorough. And I saw nothing." Alistair continued to scowl at the headmaster, his good eye fiercely blinking at his irksome failure. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully, slowly contemplating everything, before he spoke again. "It's obvious that's where the boy went," he finally stated, pretty certain in his own mind that he had in fact gone there. What had spurred him to make said journey was beyond Dumbledore's grasp at this point. For all he knew, the boy could have just gone a shopping spree at the Quidditch store. But that didn't explain why Moody couldn't find him. "What makes you so certain?" Prodmore interrupted, finally standing up from the small chair he had conjured there. "He might have just hightailed it out of Britain for all we know. The boy's godfather did just die." In truth, Dumbledore had considered such a move on Harry's part, but had dismissed it equally. One thing had not gone wrong with his plan. Harry had far too many connections in the wizarding world to simply disappear. Shaking his head, he reiterated said suspicions to Prodmore, silencing him for the moment. Albus hung his head in frustration slightly when he heard a roar coming from the fireplace. He looked up and saw a pink-haired Auror come stumbling outwards, shaking off her robes as she did. "I hate flows," Tonks muttered to herself before turning to Dumbledore. "Watch her, Professor," she greeted, never really letting her eyes venture directly at Dumbledore. Albus raised an eyebrow at this. "Ah, Tonks. Good to see you. Have you checked Grimmauld?" Dumbledore clasped his hands together, hoping for the best. "Yes," she answered, taking an offered seat from Prodmore. "He's nowhere in sight. If he was there or if he was hiding, we certainly couldn't find him." She took another deep breath and let some of the stress of the day ease out. Tonks froze up at this as she quickly turned to Dumbledore, guilt-ridden on her face. "Look, Remus knows that house better than I do, and," she trailed off as she saw Dumbledore close his eyes and begin to rub his temples. This was the last thing he needed. Getting Lupin involved was just asking for trouble. "I don't suppose you mentioned why we were looking for Harry, did you?" She slowly nodded and the circular motion on Dumbledore's temples increased slightly. Now things were really starting to spiral out of control. Dumbledore had placed Tonks with Remus to try and encourage the man to seek a life outside of Harry, to try and hold him at bay for the time being, at least until the prophecy was fulfilled. It wouldn't do to have a werewolf who could go stark raving mad at a moment's notice in charge of the savior of the wizarding world. "I'm sorry, Professor," Tonks sheepishly replied, leaning her head down again. "I know you want to keep Remus out of the loop, but sometimes it's hard with those amber eyes of his. And I forgive you, Nymphadora," Dumbledore replied, offering the best smile he could. She flinched at her given name, but simply nodded in return. The important thing is that we try to find Harry and get him back to his relatives before we lose him for good. We simply can't have him gallivanting around unprotected. Did you check with the Weasleys, Albus? Moody asked, his eye turning slightly toward the ancient wizard. Dumbledore shook his head. If he was there, Molly would have notified me immediately. Or at least he hoped she would. Actually, it might not be a bad idea to check up on them. Dumbledore's thought process was interrupted again by the flash of green flames from his fireplace, and this time the voice of a familiar Auror speaking out for him. Excusing himself, he walked over to the fireplace and leaned in, observing the floating head of one Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley, Albus said, feigning happiness, fancy you calling at a time like this. Have you checked on the tracking charms I asked you for? The Auror nodded, but his face was more than grim. What's wrong? Albus asked, his face immediately turning pale. There was a Death Eater attack this afternoon. Albus' throat closed up, in Kensington. His throat reopened fully. The victims were the parents of one of your students. Hermione Granger. Albus raised an eyebrow at this, and in the back of his mind, his promise to protect her and her family echoed firmly, nagging against his conscience. Shaking his head, he nodded to the Auror, who continued. There's something strange about this attack though, some things that won't be included in the official report. Albus nodded slightly and raised his eyebrow again. Very well, I'll flow to your office immediately and we can apparate to the scene from there. Kingsley nodded and his head vanished from the fireplace. Dumbledore turned around and noticed the 4 people in the room with him. He hoped they hadn't overheard much. Alistair, Dumbledore began to bark out orders before anyone could say anything. Take Sturgis and try Diagon Alley again. Speak with the goblins this time. He would have had to stop by Gringotts to get money. Dumbledore hoped beyond hope he hadn't done anything else while there. Mundungus, check with your connections and see if anyone named Potter had checked into a Muggle hotel recently. Tonks, go back to HQ and keep Remus there. For heaven's sakes, don't let him go looking for the boy. Tell him anything to get him off the trail. Tonks nodded, a sorrowful look creeping over her face. Dumbledore noted it and filed it away for later use. As the 4 of them scattered to conduct their SIGN ments, Dumbledore leant against the wall, his face frowning greatly. Things were rapidly getting beyond his control, but they weren't completely sunk yet. If they could just find Harry, everything would be back to normal soon. The attack on the Grangers entered his mind and he headed off to assess the situation. Shame at the idea of Hermione Granger being dead barely entered his mind. There was a palpable silence in the great hall of Riddle Manor. The old house had been renovated to look more like a castle fortress than a large home over the years, if for no other reason than to match the outer attitudes and inner desires of its owner. The great hall was almost as large as the one at Hogwarts, was constantly dark save for the few torches that hung on the supports along the side, and was almost constantly filled with a creeping mist that could the joy right out of you. It was into this environment that the large elm doors swung open and a large man came stalking through. His solid black robes billowed at behind him, not unlike a certain Hogwarts potions master, though at this man's side was a small belt that had a dagger sheath at the right side. His long gray hair flowed behind him as well, and his face was heavily scarred from battles long since over with. He kept his gaze forward, deep blue eyes glistening in the torchlight, as he made his way forward to the end of the hall, where a large black throne carved out of onyx and studded with rubies and other precious gems sat. Sitting in it was Lord Voldemort. The man kneeled forward as he approached his master, closing his eyes as he did. Voldemort regarded the man for a moment before his face let a wry smile escape. Ah, Caliban, he began in a whispered tone, you have returned to me. I trust your latest prey was dealt with. Caliban looked up at his master and stood to his feet, respect having been shown. He reached into his robes and pulled out a pale white arm, blood dripping from the end. He turned it palm up, revealing the dark mark still burned into the skin, and threw it to the side. The blood traitor Igor Karkaroff is no more, my lord, Caliban replied, his voice raspy and filled with venom. Voldemort smiled again. You have done well, Caliban. I shall not forget it. Now, I have a new mission for you. Please, have a seat. Voldemort grabbed his wand and conjured a chair for Caliban to sit in. The wizard obliged, taking a goblet of liquid when it was offered from a cowering house elf. Voldemort did the same, his eyes never leaving Caliban. You might remember the one quarry you never found for me, Caliban grimaced at the mention. He didn't like talking about his failures, especially in front of the Dark Lord. Well, he has gone missing again. Caliban raised an eyebrow but remained silent. For quite some time now I have been aware of a special bond between my enemy and myself. It seems that the curse that resulted in my unfortunate absence some 14 years ago had an interesting after effect. I can sense him, sense what he is thinking, and in turn he can feel my emotions and sense my presence. He paused and closed his eyes. However, today I was racked by a great pain in my head. When it had subsided, I felt out for young Harry, and could not sense him. The link had been destroyed. He opened his eyes again, the piercing red gaze glancing out at no one in particular. This is ancient magic at work. No magic that the boy or his worthless protectors possess would be able to destroy the link utterly. He took a sip of his drink and continued, Caliban just continuing to listen. I want you to find him, Caliban, and bring him to me. If I cannot torture him through our shared minds, then I shall torture him in person. The anger hidden in his voice even made Caliban pause. If it had been any other person, Caliban would have told him he was wasting his time with a 15-year-old boy. If it had been any other person, Caliban likely wouldn't have given them the time of day. But this wasn't any other person. Very well, my lord, Caliban replied, setting his goblet aside. I shall find this Harry Potter and bring him before you, alive. He motioned to take his leave, but Voldemort lowered his hand. There is more, Voldemort replied, his face slightly cross. Caliban nodded and sat back down. Would you like to hear a story, Caliban? Not waiting for an answer, he motioned for another Death Eater standing there to come forward. Bring me Caldwell, he commanded, and the Death Eater obliged quickly. A side door was opened and a half-bloodied man in tattered robes was thrown at the feet of the Dark Lord and his servant. Caliban had met Jonas Caldwell once or twice, and was frankly unimpressed with the posturing Death Eater. Caldwell's beaten violet eyes gazed up at the Dark Lord and at Caliban, fear outlining each side of them. Caldwell, Voldemort hissed, tell our guest the story you told me. We were sent on a raid to a house in Kensington, he began, his voice shaky as he figured what was coming as soon as his tale was over. We killed some parents of a mudblood friend of Potter's. She escaped and we went looking for her. He paused, his throat raw from telling the tale. Voldemort grimaced at him and pulled out his wand. Crucio. The jagged red bolt of energy struck Caldwell square in the chest, and the younger Death Eater screamed in agony as he withered away under its power. After several seconds, Voldemort removed the curse. Finish the tale, he commanded. When we came back downstairs, Caldwell continued, still breathing heavily, we found this other man. He used a flesh-eating curse on Goyle, and a disemboweling curse on Crabbe. He left me alive, and gave me a message for my master. He said that the true heir of Slytherin had returned, and that he would not tolerate my master's temper tantrums any longer. Caliban scowled at the disrespect for his master, but surprisingly Voldemort had a smile on his face. Thank you, Jonas. That was a wonderful story, and you tell it so well. He picked up his wand and tapped it on his chin, as if deep in thought. Now, I know the Muggles have a saying, something about don't shoot the messenger. Hate quickly flashed over his features. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse shot out of his wand quickly and suddenly, engulfing Caldwell in its cold, lifeless embrace. Caldwell slumped forward, his eyes glazed over with the sweet release of death. Voldemort simply replaced his wand and looked back to Caliban. I want you to find this imposter heir of Slytherin. Find him and bring him before me, so that I may show him the true power of Salazar Slytherin, greatest of the Founders Four. Caliban nodded and stood, before kneeling down before his master. I shall do as you ask. You shall have them both before you, and they shall writhe in agony at your feet. None of them shall ever question the power of Lord Voldemort again. Voldemort smiled and almost let out a slight laugh. There is one more thing, Voldemort said as he motioned off to the side. A shorter, fully clad Death Eater came forward, thought he looked to only be a teen. His gray eyes stared ahead, in awe of everything going on before him. He too knelt down in front of his master as Caliban stood up to take him in. This is Draco Malfoy Caliban, Voldemort began, Lucius' son. He is a little wet behind the ears, but our young dragon has the makings of a superb Death Eater. I want you to take him under your capable wing on this mission. Show what is required of those who take my mark. Caliban gazed down at the boy and simply nodded to his master. I shall do as you ask. Voldemort smiled again. Of course you will, Caliban. He turned back to Malfoy, who kept in a kneeling position. You will follow this man's orders as if your life depended on it, for it truly does. Do you understand me, young dragon? Yes, my lord, came the curt reply from the younger Malfoy. Voldemort nodded to them both and waved his hand in dismissal. Caliban backed away slowly from Voldemort before turning and taking his dramatic leave, Malfoy tottering closely behind trying to keep up. Neither spoke to one another for several minutes as they headed out of the great hall and down a flight of stairs to a small armory. Caliban threw open the doors and began to search about the table for various items. Malfoy entered in slowly, a bit out of breath from the harried pace that his counterpart kept up with. He shut the doors and looked upon the man, his telltale sneer quickly drawing across his face. They tell me you're a tracker, Draco began, slowly stalking behind Caliban, who did not halt his search to listen. They say you're no better than the Dark Lord's pet bloodhound. Malfoy snickered. He kept his nose firmly planted up in the air, trying to pry himself under the skin of his new mentor. I am heir to one of the most respected and feared pureblood families in the world. I expect you to show me the respect that is mine by right. Caliban looked up and stared at Malfoy out of the corner of his eye. A small smile appeared on the man's face, followed by a slight laughter. Why are you laughing? Malfoy demanded to know. In no short order, Caliban had Draco pinned against the wall, with his wand pointed firmly at the prodigal son's quickly gulping throat. Draco's eyes went wide and fear quickly etched across his face. Caliban maintained his smile, but his overall countenance took on a much more sinister aura. I will show you exactly the respect you deserve, he spat out, continuing to hold the boy with unseen force to the wall. That is to say, none at all. I don't give a damn who your father is or who the hell you think you are. To me, you're nothing but a sniveling whelp who has a long way to go before you earn any of my respect. In my care you will learn everything you need to know. You will learn the ruthlessness and the cunning necessary to be a Death Eater. Your raw talents, numerous they might be, are as of yet unrefined, and until they are, you are more of a liability to me than anything. Were it not for the Dark Lord's personal interest in your training, I would just as soon leave you abandoned at the roadside. Draco was quickly getting more and more fearful of the man, who tilted his head sideways. What's the matter, Malfoy? No snide comebacks. No trademark Malfoy sneer. Pity. I thought you'd have more backbone than your father. Caliban waved his wand forward and Malfoy shot from the wall, landing in a heap on the floor in front of a table. You're nothing but a worthless worm, Malfoy. A sniveling coward who will go to the other side whenever it suits him. You aren't worthy of the name Death Eater, and unless you do exactly as I say, you never will be. Follow my instructions and you shall be rewarded, by not being punished. The Dark Lord grants me wide berths on these training exercises, and I can be very creative with my curses. He let this linger for a moment, letting the dread settle over Malfoy a little longer. Once he had finished, Caliban sheathed his wand and handed a bundle of clothing to Malfoy. Put these on, they're different from your regular robes. Before Draco could question him further, Caliban stormed out of the room, locking the door as he went. Kingsley Shacklebolt sat at his desk, patiently looking over some paperwork that had just been handed to him. Apparently Igor Karkaroff, former headmaster of the Drumstrang Institute and former Death Eater, had been found dead, his body washed up on shore, his left arm cut off. The method of his murder led to only one conclusion. Caliban de Montesquieu. Caliban was one of the most ferocious Death Eaters that the Dark Lord had at his disposal. He was a tracker, capable seemingly of hunting down anyone anywhere, and when he was instructed to kill someone, he spared no expense of his wrath. Little was known about the man other than he emerged as one of the first followers of the Dark Lord during the First War. No one even knew his real name. It had been thought he might have been a friend of the Dark Lord before he became Voldemort, but this, like many other legends of Voldemort's past, was pure speculation at best. Kingsley shook his head and set aside the man's file. It wouldn't do to dwell on such horrific thoughts at a time like this. He had to keep his mind clear for Dumbledore. As if on cue, the small fireplace inside his office lit up with a green hue and Dumbledore came out of the flames, his face drawn and his eyes devoid of their characteristic twinkle. Shacklebolt stood up and shook the man's hand, his face equally drawn. "Thank you for coming, Albus. Any news on?" Dumbledore shook his head. "We've seen neither hide nor hair of the boy Kingsley," Dumbledore replied, trying to sound as worried as possible. "He's out there on his own. We have to find him soon." Kingsley frowned again, causing Dumbledore to look at him suspiciously. "I think I can help with that," Kingsley replied. "Let's go to the scene. The house is 15 Herald Street in Kensington." Dumbledore nodded, and in no short order they had both apparated out of the office. They arrived in front of the abandoned house near sundown. Dumbledore noticed how in place it looked with the rest of the neighborhood, and sensed the muggle-repelling charms around the house proper that would turn people away from its gaze so that they wouldn't notice the partially unhinged door. "Okay," Kingsley began, slowly walking up to the door. "The official story is that 3 Death Eaters apparated into the living room of Muggle-born witch Hermione Granger. Miss Granger attempted to fight back but was disarmed, and made to watch her parents tortured and killed. Then she used some bit of accidental magic to get away and hide in one of those panic rooms some Muggle houses have. The Death Eaters then argued amongst themselves at the scene, causing one of them, Jonas Caldwell, to kill the other 2, Gregory Goyle Sr. and Vincent Crabbe Sr., before firing up the dark mark and apparating out. Miss Granger apparently also got to her things and her whereabouts are currently unknown." Kingsley stopped as they approached the door, and let out a deep sigh. "I assume the reality of it is far more interesting?" Dumbledore asked, though in truth he already knew what the answer was. "You don't know the half of it," Kingsley responded, opening the slightly ajar door all the way. Dumbledore stepped inside and immediately stopped. Dead in front of him were the corpses of the Granger parents. Though Dumbledore had only met them once or twice, they seemed to be highly sensible people. He could easily ascertain that they had been tortured and killed as Kingsley stated. Their faces were carved statues of someone who had been suffering under the cruciatus. He glanced over and internally grimaced at the next scene. Off in the distance were the bones and flesh of what Dumbledore assumed to be a Death Eater given the state of his robes. Obviously he hadn't lasted very long there. The man closer to him, a man he recognized as Crabbe the Elder, was also very much deceased, his intestines having spilled out halfway from his abdomen onto the floor. The smell was rather overwhelming, and Dumbledore waved his wand, casting a charm to make it smell faintly of blueberries. "So far this seems in line with your tale, Kingsley," Dumbledore stated, stepping further in and making sure to avoid the Grangers' bodies. "Frankly, I don't understand what the problem is." "The problem is," Kingsley replied, "that there's more to it than the official report. The first part happened just like I told you, far as we know. But there's a bit more there. Seems that once Miss Granger made her way to the panic room, she got a message out." "A message?" Albus' mind was working quickly to try and figure all this out. "To whom?" "We aren't certain," Kingsley admitted, "but I have my own suspicions about that I'll get to in a moment. Regardless, whoever got the message was the one who apparated here, and the one who did this." He pointed to the 2 Death Eaters. "We actually found Caldwell here, alive but under a deep sleeping charm. He had his memory wiped, but kept saying something about delivering a message to his master. He managed to get away, somehow." Dumbledore nodded with a frown. "Caldwell had once been a star student at Hogwarts, a pity it had gone for naught." "What makes you think that someone else killed Crabbe and Goyle?" "Because we checked their wands. None of them fired off any spells of that type. We even think that this mystery person was the one who sent up the dark mark. And Miss Granger, we think she left with this mystery person or ran off on her own. The panic room was open when we got here, so she did leave. We checked her room too. Her school trunk and several books are gone. Remember those tracking charms you wanted on the boy's owl?" Dumbledore nodded. "Well, they took effect the minute the bird arrived at Harry's home. Almost immediately after arriving, the owl flew here, to this house, stayed for a while, and then left again. The time in which it left almost directly coincides with the time that the attack would have taken place near as we can tell. The bird then went to just outside Diagon Alley in Muggle London, where suddenly it vanished. It vanished. Dumbledore turned astounded. There's only a few things that could erase the Ministry's tracking of an owl, and Dumbledore couldn't think of any viable ones right now. Kingsley simply nodded. Dumbledore paced slowly through the living room, his mind uneasy with what was happening. He had already arrived at his conclusion, even if Hart didn't want to believe it. Kingsley sighed and walked back to his friend. Albus, I think Harry might have done this. Dumbledore nodded and said nothing else, motioning for Kingsley to leave. Shacklebolt held up for a second, placing small devices on the 4 bodies in the room. This will mark them for pickup relatively soon, he explained. I wanted you to see the scene firsthand. They both walked outside, unaware of the instant apparitions going on behind them by the magic reversal department. Thank you, old friend, Albus said, keeping his distance from the Auror as he seemed to stare off into nothing. Albus, Kingsley replied, sounding very grim, if Harry did this I have to know. And we have to find him. We can't have a vigilante on our hands killing Death Eaters on his own whim. Dumbledore nodded and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. I don't think we should dwell on this for too long, Kingsley. After all, the official report is just as good for now. Kingsley stared at him blankly for a moment, before his eyes glazed over from the memory charm being placed on him almost immediately. Kingsley began to shake his head and Dumbledore grabbed him by the cuff of his robes, apparating back to the Auror's office, leaving 15 Herald Street in the first real peace it had seen in quite some time. Harry didn't sleep much that night. After about a half hour of fitful sleep he gave up and simply sat on the edge of his bed, watching the slow rise and fall of Hermione's chest. He was content to simply sit there for hours, watching over her, protecting her. Occasionally she would start to toss and turn, no doubt in the grips of a nightmare about her parents. Harry would lean forward and whisper comforting words to her, and that seemed to ease her anguish and allow her to drift back to sleep. Harry didn't really understand what spurred on this peaceful watch that he maintained over his friend. Perhaps it was the Hufflepuff he had gained bringing out his loyalty to her. Or his inner Ravenclaw allowing him to bring inner tranquility to the tortured mind. Looking at it subjectively, Harry liked to think it was just because. At some point Harry did manage to nod off slightly, for when he awoke Hermione's bed was empty. His eyes quickly darted around the room, only to settle on the girl sitting in a chair against a window, her hands cradling something or other. Harry slowly got up, his muscles stiff from the awkward way in which he had slept, and he slowly padded over to Hermione. She looked up at him, rapidly trying to dry her eyes. Harry glanced down at what she was holding, and his breath took a pause. Briefly he had caught a flash of some photos from Hogwarts. She quickly closed the book, but the look he gave her let her know the jig was up. Sighing, she opened the book. It's an album I made. I was going to give it to you for your birthday, but. She trailed off as she handed the book to Harry and allowed him to flip through the pages. The book was constructed from a hard leather binding, colored red and gold, Harry noted, and filled nearly to the brim with photographs from his first 5 years at Hogwarts. He suspected that Colin had taken many of the pictures, but that wouldn't explain his victory at his first Quidditch match ever. Are shots of the leaving feast in first year. Harry didn't question it, however, and simply allowed him to be overtaken by many of the memories. His eyes settled on one picture of the DA, and his eyes crossed the visage of the man he considered his brother, Ron Weasley. To be certain, Harry wasn't entirely sure how the Weasleys would react to this bit of news given everything that had happened to him, but he hoped that they would accept it. He didn't want to lose Ron as a friend. His eyes crossed the picture of Ginny and he too felt a longing to keep her as a friend. There had been a short time when he had thought that something more was developing there, but it had passed almost as quickly as the school year had faded. Closing the album, he simply looked at its cover and muttered, "Thank you, my own." He looked up at the young girl, perhaps for the first time as a young woman, and offered a genuine smile. Hermione returned it, and they both stayed there a moment, enjoying each other's company. After a few moments, Harry excused himself to take a shower. As he stood under the hot water, He leaned forward and let out a long, deep breath. The gravity of the situation was beginning to weigh on his mind, and he slowly took to trying to relax the tension out of his muscles. He stood in the steam-filled room for several minutes, rapidly inhaling and exhaling the relief his pent-up frustration and anger. As he did, his train of thought took several different directions at once. The muddled feelings that he had for Hermione. The ramifications of his actions the day previous. Sirius' death. Everything circled around in his mind as he came to one final conclusion. Dumbledore. Thinking of the old man he had trusted slowly began to make Harry's blood boil as he pieced everything together. It was so bloody obvious now. Everything that had happened in his life had been perfectly orchestrated by Dumbledore. The man had sat back with his goddamned lemo drops and watched as Harry's life played before him like some symphony. A symphony written and composed by Albus Dumbledore. He had sent him to live with the Dursleys. He had allowed Snape to violate him. He was at least partly responsible for his godfather's death. Add to those three immutable facts the recent discoveries of those damnable curses on his soul and Harry could hear a slight crack in the mirror of the bathroom as he considered everything, and silently forced himself to calm down. After he was certain he could continue without blowing the place up, he began to focus on Dumbledore once more. The casual way in which Dumbledore seemed to interfere with Harry's life may have upset him more than even the actual act. Who was this man to dictate Harry's life? Just because he was considered the greatest sorcerer of all time did not give him the right to interfere so directly in another person's life. Doing so meant he was no better than that which the old man claimed to stand against, namely Voldemort. Harry almost chuckled at the irony. He shut off the water and used a small charm to dry himself off. Throwing on an old polo shirt and some jeans, he reminded himself he'd have to get a proper Muggle attire to go along with the massive number of wizard's robes he had purchased. Furthermore, he knew Hermione would need some new clothes too, and a place to stay. Harry came out of the bathroom with his mind slightly dazed. Hermione was still sitting on her bed, glancing at the photos, her hair still hanging loose and her eyes still partially puffy and red. Harry could tell she had been crying again. The poor girl had been traumatized in ways that Harry didn't possibly understand. Harry, she asked, closing the book and looking at him with worry adamant in her eyes. Where are we going to stay? I mean, I know you're emancipated and everything, but. Well, I'm still 16 for a few months. And they could still try to take you back to the Dursleys. Quote. Harry frowned. The girl needed to do something besides worry. Inwardly he thought for a moment, trying to allay her latest concerns, but he was certain that underneath it all there was an underlying problem that they had to confront. He thought back to anything that might help him with her obvious concern to be left alone again, to be taken away from safety. His knowledge of technical matters concerning wizarding law were sorely lacking. He looked down at his hands, eyeing the Potter ring as he did so. The conversation with Orlok the day previous, and an idea came to his head. I think I can help you with that. I can make it so that Dumbledore can't touch us. Hermione flinched at the spite that shone in his voice at the use of the headmaster's name, but she didn't call him on it. Harry held out his hand, extending his ring finger. Place your wand on my ring, he asked, recalling the ancestral knowledge that seemed to be inherent to the ring. Hermione tilted her head slightly. Harry, what are you going to do? Harry didn't answer, and merely motioned for her to perform the requested action. Hermione kept a solid look on Harry, wary of anything out of the ordinary. After several seconds, she pulled her wand out of her pocket and placed it on his ring. There was a slight red spark as she did so. I, Harry James Potter, Lord of the House of Potter, do hereby and forevermore recognize Hermione Jane Granger as a friend of the House of Potter and shall offer her the safety and protections of my house till such a time when she releases me from this oath. So mote it be. The room darkened a little as the ring glowed with power, accepting the ancient oath. When it was done, Harry let out a deep breath and sat back down on the bed. Hermione just stared at him with a raised eyebrow. What just happened? She asked, pocketing her wand again. I just made you a friend of my house, he said, idly running his fingers through his hair. Essentially that makes me like your legal guardian. And since I'm emancipated, they can't do anything to me. Locking me up at the Dursleys would be like kidnapping. He offered as much of a smile as he could, frankly a little embarrassed at how quickly the idea had come to him. He silently hoped that she wouldn't rebuke him for the gesture without asking her first. Hermione contemplated it for a moment, before nodding her head and releasing the same sorrowful smile that had been a constant companion on her face. "Thank you," she managed to whisper again, and Harry smiled back. For once she didn't press him on why he had done it, or how he had done it, but simply sat there, the explanation from the night previous being enough in her mind. Harry could still see the lingering effects of something they needed to talk about lurking at the fringe of her mind. Hermione seemed apt to not want to talk about it. Before Harry could bring it up, she changed the subject again. "So, are we going to this new house of yours?" she asked, trying to sound curious. Harry paused and simply nodded. "Yeah, I'm kind of eager to get there myself. But first we need to get you some new clothes." Hermione looked down at herself and frowned. "But Harry, I don't have any money." She cast a deep frown, one that almost made Harry's heart ache at seeing it. Shaking his head, Harry managed a small smirk. "Oh, but I do. And before you say anything, let's just get one thing straight. I can't have a friend of the House of Potter not be treated as a friend of the House of Potter. That means you are going to go and buy however much you want or need, no questions asked." "But, no buts," Harry interjected, his smile growing wider. "I need some more Muggle clothes anyway, so at least you won't be alone." He paused for a moment before setting his new album in his trunk and shrinking both of them. Handing Hermione's to her, she gave a slight smirk and headed out of the room. He left her aside as he checked out of the hotel, using his Gringotts card to pay for everything. Once that was taken care of, he walked with Hermione back behind the hotel, ready to show her his other new gadget. Part of the 16-year-old kid in him was thrilled to death at the prospect of trying out Sirius' old motorbike, though the sight of it still filled him with sadness as far as his godfather was concerned. Once they had reached the back of the hotel, he removed the shrunken bike and tapped his wand on it. In mere moments the bike had enlarged to its full size, and Harry got his first real up-close look at it. The bike appeared to be about 20 or so years old, but it shone as if it were brand new. It was heavily covered with black chrome with orange and gray flame decals added along the sides. Harry paced around the bike a few moments, softly touching it with his hand. Hermione merely stood back and watched the whole display. Harry looked up at her, and got the biggest grin he had on his face on quite a long while. "So," he began, the grin not leaving his face, "you ready to go shopping?" Hermione looked at him with her hands firmly placed on her hips, a smirk riding across her face. "Harry James Potter," she scolded him incredulously, "you don't honestly expect me to ride that monstrosity?" "It's not a monstrosity," Harry replied, feigning hurt at the remark. "This is a work of art." He extended his hands again to present the bike to Hermione, who simply approached it and regarded the look on Harry's face as he made his way around it. It had been months since she had seen the boy she considered to be her best friend this happy. More than a small part of her wanted nothing more than to just curl up into a ball and welcome oblivion, but seeing him like this, seeing him actually happy, managed to simply shut out the darkness, if even for only a moment. Shaking her head, she grabbed the helmet that Harry offered and slowly lowered it over her head. Straddling the bike, she sat behind Harry and firmly grasped his waist after he too mounted the bike. Harry," she suddenly asked, "you do know how to ride this thing, right?" Harry glanced back at her with an evil glint in his eye as he revved the engine. "Only one way to find out," he barked, and before she could question him further, they were off. They started off slowly, Harry working out the kinks of learning the bike. The beginner's learning charms worked wonders, however, and allowed Harry to get comfortable with the signals and braking of the bike. He noticed that Hermione never really let go of his waist at all, holding a firm grip without breaking it once. Internally, it made Harry blush slightly. Once they made it out onto the open road, Harry began to push the bike closer and closer to its limits. As they sped up, Harry felt the grin on his face go wider and wider, and at the same time felt the grasp on his waist go tighter and tighter. Harry let out a yell in excitement, ignoring the glares he was likely getting from behind. Eventually, as the speed became more constant, he felt the grip lessen, and he smiled as he could instinctively feel Hermione relax. After about an hour's ride, they pulled up to a small town somewhere off the main road. They stopped in a small shopping district, parking the bike further away from the rest of the cars and walking the rest of the way. Hermione didn't say anything for a few seconds, and Harry just kept his head down, a grin still firmly plastered on his face. Finally, he spoke up. So, did you like the ride? He glanced over and could see the corners of Hermione's mouth twitching just a bit as she fought with her own self-composure. Next time, she replied, trying to keep as straight a face as possible, try not to scream too much. She offered a smile to him and headed into the shopping mall. Harry simply stalked after her. Several hours later, Harry and Hermione emerged from the mall with several bags in tow. Having shrunken them down to fit into a magically expanded jeans pocket, they walked up to the bike, but instead of grabbing a helmet, Harry tapped the bike twice with his wand, after making sure the coast was clear, and shrunk it down. Hermione looked at him oddly as he placed the bike in his pocket temporarily and flushed around for something. Harry, what's going on? She asked, crossing her arms and tilting her head to the side slightly. I'm getting out a portkey. It'll take us to my house. Well, one of my houses. Anyway, in truth, Harry still wasn't certain how many properties he owned. He'd have to check with Griphook soon. He pulled out the slightly crumpled piece of parchment and held it outward. He motioned for Hermione to take hold of it as he clearly intoned. Potter Manor, 44 Snidget Lane, Valyrian, Scotland. After a few seconds, he felt the familiar tugging sensation at his navel and was sent spinning. A few moments later, he and Hermione landed a bit ungracefully on a small patch off the side of a gravel road. Picking themselves up and dusting themselves off, Harry placed the parchment back in his pocket and pulled out his motorbike. Hermione merely looked around, a bit confused. The portkey took us 5 miles away, he explained, unshrinking his bike as he did. Pulling out the helmets, he handed Hermione's hers and placed his on his head. We just need to go a short ways up the road. Hermione nodded and sat on the bike. Harry smirked a little at how much more eager she seemed to be this go around. Revving the engine again, they took off down the road. They passed through a small village that couldn't have been more than a few houses and shops wide, and as quickly as they had appeared, they were replaced by the wild fields of Scotland. Harry slowed as he neared a small inlet street marked as Snidget Lane. He turned left, almost instinctively following the road to Potter Manor. After traveling a few hundred yards, they came to a stop in front of a large, ornate steel gate. The gate was surrounded by a large limestone fence that seemed to go on for several yards in both directions. Behind the gate was a continuation of the gravel road they had been traveling on. Harry stopped the bike and pushed down the kickstand, taking off his helmet as he did. He slowly walked towards the gate and glanced through the bars. The only thing he could see in the distance was the tree-lined road leading up to a circle drive. Off in the corner was a small orchard that seemed to be fairly young as opposed to the rest of the local vegetation. He focused on the address in his mind and saw a building suddenly pop into view. The manor house was larger than any other house Harry had ever seen. It appeared to have at least 4 stories to it and nearly spanned across his entire field of vision. At each corner there was an old-style parapet, making the house look more like a castle than a home. He heard a sudden gasp beside him and saw that Hermione had joined him. They both stood there for a long time, admiring the beauty of the home. Harry's eyes flushed over a bit when he swore he saw a Quidditch pitch off to the side near the orchard. Once they had finished their staring, Harry tried to push open the gate and found it firmly locked. He tried a few more times to no avail. Well, that's odd, he said, a small fraction of his mind suddenly gripped with panic. What good was a house if you were locked out at the front gate? Frowning, he looked at the iron doors with a raised eyebrow, when something caught his eye. There was a small hole, near the center of the entrance. Small enough for a key of some kind, or maybe even. Harry stepped back a few paces and held out his hand. He clenched it into a fist and stuck the Potter ring firmly into the gate hole. There was a short delay, followed by a slight vibration along the iron bars. After this had passed, the latch lifted and the gate swung open. It didn't take but a few seconds for Harry and Hermione to jump back on the bike, sans helmets this time, and ride the short distance up the road to the house, the gate slamming shut behind them. As they drew closer to the house, they were even more amazed by its beauty. The house was covered on the front by several hedge bushes, and ivy was growing up along the reddened brickworks. They stopped at the end of the circle drive, parking the bike right in front of the large mahogany doors that were the centerpiece of a small porch that looked like it had been built on relatively recently compared to the rest of the house. Harry stood up and remained silent, tears slightly forming at the corners of his eyes. Here at last he had his home. A pair of small pops in front of the pair brought them back to the here and now. Harry looked down at his newly hired house elves, Dobby and Winky, and saw them smiling equally at him. They had replaced the mismatched clothes they had been wearing before with more well-made clothing, each with the Potter family crest emblazoned on the front. Harry smiled back, and he hoped that Dobby had been up to the task he had given to him the night before when Hermione had been asleep. Hermione simply looked down and stared at them wondering. "Dobby?" she asked, a frown suddenly appearing on her face, "and Winky? What are you two doing here away from Hogwarts?" Before Harry could interject or explain, Dobby decided to answer for him. "Dobby and Winky is bonded to Master Harry Potter, Miss Hermy," Dobby said innocently enough. Hermione got a disappointed look on her face, and glanced up at Harry, her looks demanding an answer. Raising his hands in his defense, Harry managed to blurt out, "House elves have to be bonded to a witch or wizard in order to stay alive. They're free elves, not avs, and I'll pay them whatever they want." Harry backed away a little bit. As powerful as he might be magically, he didn't want to face down Hermione Granger in full-blown SPEW mode. Her face softened somewhat, however, at the explanation, and she simply nodded her head. She motioned for him to open the door, and Harry stepped forward and did as he was told. And their breath was instantly knocked out of them. The doors opened to a large entryway that filled nearly 2 floors. A large winding staircase descending from both ends and covered in velvet carpet wrapped around the entryway. As they slowly sauntered into the main entry hall, their feet cautiously moving across the tiled marble floors, they gaped in awe at the twin crystal chandeliers hanging above either end of the staircase. "Incredible," Harry whispered to himself. This was more than he could have hoped for in his wildest dreams. He kept a wide-eyed look plastered on his face as he took in the gigantic room, taking in every inch of it. It was several seconds before he felt himself being rushed along by Dobby for the tour of the remainder of the house. It took them several hours to tour the whole house, sans the basement level which Harry promised himself he'd explore later. The first floor contained the entryway, a formal sitting room and living area, an elegant dining room, and a smaller parlor with a breakfast table off the rather large kitchen. It also contained an ornate ballroom that caused Harry to internally blush as he remembered the disaster that had been the Yule Ball, save for one special moment. Next to the ballroom was the room that caused Hermione's eyes to light up like candles on Christmas Eve. They exited the ballroom and entered a massive library that spanned 2 floors. There were several tables and chairs for studying on the first floor, and the bookshelves that lined the wall stretched all the way to the second floor. Straight above the middle of the room was a wooden scaffold suspended by what appeared to be magical chains, no doubt another sitting area for reading and research. He practically could hear Hermione's mind racing, formulating reading schedules and the like for her and him. Quickly he grabbed her arm and led her up to the second floor, promising to visit later. She pouted slightly, but allowed Harry to see the rest of the house. The second floor had a few bathrooms and guest rooms in it and a rather large lounge with picture view windows overlooking the Quidditch pitch in the distance, but not much else. The third floor contained all bedrooms, including the master bedroom that Harry would check out for himself later. He also skipped one other room on purpose till after they had finished the tour. The fourth floor was completely different from the layout of the rest of the castle. As opposed to the elegant hardwoods and marble floors, this was cut out of the brick and mortar that made up the outside of the house. There wasn't much up there anyway, other than archival room with several scrolls that Harry made a note to go through, another 2 guest rooms and several storage areas that could be converted into whatever might be necessary at the time. Satisfied with the tour, Harry and Hermione made their way down to the third floor again, stopping at the door that Harry had skipped over previously. "What's so special about this room, Harry?" Hermione asked, stopping in front of the door rather impatiently. Harry simply got a big grin on his face and opened the door. When Hermione looked in, her jaw had dropped. Her room had been set up much like the one in her own home had been, but with a few changes, of course. There was no computer on the desk, instead replaced with a quill and several rolls of parchment. Her bed was covered in the same quilts and sheets, though they were magically expanded to cover the much larger bed. Other than that, much of its original feel had been retained. Harry smiled and nodded to Dobby, who just held his hands together and offered the closest equivalent to a blush a house elf could give. Harry then turned to Hermione, and noticed the glassy look and shimmering circles forming in the corners of her eyes. He moved towards her, concerned that he might have overdone it, that maybe this was bringing too much back to her too fast. "My own?" he asked, a bit nervously. He was nearly knocked over by the desperate embrace that came over him seconds later. He stood there stunned for a fraction of a second before he returned the embrace, offering a soothing whisper to Hermione, who seemed to be on the precipice of falling into the depression that had gripped her last night. They stayed that way a few moments longer, before a sigh clued Harry into Hermione's more stable demeanor. He slowly backed away, and she just nodded to herself. She then gazed up at Harry, her brown eyes never wavering from his face. "Harry, this is too much. You didn't have to." She trailed off again, her eyes still a bit soggy from the previous episode. Harry felt a strong protective urge building up inside of his gut as he stood there. He held firm and waited for Hermione to look up at him. "I know," he replied, "I wanted to." Harry Potter couldn't sleep. His mind was filled with too many avenues and trains of thought to be able to sink into the peaceful world of slumber. So it was at that notion that Harry found himself sitting in a large chair in the master bedroom, leaning forward with his hands nestled underneath his chin, staring at the roaring fire. The grandfather clock behind him struck twice, an indication of the late hour. Harry let out a deep sigh, and simply kept his eyes firmly on the fire. He was truthfully beginning to wonder if this was going to become an overt ritual of his, sitting and thinking as opposed to actually sleeping. He briefly contemplated meditating a bit, to try and use some of the mind-numbing calm that his Ravenclaw inheritance seemed to have given him, but he couldn't get his mind in an orderly state enough to begin the process. Not to mention that he still wanted to be alert. Though he was certain enough of wizarding law to think that Dumbledore couldn't touch him, and he was pretty certain that no one could find him here, a small part of him still wasn't sure. He silenced his wrenching doubt and settled on another matter entirely. Hermione. The notion that he was in love with Hermione had replayed itself again and again in his head, and it was making more and more sense the more times it did. He went over everything about her in his mind, her cleverness, her inner and outer beauty. But more than anything, it was simply her presence. It wasn't any one thing that Harry could pinpoint that made him want to be around her, it was simply the fact that he wanted to be around her. There didn't need to be any other reason. Harry sincerely hoped that was what it meant to be loved. He also kept his feelings bottled up for now. He didn't want to put Hermione through anything further, especially if she didn't reciprocate his feelings. Sighing, he walked over to the large desk that was set against the wall in the master bedroom and pulled out a sheet of parchment. He had been contemplating how to handle the possible situation brewing with the Weasleys, the closest thing he had to a family. He also wanted to get in contact with Remus, who was probably the only person he felt he could truly trust outside of Hermione. More than once on the previous year, Sirius had made it known, to him at least, that the things that Dumbledore was doing were highly out of bounds. At the time, Harry just thought that his godfather had meant the occlumency training with Snape. Looking back on it with new knowledge, Harry realized that there was more to that. He idly wondered why his godfather hadn't mentioned anything to him in more specific detail, but figured that he would have if he could have. No doubt Dumbledore would have tied that loose end up as well. If it weren't for the old man's disrespect of the goblins, Harry would probably still be in the dark. Thinking of Sirius again made him come to another realization. He no longer blamed himself for the man's death, at least not like he did just a few days prior. Simply looking at the problem from a disengaged perspective allowed Harry to see who the blame truly lay with. He deserved some of it, he reminded himself, for falling into that stupid trap of Voldemort's. But Bellatrix deserved most of the credit. She sent Sirius through the veil in the first place. Dumbledore had some of the blame for keeping Harry out of the loop for so long. He chided himself partially when he thought that Sirius might have been to blame himself for taunting Bellatrix as well. Shaking his head, Harry put these thoughts aside and focused on the parchment in his hand. He decided to write Ron first, but not to let too much information out. He trusted Ron, but he didn't want all of this information to fall into Dumbledore's hands. He knew he'd have to borrow Hermione's owl as well. Hedwig was too easily recognizable. Correcting himself, he remembered that nice little disillusionment charm he'd recently inherited, garnering a snort as Harry reminded himself he still needed to digest all of this information that popped up at random times. Sighing again, he began to write the letter. Ron, I know I've probably given you a right scare about my disappearance, but I had to get out of that prison. I couldn't stand being there for a moment longer. The place just reminded me too much of the lack of control I've always had over my life. Also, if you've heard about the attack on Hermione's house, then rest easy, she's with me someplace safe. I can't tell you where right now, in case this letter gets intercepted. It'd be best if you burned it after you're done reading it, come to think of it. So much has happened that I hardly know where to begin. Needless to say, I can't reveal everything yet. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I don't trust all the people around you. Dumbledore has been using me. Probably for years. I don't know everything he did to me, but I do know he placed a lot of curses on me long ago. One of these caused my Muggle relatives to go mental just at the sight of me. I guess Dumbledore wanted me to look to him as a grandfather figure or something after years of being abused and tormented by the Dursleys. I also think he might have done something similar to Snape, but I can't be sure. Furthermore, he placed memory charms on me to keep me in the dark on a certain incident that happened when I was 6, when Remus rescued me for a week from that hellhole in Little Whinging. I just now remembered about it when the curses were lifted. He also put power blocks on me, keeping me from using my full magical potential. Finally, he kept me in the dark on a prophecy that was made when I was born between me and Voldemort. I won't go into all the intricate details, but the basic gist of it is that it's gonna come down to me and him in the end. Would have been nice to know that in. I don't know. Train for a while. Sorry, I'm venting. You can see why I'm a little hesitant to reveal too much. Rest assured, when I think the coast is clear, I'll tell you everything. I imagine if Dumbledore finds out you got this letter, he'll say that I've been bewitched or I'm in trouble or something. Please keep all of this to yourself as much as possible. Write back if you think it's safe, but only use the owl I send you. Any others might be tracked, or they can't find their way. Again, I'm alright, and so is Hermione, for the most part. She's had a rough time of it, but that's to be expected when your parents get killed. I hope to see you soon. Your best mate, Harry. Harry reread the letter again and, confident that he had been secretive enough while still being forthcoming, set it aside. He pulled down another piece of parchment and stared at it blankly for a few minutes, anger boiling up in the corner of his mind as he replayed the remembered scene from his newly revived memories. He had been in a particularly nasty row with his Uncle Vernon. Harry had actually had the gumption to stand up to the man, and Vernon had smacked him halfway across the room. To Harry's luck, Remus had happened by to check on him, a fact unknown to Dumbledore. Remus found him beaten and bloodied and instantly took him out of the house. He spent a week with Remus, which Harry now remembered to be one of the best weeks of his life, and he had learned all about his heritage and his parents in the process. That is, until Dumbledore showed up, took Harry back to the Dursleys and erased all knowledge of the event from his mind. Harry guessed that the manipulative old codger had done something similar to Remus, which is why it had never been brought up. Harry decided he needed to talk to the man face to face, in order to get all his feelings about Dumbledore, the Order, everything that had happened out in the open. Remus was the closest thing Harry had to a father now that Sirius was gone. He only hoped he could get to the man without crossing Dumbledore. As certain Harry was that he could eventually take down the old man, he didn't want to play all of his cards just yet. He wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to have some last trick up his sleeve that even Harry with all of his newfound power couldn't deal with. Placing quill to parchment, he wrote a short note to Remus. Moony, I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. I also solemnly swear that I'm all right. I'm sorry to have given you a scare, but it's necessary. As you may now remember, You should know how I was treated at the Dursleys all these years and I had to get out of there, protection or not. Needless to say I'm someplace safe, someplace where Voldemort nor Dumbledore can get to me. If you remember what happened 10 years ago, then you should know why I don't trust the headmaster anymore. I ask you to please not tell him of my contacting you, or of the fact that Hermione is staying with me right now. There's a lot we need to discuss, Moony, and we need to meet face to face. If there's any way we can secure Grimmauld, I can meet you there, or once I have heard from Gringotts I can find another place. Only send Hedwig with a reply. She'll know the way. Harry rolled up the second pieces of parchment and walked over to the window. He quickly tied both of them to Hedwig's ankle and pulled out his wand, gently tapping her on the head. She let out a perturbed coo at this, and slowly vanished into thin air. Harry stroked where her feathers were, and imagined the glare he was getting. Go to Ron first and wait for a reply. I made it so that only he can see you. Be sure to go directly to his room, not to the main post area. Then go to Remus. Come back safe, Hedwig. He heard the flutter of wings as the owl flew out into the night sky. Satisfied, Harry closed the window and yawned, his insomnia shattered for the moment. He was brought back to the world by a loud scream coming from the room next door. His eyes went wide and he bolted out of his bedroom. He turned the corner and quickly yet gently opened the door to Hermione's room. There he found her tossing in her bed, screaming to non-existent Death Eaters and crying in anguish for her parents. Harry jumped onto the bed as softly as he could, and tried to wake her up. Hermione, it's okay. It's me. Harry, you're safe. The cries didn't work, and Hermione continued to thrash about trying to hit Harry as if he were attacking her. Harry had to hold her down to the bed as she continued to struggle. He kept hold of her wrists, repeatedly speaking her name and trying to snap her out of it. Finally she seemed to calm down a bit, and her tear-stained eyes opened a small slit. She glanced up at Harry, who slowly released her wrists. Harry? She questioningly asked, fear still gripping at the edges of her face. Yes, my own, it's me. You're safe now. They can't hurt you. He could see the tears start up again as she became fully awake. Harry merely picked her up off the bed to a sitting position and kept a steady embrace, letting her cry into his shoulder once more. After several minutes, he heard muted whispers coming from her. It's my fault, she kept repeating to herself. Harry pushed her away slightly and repositioned himself on her bed, making certain to stare directly into her eyes. Hermione, listen to me. She started to look away, but he firmly repositioned her face in front of his own. Don't look away. Listen to me, please. She kept her head in position in front of him, her gaze not wavering. This is not your fault. I know where those thoughts can take you, and I'm not going to let you go down that path. He paused a moment, contemplating his words as she still appeared to be on the verge of breaking down again. She interjected to try and argue. Harry, I couldn't fight back. In my dream I just kept hearing their screams and seeing their faces. I couldn't. She fell apart again, and Harry held her as best he could, still whispering in her ear. Those were 3 trained Death Eaters. I doubt any 5th-year student, even me, could have taken them down if they got the jump on me like that. You did all you could. She pulled back and sniffed, as if she was going to protest again, but Harry stopped her. Hermione, these people are cruel, twisted, evil human beings. They did this to your parents, not you. You are nothing like them. You are a kind, generous, caring person who loved your parents and fought with everything you could to try and protect them. I know it hurts, it'll probably never stop hurting. But you have to remember the good times you had, and cherish those memories, rather than let yourself be consumed by one horrific moment in time. Harry breathed deeply, allowing what he had said to come over Hermione before he continued. And you're safe from them now, Hermione. I promise you that I will never let them hurt you again. I will always be there to protect you, to help you, to be there for you. At this Hermione finally broke free of his grip and leaned back, her eyes still glistening in the moonlight. You don't have to say that, Harry, she said timidly. I know you're just trying to make me feel better. I am better now, thank you. She was avoiding something, Harry decided, and he pressed forward, shaking his head. No, my own, I'm not just trying to make you feel better. He sighed and stood up, suddenly unsure of where the conversation was heading. He leaned up against the wall, trying to collect his thoughts. He felt a gentle touch on his shoulder, and turned back to Hermione. Harry, I don't understand, she said with a hint of question in her voice. For the first time, Harry saw the outlines of hope in the corner of her eyes, and he nearly raised an eyebrow at it. I mean that, he trailed off again. If he was going to go all the way with his feelings, he had to do it right. Do you remember the Yule Ball? He asked, appearing not to change the subject. Hermione merely nodded, a bit of a frown on her face. I'm not thinking about what happened during but what happened after. I came back to the common room and I found you there, crying in the firelight. She began to smile at this. Harry had sat with her for a long time, not really saying anything or making any kind of overt gesture. He merely was there, letting her know that, even if Ron had been a right foul prat about the whole affair, he didn't think that she was fraternizing with the enemy. Just being there changed something, my own. When I'm around you, I just. I feel completely at peace. It feels like I'm almost whole. He stopped short, surprised at his own words. And seeing you like this, I just. Well, I need protect you. It's not a matter of wanting to do it, or doing it because you're my best friend even. I just have to. For my own sake. He turned away, his own countenance failing him for a moment. He could feel the tension in the room rise to permeable levels. Finally he sighed, adding in a hushed tone, summoning every ounce of his inherited courage to do so, my own, I think I'm in love with you. There was a deafening silence in the room, only broken by the slight chirping of crickets outside. Finally, Hermione spoke up, her words almost as hushed as Harry's. You love me? She asked, causing Harry to painfully wince as he fought back tears. He kept telling himself that he had just blundered everything, that she didn't feel that way about him and that he was going to be thoroughly smacked around for even saying such a thing. Holding back his emotion, Harry simply nodded, and let out a shuddered affirmation. There was another long pause, and Harry could hear Hermione moving to directly behind him. He sighed, mentally resigning himself to whatever was going to come next. He slowly turned around, and waited for the worst. Instead he saw wide-open eyes, with tears of joy hugging the folds of her eyelids, and an almost dumbfounded look of relief and joy settling over her, a far cry from the exasperated looks of fear and horror that had been there moments before. Harry's own countenance lightened greatly, as he allowed himself to hope beyond hope for just one brief moment. No words were spoken, as the two of them came closer together. Harry leaned forward slightly, cradling her head in his hands for a short while, and pressed his lips against hers. The key lasted for a good several seconds, neither one wanting to break the moment. Sadly, it did pass, and they broke away from each other, each one's breath coming in pants at the intensity of the emotions. Hermione merely stared deep into his brilliant green eyes, her face a little flush, and said behind enraptured tears, I love you too. It was long into the morning before Harry awoke. His eyes were forced open by a stray line of sunlight that refused to be denied entry into his happy little world of slumber. Grimacing a bit as he forced himself awake, his eyes fluttered open to find that he was, in fact, not in his room. Almost immediately his eyes shot open as he tried to ascertain his surroundings. Large bookcases, lavender quilts, a small black owl sleeping by the window. His fear quickly subsided as he realized where he was, and it was replaced by a joyful feeling of contentment. He remembered what had happened yesterday, and felt as though a great weight had been lifted off his chest. For the first time since Sirius' death, he was certain that someone cared for him. Not for their son's friend. Not for the last remnant of past friendships. Not for the boy who lived. Not for some ultimate tool. Someone cared for him. Harry James Potter. The smile didn't leave his face as he thought of what had happened after their short conversation last night, and a slight blush crept across forwards. They hadn't gone too far, but for someone that had barely ever been loved in his life, it had certainly been far enough. It was at this moment that he realized that a certain bushy-haired friend of his was no longer in bed. He looked around for a bit, his eyes straining against the morning light. He heard a slight giggle from off to the side and his head immediately turned. Sitting at her desk was Hermione, her hair done in a loose ponytail and her face filled with pure joy. Judging from her clothes and appearance, Harry guessed that she'd been up for quite some time. "You're cute when you're confused like that," Hermione said childishly, a grin still firmly plastered on her face. She stood up and padded back over to the bed and sat next to Harry, who was still trying to shake the sleep out of his eyes. She wrapped an arm around his waist and jostled him a few times, letting out a content sigh. Harry just looked at her cockeyed. "What's with you?" he asked, smiling himself. He obviously knew, but seeing Hermione this happy made his own happiness all the more increased. I don't know. I just can't stop smiling." Her face did dim slightly, causing Harry to frown slightly. "I still miss them, but..." She seemed to nod to herself, saying something that Harry couldn't quite make out. He was going to press the issue, however Hermione just looked at him, and forced anything he was going to say out of his mind. She resumed her previous demeanor and leaned into Harry slightly, allowing him to just hold her. "When did you figure it out?" she asked, not needing to explain what it was. Harry thought for several moments. When had he figured out he was in love with Hermione, or at least thought he might be? He logically thought back to the hotel and the protective feeling he had felt for her, but dismissed that as the culmination of something more. He got the same feelings after seeing her stunned at the ministry, even the time at the Yule Ball and the time as far back as seeing her petrified in their second year. Failing to reach a specific moment, he simply shrugged at his reply. "I guess. I've always felt this way." He gave her a slight squeeze. "I figured it out just recently, I suppose, but I've always had these feelings." He stopped there. He still wasn't completely certain on these types of situations and his words were failing him. He looked down at Hermione and asked, "How about you?" She thought for a few moments as well and came up with a more coherent answer. "I guess it's the same. I've always felt something there. First time I could tell was third year though. After we used the time turner, and we were waiting for our past selves to emerge from the Whomping Willow. Seeing you carry on about Sirius and the home he would give you. I think I knew then that if nothing else in my life I wanted to see you happy." She grinned back at Harry, who held her closer. "Mission accomplished," he mused, and ed her softly on the top of her head. Standing up, much to her protests, he headed for the door. "I need a shower," he stated, getting a nod from Hermione. "I'll be in the library," she said with more than a hint of anticipation in her voice. Without waiting for him to clear out, Hermione grabbed several rolls of parchment and headed off, no doubt planning on what she would read first in her mind. Harry merely chuckled at the display and headed for the master bath to take his shower. Ronald Weasley was currently engaged in an activity that would astound and amaze anyone that knew him in the slightest. He was sitting at his desk, frowning over a book, somewhat meticulously jotting down a few notes. Not that he had anything else better to do, other than worry, of course. His two best friends were currently missing and for all that Ron knew might be dead or worse, held captive by the Death Eaters. He was trying to do his homework early, in a vain attempt to keep his mind off of everything. Unfortunately, the garden was woefully anomalous, so the mindless activity was denied him. He couldn't even fly at the moment, given that his mum was keeping them all indoors for safekeeping at the moment. Growling to himself, he slammed the quill down on his desk and dropped his head onto the parchment. Worry once again gripped his mind and he broiled over everything for what had to be the 50th time in the last 2 days. Though it didn't temper his worry any, he always had a notion that something like this to happen to Harry, especially after the tournament. His friend was always in some kind of danger, and in truth that was part of the reason that Ron had gotten over his jealousy of the famous boy who lived. Particularly after the Department of Mysteries, seeing him that devastated as the last of his family sank into oblivion would have the effect of displacing any jealous feelings. Hermione, on the other hand, was a conundrum in and of herself. Given the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, Ron was more than a little worried about her. Even if she wasn't being held captive by the Death Eaters, she needed to be somewhere where she would have proper support. Ron didn't know how to provide that, but he figured that his parents did. In truth, Hermione was a problem in an odd sort of way, considering their relationship. Ron thought he might fancy her, at least partially, but the more he dwelt on those feelings, the more confused he got. He wasn't certain if his feelings were love, lust, or none of the above. Looking to the only real example he had of such relationships, he certainly knew that Hermione and he could never be like they were. The thought almost sickened him. Still, he cared deeply for her, even if it was only in a brotherly sort of way. As it was, Ron suspected that Hermione had no feelings for him outside of being a friend. Harry, on the other hand, to the contrary of what most people would tell him, Ron was very observant about how the way people acted around one another. Though he could be a tad bit more than thick-headed at times at connecting the dots concerning the latest Transfigurations or Charms essay, Ron could easily determine the status of interpersonal relationships, even if the parties involved couldn't see it for themselves. To that end, Ron had often suspected that Hermione fancied Harry. He only hoped that they would live long enough to see those feelings come to fruition. He stifled a tear leaking out of his left eye and stood up, glancing over towards a chess set. He could play against the charmed set again, see if maybe he could get his mind off of things. An errant gust of wind blew through his room and alerted Ron to a sudden presence on his desk. Turning around, he heard the faint sound of eggs cracking against a frying pan, and to his amazement saw a familiar snowy white owl appear out of thin air. "Hedwig!" Ron exclaimed, earning him a reproachful hoot as if the bird were telling him to keep his voice down. Ron raised an eyebrow at the bird as she held out one leg for him. He noticed the second letter on her other leg, but didn't pry into it. He quickly took the letter and unfurled it, reading it as quickly as he could. A couple of minutes later, Ron's face was pale as a ghost and he was at a loss for words. Something had happened. That much was certain. And as perturbed as Ron was at not knowing what it was, he couldn't help but notice the ferocity with which Harry stated that under no circumstances should the headmaster be told of the correspondence. Ron's immediate reaction was that Harry must be under some kind of spell, given his devotion to Dumbledore's cause the entire previous year. He must have been under the Imperius curse or something. As he contemplated it though, he shrugged off the thought. Harry said he'd been able to throw off the Imperius when he had told Hermione and Ron about the graveyard incident. Ron went through his disorganized mind again. Slowly the conclusions that needed to be made came closer together, and he looked at the letter with flushed anger in his face. If Harry wasn't enchanted, if he wasn't under some kind of spell, then everything he had said was true. Ron couldn't even fathom that headmaster doing the things that Harry accused him of doing, but inside a small part of him was screaming at the top of its lungs to believe his best mate. Ron began to pace back and forth, digesting this information with everything else that had been going on. For some time now Ron had been aware of something not quite being right. He had heard his mum and dad speaking in whispered tones and encouraging certain behaviors out of their two youngest children. His mother in particular had been particularly a nuisance, overtly encouraging Ginny to, what it seemed like to Ron anyway, seek out Harry's affections. She had been doing something similar to him with regards to Hermione, but that had stopped for a brief moment in fourth year when she had gone absolutely cold to the girl with that article in the Prophet. Ron stopped short, as if a light had suddenly been turned on in his head, and several seemingly random occurrences suddenly clicked together. It made a mixture of emotions cross over his face simultaneously. Anger blended with sorrow and guilt, followed by a sheer determination racked with insatiable fear. The effect it produced was all-encompassing and quite quickly reduced Ron to an emotionally numb mass. He glanced over at Hedwig and pulled out a piece of parchment. Scribbling a quick reply, he tied it to the owl's leg and watched in a half-awestruck state as the owl ruffled her feathers and disappeared yet again. The soft flap of her wings was the only clue she had gone anywhere. Ron glanced down at the letter Harry had written him and picked it up quickly. He folded it several times over and went over to his bed. He slid it underneath the mattress, hiding it directly in the center, and prayed that no one would find it. First chance he got, he would burn the thing, but for now it would work. Ron went back to his desk and sat there, his mind working a million miles a minute. A plan was slowly forming in his mind, certain conversations and confrontations that would need to be made. He had several questions for a certain headmaster of his, and several for his parents as well. The only thing that escaped his lips as he turned back to his books, a frown coldly forming on his face, was, how could they? Draco Malfoy stalked into his room, exhausted. He had been everywhere the night previous, and didn't protest as much as he could have over his less than stellar living accommodations. He collapsed onto his bed and went over the events quickly in his mind. Having left the Death Eater headquarters, Malfoy and Caliban had traveled straight to a Muggle neighborhood, much to Malfoy's discontent. Despite this, he was surprised that none of the bloody creatures had so much as looked at him and his newly christened mentor. Draco asked why, but Caliban had brushed him off. Caliban had seemed preoccupied with things, merely keeping his head held high as if he was following something. He walked several feet before stopping. He looked out down the road, and Malfoy thought the man had gone completely mental, before Caliban summoned his wand from his wrist and held it out. With a bang, a large double-decker bus appeared out of nowhere. Caliban shoved some money at the conductor and Malfoy eyed the man contemptuously. Grimacing, Draco remembered the moment well. He had protested about traveling in such gruesome accommodations, earning a glare from Caliban. A moment later, Draco had felt a mind-numbing bliss fall over him, and against his will he found himself marching onto the bus. After a short time on the wretched bus, he found himself being led into a dark back alley that Draco knew led to Nocturne. They made a brief turnoff where Draco had felt the effects of the Cruciatus, something his aching body reminded him of repeatedly. Once arriving at Nocturne, they traveled straight to Diagon Alley. Caliban stopped near the entrance of Gringotts, his eyes following the trail of the alley back towards the Leaky Cauldron, and then leading off towards Madame Malkin's. Motioning for Draco to follow him, they tracked to the clothing store before stopping at Flourish and Blots for a brief moment. They then had stalked to the Leaky Cauldron, making no motion to stop as they rushed through the bar and traveled 2 or 3 blocks to another abandoned alley. Once there, Caliban looked around, confused for a moment, and then had apparated them here. The events played themselves over in Draco's head at a breakneck speed. His muscles still twinged with the after effects of the Cruciatus, and his pride was more than a little stung with the way that Caliban had treated him in the brief time he had known the man. Summoning up his resolve, Draco sat up on his bed, filled with the notion once more that he was personally chosen by the Dark Lord to be on this mission. That worthless mudblood of a hound was merely there to chase Bones and fetch Potter and that foolish impostor Slytherin, Draco kept telling himself. Standing up, Draco was prepared to march out of the room and let Caliban know who was in charge again. That was until Caliban forced the door open and a stunner shot straight at him, blowing him back against the wall and shaking him to near unconsciousness. Malfoy groaned as Caliban used his wand to force him up to a standing position. He gazed at the boy, unremittent hatred lurking on every corner of his face as he spoke. Lesson 1 of being a Death Eater, he began, speaking in almost a scholarly tone. The Dark Lord is an extremely skilled legilimens. Unless you plan on training your mind to be an occlumens like myself or your beloved Professor Snape, then I suggest you keep your insulting thoughts out of your head. I don't appreciate your candor on my sign ments. Draco's eyes went wide. Caliban had been reading his thoughts. Yes, the man said simply enough, lifting his wand high into the air, and you should remember well to keep them hidden next time. Crucio. The red beam hit Draco hard and he fell to the ground, screaming and writhing in agony. He had felt the effects of the Cruciatus once or twice before, but never with as much hatred and force as now. The pain continued for several seconds, before Caliban let up. Draco continued to cry in pain, tears flowing freely as his limbs continued to spasm at irregular intervals. Petrificus totalis, Caliban intoned, instantly stopping all of Malfoy's movement. His body wanted desperately to fight against the curse, to try and relinquish all of the pain by exercising his muscles and stretching them out. Binding them up gave no release for the pent-up suffering, and Malfoy's eyes bulged at his overly strained nervous system. Caliban merely stared at him for a moment, driving home his point, before releasing the curse. The pain shot out in one desperate scream and Malfoy flayed out, nearly unconscious from the affair. He laid that way several moments, his body racked with light sobs and every nerve ending lit ablaze. After a few minutes, Caliban moved from where he was standing and pulled out a potion from his belt. He knelt down and forced it down Malfoy's throat. It tasted rotten, with a mixture of flavors that nearly made Draco gag on reflex. Caliban silently rubbed his throat, making sure the potion went down. In almost an instant the pain seemed to ebb away slightly, though a lingering ache still remained. It was enough that Draco was able to sit up and collect himself. He tried desperately to clear his mind of every single thought going through there at that very moment. Caliban smirked. "You learn fast," he replied, forcefully lifting Malfoy up by the arm and setting him up on the bed. "Most of the servants I train are not so quick on the uptake." He paused a moment before moving a chair to the other end of the room, sitting across from Malfoy. He gently placed his wand in his lap and folded his hands, not at all hiding the fact that the pain could return at any moment. "My Cruciatus is not nearly as powerful as the Dark Lord's, should you truly make him mad. I believe I may be the only one who has ever felt his true wrath." He paused and got a far-away look in his eye that made Draco wonder for a brief second. Caliban quickly returned to the present and pulled 2 books out of his robes. Handing them to Draco, he smirked. "The top book is a guide to mastering occlumency. I instruct all of my apprentices to engage in the exercises, if for nothing else than to help their patience and their inner control. The second book is for our plans." He waited for Malfoy to open the second book, a golden-covered pamphlet actually, and scan through it. "This is a book on parliamentary procedure," Draco noted, seeing that it was published by the Ministry of Magic. "What good is this to us?" he asked, not letting his arrogance interject into his voice. "Your father is currently in Azkaban," Caliban explained, "and even when the Dark Lord frees him it is going to be some time before he can resume his place in the ministry. Sadly for him, the old Imperius trick isn't going to work this time." Draco restrained an angry outburst as best he could at the smile that formed on Caliban's face. Instead, he merely offered a question. "You have a problem with my father?" Caliban looked at him, almost with a hint of a glare forming. "I have a problem with anyone who thinks that being a Death Eater is nothing more than a fashionable cause. Your father sways in whichever way the wind blows. Should the ministry destroy the Dark Lord tomorrow he would go cowering down in front of their hero Potter." After a sneer he added, "And you'd be right next to him." Almost all of Draco's control lashed out at this, and he felt his wand slip into his hand. Caliban eyed him for a moment, but said nothing. After several moments Draco calmed down and placed his wand back in its holster, not eager to have a repeat performance under the Cruciatus. Caliban sighed, but continued with his plans. "Regardless of my feelings, the fact is that your father did hold a seat on the Wizengamot. Since the Malfoy line is a patriarchal one, and you are currently the only male heir of that family, you shall inherit his seat until such time as he is free from ministry charges." He paused before adding, "Make no mistake, you're liable to lose a good chunk of the power that he once wielded. I half suspect that as a move to save face the minister will force the Malfoys to fork over a large portion of their fortune, but since you have no true enemies on the body and more than a few friends, you won't lose all your power. That book is so that you don't bungle your appearance at the session in 2 weeks' time. I want you to know the procedures backwards and forwards. Since no one suspects you are marked, you are a potential advantage to our mission. You are able to go places, see things and overhear conversations that I cannot be privy to. Success will be rewarded. Failure, well, we won't dwell on that." Caliban finished and stood up, as if to leave, but Malfoy wouldn't let him. "I have a few questions for you," he asked, trying to sound as curious as possible without being forceful. Caliban looked at him and sighed, sitting back down. For whatever reason, he chose to indulge the younger man. "Earlier today," Malfoy began, "we went all those places without the mudbloods and the idiots of the ministry seeing us. Surely they'd recognize you." Caliban nodded and answered. "The robes I gave you are charmed," he explained. "To all outward appearances you and I are simply a nondescript pair of wizards traveling through the alley. We went to Nocturne first in case they didn't work, which can be a problem sometimes." He paused for a moment before continuing. "And yes, they would recognize me. What were we doing there anyway?" Malfoy asked, this time a bit impatient. "It's obvious Potter wasn't there." At this Caliban simply chuckled. "Ah, but he was there, at least a few days ago. You see, wherever a witch or wizard goes, no matter how weak they may be, they leave a magical resonance trail. This trail is easily distinctable to someone of my talents, and we were following Mr. Potter's. The neighborhood we first appeared in has been his safe house for some time, a fact that the Dark Lord knew of but was unable to act on due to the wards surrounding the boy. Following that trail, I knew he went to the alley, and stopped first at Gringotts. The damn goblins set up a masking charm on their building preventing me from investigating further, but suffice it to say there was a second trail of his leading out of the bank, one that was much stronger than the first. He contemplated for a moment, allowing Draco to interject. How could that happen? Uncertain, was the only reply Caliban gave, now thoroughly engrossed in his own thoughts. He later added, something must have happened to him inside the bank, and we'll have to make the right contacts to find out what. Regardless, he stopped at Malkin's and then at the bookstore before leaving the alley. He went to that back area 3 blocks from the Leaky Cauldron and then the trail suddenly vanished. Vanished. Yes, as in he must have apparated away. At this Draco snickered. Potter. Apparate. He can't even brew the simplest healing salve right. If he apparated, his innards are probably scattered across half of London by now. Caliban scowled at him, holding his wand upwards, causing Malfoy to cower back in fear. Need I remind you that the boy was certainly capable enough to defeat our master when he was a mere infant, and he has faced him thrice since then and emerged relatively unscathed each time. It would not do to underestimate your enemy Draco. The glimmer of his wand against the waning room light more than stopped any remark that might have come to Malfoy's lips at that moment. For now, Caliban continued, lowering his wand, I will make with my contacts and find out what I can. We still have no idea what this heir of Slytherin is like, and given the fact that the Ministry has scoured the scene of the raiding party by now, it's doubtful we'll get any kind of lingering trail on him. Regardless, we'll wait here for the remainder of the day and tomorrow as well. Perhaps luck will transpire to our way. The soft chiming of a clock awoke Remus Lupin from his self-induced nap. He nearly jumped out of his chair, and looked around uncertain of his surroundings. Once he was awake, he sighed to himself and hung his head in frustration. It had been 2 days since he had learned from Tonks that Harry had up and vanished, and he was going stir-crazy just sitting here. He should be out looking for the boy, not bottled up in this run-down mansion waiting for the next Death Eater to waltz right up and do Merlin knows what to the poor lad. However, he still had a bit of respect for the headmaster's wishes, and thusly allowed himself to remain here while slowly going stir-crazy. His own obedience was spurred on by the fact that Tonks was there to comfort him. He had taken respite in her presence, as it eased the pain of loss that he felt for losing his second brother for the second time. He wasn't sure if she spurred any other feelings beyond that, and to be quite frank, in his current condition he was in no mood to think it over anyway. Still, at the back of his mind, having her there made things better, if only by a small margin. He had no question in his mind, however, that she was likely there, at least partially, on Dumbledore's orders to keep him there while the headmaster and the rest of the order searched for Harry to place him back to the safety of his Muggle relations. Remus sighed and leaned forward in his chair, resting his chin on both of his hands. He sank into deep thoughts about a certain subject that had only recently appeared in his head. Something about that concept, the safety of his Muggle relations, caused Remus a great deal of concern. In truth, it always had, as if there were some hidden truth that lay just beyond his grasp, just beyond his recollection. It was frustrating to say the least. When he had approached Harry on the subject once or twice about how his aunt and uncle treated him, the quiet boy had merely muddled his way through what Remus could tell were half-truths and outright lies. However, Remus could tell that he was obviously uncomfortable with the subject and had not broached it with him again. The more he dwelt on it, however, the more he chided himself on the fact that he hadn't explored it more, for some strange reason. He was broken out of his stupor by a peck on the window. Raising an eyebrow, he gazed over and stared befuddled at the window. He had expected an owl to be there from the sound of the pecks. Making sure his wand was firmly within reach, he slowly paced over to the window and opened it a crack, large enough for him to stick his head out briefly and look around. At first he saw nothing but heard the distinct sound of fluttered wings. Turning around, he was quickly floored by the appearing sight before him. There, sitting on the bed, was Harry's familiar, Hedwig. Remus nearly ran over to the bird and frantically pulled out the offered piece of parchment. He read it quickly, eager to garner any information about Harry's whereabouts. When he finished reading the letter, his face was equal parts confused and concerned. He read the letter again, making sure to commit every syllable to memory. When he was finished, he sat down on the bed, trying to figure everything out. What was it he was supposed to remember? Harry seemed adamant that there was something key that Remus was forgetting, and for the life of him he couldn't even fathom what it was. One thing was certain, this much Remus knew. He would respect Harry's wishes on the matter. Though he knew Dumbledore would likely kick him out of the Order for doing so, Remus truthfully felt like he had little else to lose. Flushing around on a desk for a piece of parchment, he wrote a reply, including a place he knew they could meet securely the next day if possible. Sealing the parchment carefully and handed it back to the owl, who promptly disappeared and flew out of the room, leaving Remus staring for a moment. He hadn't figured on Harry or Hermione being capable of casting that complex a charm. Shrugging it off, he moved to gather a few of his things. He was leaving Grimmauld tonight, and he would not be coming back for some time. The day passed in relative quiet for Harry and Hermione, as each of them had eventually found their way to the library and was looking over books and such. Hermione had nearly been overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information in the Potter family library, but she had eventually taken books from all sorts of subjects and began to read, absorbing every little tidbit of information. As had been the case at the bookstore, Harry found that the simplest books on potions and charms were below him, and some of the more advanced ones were not sailing so far over his head. Finally, he had decided to brush up on his history of magic, merely as an afterthought. Surprisingly, he found he was actually enjoying the subject, without an ancient spirit droning on about the stuff. He was halfway through a partial history of the wizards of Egypt when he heard a solemn hoot from overhead. He looked up and saw the reappearing Hedwig flying towards him. He smiled partially when he saw the two pieces of parchment in the owl's talons. Hermione looked up as well, quick enough to see the final bit of the disillusionment charm fade from Hedwig. She sat, wide-eyed for a moment, as the bird swooped down at Harry's side and held out the parchment for him. "Thank you, girl," Harry replied softly, gently stroking the bird's head as she almost glared at him, as if to say she wasn't moving another inch without some sleep. A nod and smile from Harry was the only gesture needed for the bird, who flew into another area of the house, no doubt looking for a place to sleep. Hermione walked over from the chair where she had been sitting towards the couch where Harry was, and he scooted over to make room for her. She eyed the pieces of parchment with a bit of worry in her eyes. "I owled Ron and Remus this morning," he explained. She frowned at this. She didn't want to be found by anyone. But at least it was people they could trust. Harry seemed to read this fully and placed a reassuring arm around her shoulder. "I used a disillusionment charm with a time delay effect on it," he explained mechanically, as if it were common variety magic. Essentially, Hedwig couldn't be seen unless she was in the presence of Ron or Lupin. Hermione's eyes went wide at this, a gesture not unseen by Harry. He pushed it aside for a moment and pulled out the first letter. He noted from the quick scribble of handwriting that it was from Ron. "Harry, I don't know quite what to make of this, but your secret is safe with me. I just hope we can talk when this is all over. I got a bad feeling you won't like what I tell you. Send my best to Hermione. Ron." Harry was, to be honest, a bit stunned with the reply from Ron. He had half expected the redhead to be vehement about trying to squeeze every little detail out of him. Chalking it up to good luck, he mentally noted to be able to talk to Ron as soon as possible. He would do it now, were it not for the fact that Ron would be unable to escape from his parents, whom Harry was currently listing as firmly under the camp of Albus Dumbledore for the time being. He pulled out the second letter, far more lengthy than the first, and began to read it. "Dear Harry, I'm glad to hear from you. More than you can possibly know. I don't understand why you've run off like this, or why you've decided to give everyone a right scare. But I suppose it could just be a rebellious streak coming out in you. Just like your father in that regard. I will, however, respect your wishes on this matter and not divulge the contents of our conversations. Suffice to say, Sirius was not, and I am not entirely pleased with the headmaster regarding certain, shall we say, elements of your education. I believe this is one of the things you wish to discuss. I am also curious as to what it is I am supposed to remember." I have an inkling of what you're talking about, at least to the point that it's something important, but I hope you can jog my memory. In regards to a meeting place, Grimald is not secure. Tonks is here almost constantly and there are several order members in and out. As it is, I have decided to take a leave of absence from the order for the time being until such time as the headmaster will have regained my trust. To that effect, I will return to my cottage in the south of Wales tomorrow night. However, I do not think that place is secure either. To that end, I suggest you meet me at Gringotts tomorrow. I will have already reserved conference room 5 for a meeting with the goblins at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hopefully you will be able to show. This is the one place we can be certain Dumbledore will not be able to hear us. Hermione is welcome to come too should you feel the need to protect her more. If you are able to come, please inform the goblins that you've accepted my invitation. You can call them via the Flow or by owl. The Flow would probably be the quickest and most secure way. I have no doubt you will have ways of getting around without being seen. To that end, I eagerly await speaking with you again, Harry. Sincerely, Moony. Harry put down the letter and stared out towards nothing. Hermione took the opportunity of grabbing the letter from her and rereading it herself. She placed it down and saw the determined look in Harry's eyes. Harry, I know you're more powerful now, but if Voldemort catches you then. Harry looked at her, a somber tone on his face. I'm not going to walk around on eggshells, my own, he replied, simply and candidly. We are safe here, and I can take steps to make sure we're safe out there. I trust the goblins. In fact, I've been meaning to go see my account manager anyway. He contemplated it for a moment before standing up and heading towards a fireplace in the corner. Hermione rushed over to him, causing him to turn and add, "Don't worry, it'll be all right." He offered a faint smile, which Hermione regarded for a moment before smiling back. I'm going with you, she said firmly, if for my own sanity. Harry nodded and Hermione went back to her books. He turned back towards the fireplace and grabbed a pinch of powder from the jar on the mantel. Throwing it into the fire, he clearly intoned, Gringotts Bank. A few moments later, a nameless goblin appeared in the fire. Hello. I'd like to speak with Griphook, please. The goblin appeared a bit bewildered that the wizard would actually want to speak to a named goblin, but said nothing, just as quickly vanishing back into the fire. A few moments later, Griphook's face appeared. Ah, Mr. Potter. I've been expecting your call. The goblin offered a toothy grin. And firstly, might I thank you for naming me your account manager. It's certainly a large promotion for me. I trust you, Harry offered up simply. I would like to meet with you tomorrow morning regarding my accounts and the properties I own. Griphook nodded and wrote something down. Very well. 9 o'clock sharp then. Is there anything else? Harry paused for a moment and decided to end a nagging question at the back of his mind. A letter I got from Hayden Orlock said that my trust vault has had several withdrawals over the years. Have you found out from who? Griphook frowned and shook his head. Unfortunately, no. Whomever did has covered their tracks well. Speaking of the Hayden though, he forgot to mention to you after your inheritance ritual. Griphook was about to go on, but Harry cut him off, catching him off guard with the language he used. I'd rather speak of that in a more controlled manner, he stated plainly in the goblin language. He knew the flow was more than likely secure, but this bit of information was important to keep to very few people as possible. You speak the goblin tongue, Griphook replied, more than a little impressed. Hayden Orlock said that you were a wizard full of surprises. Anyway, he failed to mention that several of the possessions of the founders were left in our care, but several more have been taken over the years by Dumbledore and the school. I was wondering if you would like them returned to you. Harry smiled and got a wicked grin on his face. Yes, certainly, as soon as possible, so long as he doesn't know who's taking them back, he replied, with more than a bit of mischievous venom seeping into his voice. Griphook nodded and bid Harry farewell, and quickly the flames returned to their natural glowing orange color. Harry backed away and allowed a Cheshire grin to form on his face. He'd give half the gold in his vaults to see the look on Dumbledore's face if the goblins acted with the immediacy he expected them to. Albus Dumbledore, though still a bit of a frazzled mess over dealing with the Potter disappearance, had allowed himself to temporarily indulge in a well-meant dinner. He wasn't quite sure what had happened to a couple of house elves on the payroll, but had quickly dismissed them when they had vanished. Nevertheless, he cared less really, the food was still good. And he had decided to spoil himself this evening, dining on Ravenclaw's own personal china and with Hufflepuff's personal cutlery. He was about to dig into the meal before him when the doors to the great hall burst open, and Albus looked up to see Argus Filch running in like death itself was at his heels. Albus put the fork down and stared at the caretaker, whose panicked look made Dumbledore pause. "Headmaster," the squib yelled, clearly out of breath. Things are disappearing all over the castle." Dumbledore eyed the man for a moment, before trying to reassure him. "I'm certain you're just imagining things, Argus." At that, Albus plucked a piece of steak up with the silver fork and prepared to place it in his mouth. There was a faint poofing noise, and the steak that had been stuck instead spiraled to the ground with a rather resounding splat. Albus looked down confused, noticing that the fork and the rest of the cutlery had gone missing. A few moments later, and he heard a few more poofing sounds. As he stared out through the open doors, he saw suits of armor, tapestries, and paintings disappearing at random. He heard a poofing sound closer to him, followed by the annoying sound of food landing flat on the table. He glanced down and mumbled under his breath when he saw his dinner was no sitting flat on the table, with no plate to go with it. A moment later, the goblet he had been using disappeared as well, causing pumpkin juice to splash all over himself and his food. "Sound the alarm, Argus!" Dumbledore finally screamed with a bit of anger in his voice. "The castle is under attack." He couldn't finish the sentence correctly, seeing as how his golden throne of a chair, straight from Salazar Slytherin no less, had just left him. Dumbledore fell backwards, landing rather hard on his ass, and causing a snarl to form under his normally calm demeanor. To say that Nymphadora Tonks was in a good mood would be a gross mistruth. To say that she was in a bad mood would be an overstatement. To say that she was thoroughly confused would be the understatement of the century. Tonks was currently sitting in the library of 12 Grimmauld Place, home of the most noble and ancient house of Black for at least 3 generations and formerly home of her favorite cousin Sirius. Currently, the house was home to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, a fact that Tonks was unfortunately reminded of constantly. She honestly didn't know how she had been drug into all of this in the first place. She had only passed OR certification 3 years prior, and even then just by the skin of her teeth. To many, she was the rookie. A new kid on the corps who was more than a tad clumsy and more than a little wet behind the ears. A lot of that had changed when Alistair Moody had come and recruited her for the Order of the Phoenix. Many within the corps still regarded her as the new kid, but to her own sense of self she could always say that here she was something different. Something special. She was fighting against Voldemort in ways that most of the Aurors couldn't even imagine. A lot more of that uncertainty and lack of self-confidence had been changed the day she met Remus Lupin. Perhaps it was the man's innate kindness and his willingness to see the good in others that drew Tonks towards him. She honestly couldn't put a finger on the exact thing. Needless to say, however, she considered herself smitten with him. Which was the reason why she was currently mired in this particular quandary. Dumbledore had instructed her to watch over Remus. In essence, she was acting as his prison guard, keeping him locked up in headquarters until Harry had been found. Doing so raised more than a few ethical questions in Tonks' mind. If she cared for Remus, then how could she possibly treat him this way, spying on him and telling every one of his moves to the headmaster? It was enough to make her head and her heart throb in pain. Another thing, Tonks truly didn't understand what Dumbledore suddenly had against the man. It was obvious to her at least that all Remus wanted to do was find Harry and bring him back to safety. Why in the world would Dumbledore avoid an advantage of that? Why did he think Remus was trying to control Harry? The questions mulled over in her mind several times, but she was unable to come up with a satisfactory answer. It was getting late, and they had to continue the search in the morning. Hopefully by then she'd be able to sort things out in her head. She stood up from her chair and was starting to head for the stairs in her bedroom, when she saw Remus hurry by, with a bag in his hand. Quickly moving out of the library and towards the entryway, she tried desperately to catch up with Remus. "Remus," she called out. "Remus, wait. Where do you think you're going?" She finally stopped him just near the front door, when he turned around and had a slightly perturbed look in his eye. He was not angry, Tonks could figure that out immediately. But something had obviously set him off. She gazed into his eyes and thought she saw him trying to think of his response. I'm going to look for Harry, Lupin replied, finally setting his bag down and reaching into his robes for something. I'm not going to sit here cooped up like Sirius did. For all I know, he could be lying dead in a gutter somewhere. He paused a moment, as if trying to retone his response. Dora, he continued, causing Tonks to listen more intently. Don't think I'm a fool. I know Professor Dumbledore is keeping me here because he somehow thinks that I'm going to be foolhardy with Harry. Well, I'm not. That boy is the only link I have left with my friends and better yet my family. I have to go. I'll be at my cottage in Wales. He solemnly looked at her for a moment, before beginning to turn away and head for the door. Wait! Tonks yelled again, causing Remus to turn back, the perturbed look on his face again. Dumbledore ordered you to stay here, Remus, she stated as firmly as she could. Remus offered a half smile. It's been 20 years since I was at Hogwarts and he still orders me around, he mumbled to himself, before handing a small piece of parchment to Tonks. That is my resignation from the Order of the Phoenix. I promise I won't go blabbing to any Aurors I happen to see on my way. I'm through with this war. I'm going to keep Harry safe, and that's that. He motioned again to leave. Wait! Tonks yelled a third time, causing a more annoyed look to appear on Remus' face. What about? She bit her bottom lip, trying to think of a delicate way to say this. Remus seemed to read her mind though, and he took her hands into his. I have thought about it, Remus said quietly, and he leaned in and keyed her on the lips. She whimpered slightly, but returned the key, making it slightly deeper. She was abruptly cut off by Remus backing away, and she saw a resolute look in his eyes, tinged with a bit of sadness. I also remember a former mentor of mine telling me about having to decide between what is right and what is easy. He turned away again, not looking back at her as he finished with, Goodbye, Dora. On that note, he opened the door and walked out into the London nightfall, leaving Tonks with a few tears leaking out of her eyes. Harry's alarm was set for 6:30 in the morning, early enough for him to be able to get some breakfast and a shower. He awoke a little early actually, but felt refreshed after the long night's sleep. He glanced over and saw Hermione laying next to him, a peaceful calm exuding from her slumbering form. It brought a smile to Harry's face. She had found her way to his bed while in the grips of another nightmare. Just being near Harry seemed to calm her nerves enough, and knowing that she was calm and able to sleep allowed Harry's own sleep to come much more rapidly. As it was, he laid there for nearly an hour, watching Hermione sleep and keeping her close to him. When the wake-up alarm he had set up went off, he saw Hermione stretch out slightly and open her eyes. As they fluttered open, the first thing they saw was Harry's own bright green eyes sparkling back at her. She looked confused for a brief moment, before settling into a small smile. Good morning, Harry said softly. You're cute when you're confused like that. Hermione nearly giggled and slapped him gently on the arm. Her smile quickly faded to a slight grimace as she stood up and headed towards the window. Harry frowned, mirroring her emotional state. Standing up, he followed her and draped his arms over her shoulders, pressing his head next to hers. My own? He asked, and from the reflection in the window he could see some tears forming in the corners of her eyes. I hate this, she muttered. Before Harry could misinterpret her words, she continued. I hate that I have to come crawling to you like a little girl scared of her own shadow every time I go to sleep. I hate being this weak. She seemed to calm down as she got the last words out, and Harry spun her around, planting a soft kiss on her forehead and then looking in her eyes. My own, your parents were killed. It's understandable that you'd have nightmares. Believe me, I've had my fair share. She offered him a grim smile to his self-deprecating observation. And you are most certainly not weak, Harry continued, you are the strongest person I know. You're loyal, gifted, and if I do say so myself, astonishingly gorgeous. Her face turned a deep red color. There are many words to describe you, Hermione Granger, but weak is most assuredly not one of them. She bit her lip, as if to say something else, and Harry merely embraced her. After a few more moments, they broke away and Hermione chirped up. When did you get so good with words? She asked playfully. It was Harry's turn to blush slightly, and he turned away, ruffling his longer hair in the back as he did so. Must be the Hufflepuff in me, he finally said, though there was partial exasperation on his countenance. Truth be told, I still don't know everything they did to me. As he sat down somewhat dejected, Hermione could tell for the first time that something else was bothering Harry, something deeper that thus far he had hidden from view. But she hadn't the slightest clue what it was. For now she offered what help she could. After we're done at the bank today, she offered, sounding as resolute as possible, we'll sit down and figure out how these powers of yours work. You probably just need to train your body to make the knowledge second nature to you. Also, she hesitated a moment before continuing, once we've figured out everything you know, I want you to teach me. Harry turned back around, a somewhat shocked look on his face. My own. I'm no teacher. I can barely handle myself sometimes, and he was stopped as Hermione firmly shook her head, her lips tightly drawn in a McGonagall sort of way. You were a teacher last year, Harry. Remember the DA. The reason we all escaped from the ministry with just a few bumps and bruises is because you taught us so well. She walked up to him and held onto his arm, and she could see the debate raging in his mind through his eyes. A lot of good it did us in the end, Harry muttered under his breath. We got out but just by the skin of our teeth. And Dumbledore needed to save me. And it didn't help Sirius at all. He paused for a moment at the mention of his godfather and then continued. And if I had been a good teacher, or better yet, a good friend, I would have known not to lead you all there in the first place. Hermione paused, trying to formulate an answer in her mind, but Harry waved her off. Don't worry about it, my own. I'll try and teach you what I can, but first I have to figure it all out for myself. Hermione frowned, obviously annoyed by the fact that Harry was shutting her out of the conversation. For the moment, however, she let it slide. Harry walked out of the room, grabbing a change of clothes as he did, and headed for the shower. Sighing, Hermione stood up and headed for her own room for a change of clothes and her own shower. 2 hours later, they found themselves putting the finishing touches on a well-made breakfast. Harry downed the rest of his pumpkin juice and set the glass on the table. With a slight pop, Dobby appeared next to him, and began to levitate the dishes off the table. That was a great breakfast, Dobby, Harry remarked with a smile. You really are a great cook. Dobby stared at him and offered his usual crooked smile. Thank you, Master Harry Potter, sir. Yous are the first person to compliment Dobby or thank him on breakfast. Winky did help too. Harry continued to smile back. Well then, tell her I said thank you. Dobby nodded and popped out of existence, dishes following him. Harry looked over and saw Hermione shaking her head. At least they shouldn't call you Master, she said somewhat firmly, though even she knew it was a losing battle. He occasionally calls me Mister, Harry remarked, ruffling his fingers through his hair. But I gave up on trying to stamp out generations of conditioning as far as house elves were concerned. Hermione was somewhat surprised at his honesty, but simply shrugged it off. She noticed his hair, and a frown formed over her face. For the first time since the whole ordeal began, she took in all of his features. She liked the improvements, though the no glasses thing was hard to get used to. The long hair though. Harry, she finally remarked, maybe we should see a barber before you go to Gringotts. You should at least look presentable. Harry smirked and waved his wand in front of him. A small mirror appeared and he glanced at it with mock interest, as if he were seriously considering his features. I don't know, he playfully replied, I think it makes me look kind of roguish. Hermione stifled a giggle and shook her head, which made Harry smile even deeper. He saw Hermione grab her own wand and approach him, but hesitate slightly. After thinking about it a few moments, she turned to sit back down. My own? Harry questioned, not understanding. I'm underage, Hermione said with an almost dejected look across her face. And I know you don't want to be found. Wouldn't do to have a ministry owl come in here flying with threats of expulsion. Harry nodded and pulled out his own wand. He tossed it to Hermione, who caught it in a surprisingly graceful motion. Use mine, he said simply. The goblins removed the tracking charms. I can have them do the same to yours when we go today. She eyed the wand tentatively, but finally nodded and set down her own. She walked over to Harry and waved the wand, muttering, Formosata, as she did. Harry suddenly felt his hair go completely limp, and Hermione set about removing bits and pieces from the back and sculpting it up. Harry tried to watch in the mirror, but Hermione set it down on its face, rather forcefully, to keep it a surprise. When she was finished, she waved the wand again, muttering, Finite incantatum. Harry felt his hair seem to gain new life again, and he heard a mumbled sigh from Hermione. Grabbing the mirror, he looked at his head and saw a similar hairstyle to his original one, though much shorter. Much to his joy, Harry's hair was still sticking out in several directions. He turned to Hermione with a smile on his face, and she handed him back his wand. I suppose you can't beat genetics. About an hour later, Harry and Hermione found themselves strolling down Diagon Alley. Hermione was more than a little nervous, but the glamour charm that Harry had placed on the both of them kept her mind at ease somewhat. As they made the short journey down the alleyway into Gringotts, Hermione kept a close eye on anyone who seemed to wander too closely to the young couple. Harry squeezed her hand firmly as he felt her grip tightening. It was only a minute or so, though more like a lifetime in their minds, when they arrived at Gringotts Bank. Once inside, Harry felt the glamour charm immediately cease, something he half expected to happen. He also knew that due to his status and the likely huge amount of assets he held here, nothing short of the death sentence from the Goblin Chieftain himself would cause him any trouble while he was inside the bank. Still, he made certain to keep Hermione close and flicked his bangs down forward to hide the remnants of his scar. Without his glasses and without the scar being so overstated, he figured that no one would recognize him. He noticed that Hermione was even closer to him now, even though it was likely that no one they knew would be in the bank. Attracting the attention of the nearest goblin, he was directed back down a similar hallway he had been in before. They stopped at the fourth door on the right-hand side and Harry walked in. The office was smaller than Hayden Orlocks had been, though that was to be expected given the status and title of the goblin in question. Still, it was a relatively cozy atmosphere. The walls were stone and a small fireplace was set in the center on the right-hand side. A small mahogany desk was set up at the front, with two chairs nestled in front of it. Behind the desk sat Griphook, filling out some paperwork. He looked up and gave a toothy grin as he saw his client walk in. Ah, Mr. Potter, he said with a slight flourish on the end. He looked over at Hermione and added, and guessed. Thank you for coming today. He motioned for them to sit down, which they did. Hermione offered her hand for the goblin, a bit more relaxed now that they were away from the prying eyes of the public. I'm Hermione Granger, she said with a smile. Griphook was a bit taken aback by the outward show of equality from the witch, but still accepted it quickly. After the introduction, he tottered back behind his desk and flushed out a small piece of parchment. Now, he began, handing the parchment to Harry. That is a quick overview of the properties and liquid assets that you currently hold here at Gringotts. This excludes Vault 2, the Founder's Vault, which has no money in it but does hold the possessions we, repossessed last night. It is broken down by family. Though there may be no liquid assets in the vault, we still listed it for your records. Harry nodded and glanced over the parchment. Harry's eyes were currently as wide as saucers as he contemplated the amount of money at his immediate disposal, not to mention the properties that he had. The money in the Draven family vault alone would be enough to last him his entire life. He heard a gasped sigh from Hermione next to him, and realized she must have seen the totals as well. In addition, there are several family heirlooms in the main family vaults. Those vaults are simply where the money and deeds are kept. Any other types of property, books, scrolls, armaments, whatever, are stored in our high-security vaults. As I mentioned before, the Founder's Vault is high-security Vault 2. The Potter Vault is number 7, Black is 13, the Selden Vault is 24, Draven is 31 and Warren's is 36. He paused a moment, drinking from a small goblet on his desk before continuing. The master key you received will work for the asset vaults, but not the high-security ones. Should you wish to access them personally, we can do so today. Should you want certain items removed from there, A goblin security team can do that for you. Harry nodded, leaning back in his chair and seeming to think some things over. Griphook, he began, what if I want to sell some of these properties? Or transfer ownership? Is it possible to look into that? Griphook offered a nod and handed Harry a rather large ledger. That documents all the transactions in and out of your vaults from the moment you took possession of them. It also includes an inventory of all the items in your high security vaults. Sadly, it does not show the transactions out of your trust vault due to the cleverness of the perpetrator. Hermione looked puzzled as she glanced at Harry. Perpetrator? She asked. Harry nodded. He had left this part out of his story. One of the things the Hayden told me in his letter that started this whole thing was that someone was stealing galleons out of my trust vault. There's about half in there of what there's supposed to be. Hermione's look was a strange mixture of inquisitiveness and anger at this little revelation. She obviously was trying to figure out who would do such a thing. In anticipation of her reply, Harry merely shrugged. We don't know who did it. Whoever it was covered their tracks too well. Hermione merely nodded, but Harry could tell that the wheels of thought were quickly spinning in her head. After discussing a few of the investments in some of the businesses that Harry was now owner of, including the somewhat interesting point that between the Black, Potter and Selden holdings he now had majority ownership of the Daily Prophet, the meeting with Griphook was concluded. Harry made sure to have many of the scrolls and books from his high-security vaults transferred to the library at Potter Manor, a fact that nearly made Hermione squeal with glee. Foregoing the chance to see his vaults for the moment, Harry had Griphook remove the tracking charms off Hermione's wand and bid him farewell, adding a few galleons to the goblin's income for applying the service. Harry did make sure to check with Griphook again to make sure that he was still on for his meeting with Remus for later in the day. As soon as they left the bank they felt the glamour charm resume and they walked with a bit more confidence. Still, in all their care they did not notice the blonde-haired woman following from the bank, her own eyes devilishly glimmering in the sunlight. Rita Skeeter knew a good story when she saw one, and having a story about the boy who was lost becoming the boy who was found would certainly apply. If one were to stumble upon the burrow in its current state, at first you would think it was in as normal a position as it had always been. Granted, it still looked as if a stiff wind would blow it over like a house of cards in a tornado. Granted, there was still the occasional banging on the pipes from a ghoul in the attic. But these were normal, everyday occurrences as far as the burrow was concerned. More than not, it was part of the place's rustic charm. Seeing a garden gnome flying into the next county, however, was not likely part of its rustic charm. Molly Weasley sat from her kitchen table, watching her youngest biological son clean out the garden of the gnomes whose unfortunate fate it was to wander across the fence this morning. For Ron, the action was cathartic in nature, and he almost seemed to be hunting the pesky little creatures like a cat on the prowl for its dinner. On some small level it disturbed Molly. Ron had become much quieter in the last couple days, though that was likely due in part to his being worried for his two best friends, one of whom Molly secretly hoped Ron harbored feelings towards. She had no problem with the young Miss Granger, in fact she thought they made quite a nice pair. Nice and out of the way, perhaps, but a nice pair nonetheless. Silently she continued to watch Ron as she thought back to everything that had transpired over the last week or so. It had started simply enough, with Ron and Ginny being told not to write to Harry so that he could be alone with his grief. The headmaster then had mentioned something about moving Hermione and her parents to the burrow for a short while, for their own protection. Of course Molly and to a certain extent Arthur had ulterior motives for having the Grangers over. Molly certainly wasn't above playing matchmaker, and sadly Ronald seemed to have inherited his father's loyal heart and his thick-headedness at the same time. Yes, she kept telling herself, Hermione would make a nice wife for Ronald someday. That plan had gone up in smoke with the duo of blockbusters that had come the next day, when Harry had vanished into thin air and Death Eaters had attacked the Granger residence. Hermione and Harry's fate, as far as the Weasley matriarch knew, was uncertain. A couple of days later Ron had sulked downstairs, even more silent than usual. Since that time barely 3 words had been spoken by the boy, and when he was approached about it he just said he was worried about Harry and Hermione. Perfectly understandable, of course, from Molly's point of view. It was certainly the response she expected out of him. Ginny. Ginny had not taken to the news in the way that Molly had expected. Oh, the girl was worried, that was certain, but not nearly as much as Molly had hoped for. If things were going truly as they were supposed to, then she should be a right mess at the moment. As it was, she was worried, but allowed herself to be distracted by the usual summertime activities. All things considered, Molly internally frowned. She was taking to Harry in an odd sort of way. Her girlhood crush had been replaced by a more sisterly type of affection, though there was a hint that there might be a lingering attraction there on her part. Idly, Molly sipped her tea, and recalled that she'd have to do something about that as soon as possible. She wondered if she still had that book she had used to help Arthur along. The thoughts didn't roll around in her mind without a tinge of guilt attached to them. More and more she had been feeling that pang of conscience that told her that the promise she had made to Dumbledore several years ago wasn't worth it, that they were better off now and that the old man had no control over their lives, but a more cynical and practical part of her told her that the web of lies that she had built could only be escaped by doing one thing, and that one thing was completely unspeakable at this point. She barely noticed Ron walk in from the garden and begin to stalk upstairs, not even bothering to say hello. Molly contemplated speaking to him, but thought better of it. After all, he probably wanted to be alone, and to Molly's opinion, that was best for the time being. From where Hermione Granger was sitting, life was too much of an emotional roller coaster, one that she felt at nearly every twist and turn was going to toss her right off at any given moment. She had gone from the lowest of lows, seeing her parents killed while she was powerless to stop it, to the highest of highs, finally having Harry tell her that he loved her in such a short time span that it really made her head spin. Of course, she had no idea what Harry must be going through. Finding out that you're the heir to 5 of the oldest wizarding lines in Britain, heir of the founders of Hogwarts, a multi-millionaire and in love with your best friend all in the course of a week was bound to have a profound impact on one's psyche. However, Harry just seemed to take it all matter-of-factly. Whether he was truly that calm or was merely focused more on Hermione's own problems was unknown. For now they were currently sitting in a small Italian eatery a couple of blocks down from the Leaky Cauldron. They had journeyed back to Muggle London to eat an early lunch before going back to the alley to visit Mr. Ollivander and then going back to the bank to seek out Lupin. My own. Hermione shook her head and looked over at Harry, who was glancing up from his menu and staring at her with those bright green eyes of his. You know what you're going to order? He asked, a bit worried that she had been silent for a while. Hurriedly she glanced down at her menu. Yeah, she paused and glanced down at the menu. Chicken tortellini sounds good. Harry nodded and glanced back down at his menu before closing it when a waiter came and took their orders. A few moments later the waiter was gone and Harry looked back at Hermione. What were you thinking about? He asked nonchalantly. Hermione stared at him for a moment, trying to piece together a response, before coming up with a conversation they needed to have. Harry, how are you dealing with all of this so calmly? I mean, after everything that's happened you just are acting like nothing's changed. She had a small amount of frustration at his lack of emotion at times, but tried to keep it hidden as much as possible. Harry merely looked at her, his look unwavering. It is a wonder I haven't gone flying off the handle, isn't it? He casually replied, a smirk on his face. He tried to contemplate an answer, and the silence was nearly driving Hermione insane. I guess it's just this calming presence in me. I mean, every time I get angry or upset I have this little voice of control in my mind that tells me to calm down and helps me analyze things. But, what happened at my house? Harry's features darkened, as if he were afraid of something greatly, and almost immediately Hermione regretted her conversation. I'm sorry, Harry, I was just curious, that's all. Harry took a deep breath and paused for a moment. It's all right, my own, he said. He paused again, taking a sip of water, before continuing. What happened there was similar, but different. I had this presence in me that fueled my anger and allowed me to cast those curses. He contemplated this for several moments, as did Hermione. Hermione was the first to reach a conclusion, and gently leaned forward and held her hand over Harry's. You're not a bad person, Harry, she stated firmly. Everything you did was because you were trying to help me. She hesitated for a moment, before making her next statement. Dumbledore's ideas of how to fight this war are wrong. I see that now. We all dwell inside a shade of gray, and there is no imaginary line we cross between light and dark. And if there is, then it's not dictated by the spells we cast. Harry looked straight into her eyes, and Hermione offered a smile. You came to protect me. Those Death Eaters were only looking out for themselves and in causing pain and suffering. That's the difference. I guess, Harry said, smiling. Their conversation was interrupted by the waiter who brought them their lunch. Slowly they began to eat, not many other words exchanged between them. Eventually they came to near the end of the meal, when Hermione chimed in again. So, she said with a smile. You're an animagus. What's your form? Don't know yet, Harry answered back, blushing a bit. I guess I sort of forgot about it. We really need to figure all this knowledge out, Hermione said with a smile and a laugh. Harry smiled back, but that quickly turned to a frown as his eyes glanced to the side. Hermione followed his eyes, trying to find out what the problem was. She noticed Harry unsheath his wand, a bit surprised considering where they were. After Harry glanced around for a few seconds to make sure no one was watching, he silently conjured a small glass next to him. He picked up the glass and slammed it down onto the table, holding it firmly against the surface. At this moment Hermione saw what he had trapped, and had to keep from letting out a vile hiss. Trapped beneath glass was a rather angry, and rather colorful water beetle. Taking a cue from Harry's nod, Hermione slid the glass towards her and put it in her lap, holding her hand firmly over the top. Harry motioned for the waiter to get their check, and in a few minutes they had paid and were outside. Turning down a small alleyway, they checked for any onlookers before setting the glass down on the concrete. Harry pulled out his wand, pointing it straight at the beetle, which was cowering in the corner. Animagus Aperio, he clearly intoned, and a small gray light shot and hit the beetle, which quickly shattered through the conjured plastic and was replaced by the slightly dazed-looking Rita Skeeter. The reporter got her bearings and looked up, quickly seeing two of her least favorite people in the world holding wands straight at her. You've got about 10 seconds to explain to me how you found us and why you're here, Harry commanded, more than a hint of anger in his voice. The stern glare that the young witch next to him gave Rita was more than enough to back up Harry's words. Standing up, Rita dusted herself off as best she could before putting on her best smile. Well, these glasses aren't for show, you know, she wryly said, pointing at the horn-rimmed spectacles that outlined her face. These babies see through even the most complex glamour charms. Harry arched an eyebrow. That wasn't satisfactory to him in the back of his mind, given that he had passed by undetected by Mad-Eye Moody of all people. No lies, Rita, Harry said, pointing his wand a little further at the witch. Rita huffed, blowing a loose strand of hair out of her face as she did. Fine. I saw you coming out of the bank and trailed you all right. Some people just had no sense for dramatic flair. And as to why I'm here, news baby. Harry and Hermione both looked at each other, and then straight at her again. Oh come on. You didn't think your disappearance would go unnoticed, did you? You're the boy who lived, the chosen one, the... Harry held up his other hand. I would hope our little arrangement had taught you a lesson, Rita, Harry calmly but coldly said. Apparently not. I hear the fine for being an unregistered animagus has gone up recently. To this, Rita merely smirked and pulled out a small piece of paper, flashing it before the other two. What's that? Harry demanded to know. Hermione paled slightly as recognition dawned on her face. It's an animagi registration license. She must have registered with the ministry. Harry's features darkened slightly, as Rita held on to her smug look. Yes, and I believe I have you on underage magic use for that little animagus revealing spell. And conjuring that glass in front of nearly 20 muggles. I would think you had more caution, Mr. Potter. Won't look too kindly to have the wand of the chosen one snapped now, would it? She devilishly smiled as she continued. Of course, if you were to give me the exclusive as to where you've been hiding out the last week. She paused and looked at Hermione, and other such sort of details, I'm certain we could come to some sort of agreement. The look on Harry's face was disconcerting as far as Rita was concerned. At first he simply kept a straight, unflinching gaze upon her. Then, briefly, there was a slight crack at the corners of his mouth. It happened again, longer this time, and lingering on as a sort of half-hearted smirk. Before long Harry had begun to chuckle, and then broke out into a full-on laugh that borderlined on a maniac cackle. Even Hermione looked at him strangely as he finally calmed down, but with a cocky smirk instead of the grim drawn frown that he had previously. That's the best you have. That's the best you could come up with to try and blackmail me. He shook his head in mock indignation. Rita, I must say I'm disappointed. I thought you were more resourceful than that. Regardless, however, it won't work, seeing as how I was emancipated, and I can make your life a living hell. Rita arched an eyebrow. The boy was bluffing. He had to be. Apparently Harry could see her calling his bluff as well. I assume you recognize this, he said, holding up his right hand. There, situated on his fourth finger, was a rather large gold ring with an ornate lion carved into it. Rita stared at it for a long time, before recognizing it as the Potter family ring. When her face realized what she was seeing, Harry forcefully stated, "Black." With a small flash, the ring on his finger changed to a slightly smaller silver one with a black stone set in the middle, the all too familiar black family crest. Rita let out a bit of a gulp. Finally, Harry forcefully stated again, "Selden." The ring changed a third time, being replaced with another gold band, this time interwoven with silver with a jade stone set in the center. She recognized all three rings, and her face instantly went pale. Judging from your reaction, I assume you know what my being head of these three houses means, Harry said plainly, after changing the ring on his finger back to the Potter crest. It means I have a 61 stake in the Daily Prophet, more than majority ownership, and given my connections within the rest of the wizarding world, I can make it so that you are never published again. Not for an expose on me, not even for a weather report for a Quidditch game. Harry kept as straight a face as he could on the outside, though on the inside he was practically beside himself with glee at the turn of fortune. For her part, Hermione merely stood back and watched, her wand lowered slightly, a smirk forming on her face as well. They both gazed down at Rita, who was outwardly trying to maintain her composure, but on the inside screaming at the top of her lungs. Of course, Harry continued, his voice adding inflection at the end, I'm sure we can come to some sort of an arrangement. After a few moments of contemplating her limited options, Rita let out a deep sigh and lowered her head slightly. Fine, whatever, just whatever. Good. Firstly, I want you to give your word that you'll not tell a soul that you spotted us. Secondly, I want you to sit back and wait patiently. Her eyes went wide at this. And what am I supposed to do while waiting? Twiddle my thumbs. Rita removed her glasses and stared directly into Harry's eyes. I still have to eat, you know. Oh, I know, Harry replied with a smile, and that's why I'll set you up with a monthly stipend from Gringotts. I'd say, double whatever the Prophet is paying you a month to simply work freelance. At this point Rita was regretting removing her glasses, given the way that her eyes were comically bulging out. I assume that is acceptable. For your pay you will simply wait until needed. At which point, I promise you a story that will make your career legendary, far more than any ratting out of little old me could give you. Harry lowered his wand completely, casually flicking it towards Rita before sheathing it. What do you say? Rita simply sat there too stunned to notice anything or to reply to anything. A few minutes ago she was about to jump on a particularly juicy news story, and now she was being offered essentially free money to sit on her bum and then be handed, supposedly, the biggest story of her career on a silver platter. He had her at the free money. Very well, Mr. Potter, Rita said with a fake smile, shaking Harry's hand. I assume you will set up the details. Of course, Harry returned with equally fake pleasantries. I'll owl you tomorrow once I have the stipend set up with Gringotts. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Rita. The same to you, Mr. Potter. Once again false smiles and bravado were exchanged, and the two of them broke off, Rita turning around the alleyway, more than likely finding a way to spend her newly gained wealth, and Harry just standing there, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Hermione waited several moments before she finally spoke. Harry, what just happened? Harry rubbed his head, scratching behind his ear with one eye slightly closed as he matter-of-factly responded. We just cut off a potential enemy and gained a potentially valuable ally. He smirked and then planted a small key. on Hermione's forehead, effectively silencing her for the moment. Trust me, my own. I made it so that she won't even think about double-crossing us. He left it at that, though Hermione wondered whatever Harry's magically enhanced mind had thought of. Down the street, Rita's unflattering mind did consider the possibility of betraying her new benefactor, when she suddenly felt a rumbling in her stomach and a sudden urge to find the nearest bathroom. Harry merely kept a smirk on his face as they walked back towards the leaky cauldron. What are you going to have her write about? Hermione finally asked, stopping Harry just outside the pub. He turned around, the smile gone, replaced with a look that was a pure mixture of anger, frustration, and an odd sort of righteousness. Dumbledore, was all he said. Nigelius Ebenezer Ollivander liked to think he had a good head on his shoulders. Even at a spry 182 years of age, and getting younger as he liked to say, he still remembered every single wand he had ever sold and to whom he had sold it. If he thought hard enough, he could probably remember what he had for breakfast on the morning of the day he had sold the wand. This knowledge was something he prided himself on, and he made sure to state it to every single one of his customers. And so it was that a very obvious frown crossed his face when a young couple he didn't immediately recognize came into his shop. As he searched their faces, he couldn't for the life of him place them. Still, he hid his frustration as he stepped out of his spindly chair and approached them. "Good afternoon," he said with a smile. "How can I help you today?" He offered as cheery a disposition as he could, though from the look the taller man was giving him, Ollivander half suspected he had an inkling of the old man's frustration. Quickly Ollivander felt a tentative probe into his mind. He almost immediately recognized the tendrils of legilimency coming from one of the customers. Quickly Ollivander shut off his mind and closed his occlumency shields to full bore, and the intruder was quickly expelled. "You're an occlumens," the man said slowly, with a small smile drawing across his face. "Yes," Ollivander replied, his face drawn. "And would you mind explaining why exactly you used legilimency on me?" He wasn't one who normally got angry, but the affront by this individual was quickly getting on his nerves. To Ollivander's surprise, however, the man showed a sheepish smile as he pulled out a wand that Ollivander seemed to recognize. "Sorry about that," he explained, "but I had to be safe." With a wave of his wand, the man's features changed from that of an aristocratic beau to that of the famous Harry Potter. His female companion likewise transfigured, revealing a rather charming bushy-haired witch that Ollivander took a moment to recognize as one Hermione Granger. Ollivander stared at the two of them as recognition dawned on his face. "I see," he continued, breathing deeply to settle his nerves. "Well, I can certainly say when I sold you that holly wand with a phoenix tail feather, Mr. Potter, I predicted great things for you. It's nice to see that you thus far haven't disappointed me." He turned to Hermione. "And you, Miss Granger, with your wand at 9 3/8, Vinewood, dragon heartstring core that is surprisingly stiff, I hear you're the brightest witch of your age." She blushed slightly, but had a deep-seated sadness that lurked beyond the humility. Ollivander didn't pry, however. "Mr. Ollivander, sir," Harry politely interceded, "I need a second wand." He glanced over at Hermione. "And I was wondering if you had any wand holsters. Madame Malkins has a limited selection, and I figured you might have a better one." Ollivander stared at Harry for a moment before his reply. He contemplated reaching out with his own legilimency, but figured that if the boy was a skilled legilimens, he probably had his own occlumency shields that were as hard as diamonds. He also briefly contemplated using it on the girl, but held off for fear of appearing too overbearing. Instead, he merely put on a slightly stunned face. "I do have a wide variety of holsters, Mr. Potter, but why on earth would you need a second wand? A year ago, when Voldemort came back, he and I dueled each other. I assume you know what happens when brother wands duel one another." Ollivander nodded. "I see. Well, while I can understand your reasoning, Mr. Potter, I'm afraid that what you are asking is a bit difficult even for my prodigious skills." He paused for a moment and looked at a softly clicking grandfather clock in the distance of the shop. "That is, of course, unless you have a pressing engagement." Glancing down at his own watch, Harry frowned. They were due at Gringotts for the meeting with Remus in less than an hour. "I'm afraid we do," Harry answered, before inquiring, "Why should it take that long?" You remember the difficulty I had in fitting you for your first wand? Harry nodded. Well, as I said then. The wand chooses the wizard Mr. Potter. To find another wand that would fit you would be rather difficult. Not impossible, mind you, but very difficult. He gazed down at Harry, allowing his eyes to twinkle slightly in the faint candlelight. But come back when you have some more free time, I'd be more than up to the professional challenge. Harry nodded, and motioned to look at the wand holsters, when Hermione finally spoke up. I don't suppose you sell books in wand making? She asked, her voice a bit more than curious. Ollivander turned towards her, completely caught off guard by the question, while Harry merely smiled and shook his head slightly, apparently clued into some inside joke that Ollivander wasn't privy to. I suppose I can come to some arrangement, Ollivander finally answered, before adding, though I doubt they'll be of much use to you. After all, the art of wand making is a skill that takes years to even begin to understand, let alone master. I myself have had 8 apprentices, and the shortest tenured of those stayed with me the better part of 11 years. Inwardly, however, he smiled at the woman's enthusiasm at learning the subject. He walked behind him and grabbed a few dusty tomes off the shelf, eager to make the deal. Nigelius Ebenezer Ollivander liked to think Head has a good head on his shoulders, and that good head was telling him there was a good deal of money to be made. Remus Lupin was currently sitting in the conference room that he had rented out for the afternoon. Normally he wouldn't do much business with the goblins. It wasn't anything against them personally, to be truthful, it was just that ever since he was a boy going to Diagon Alley for the first time he had a severe uncomfortable stance around them. However, for Harry's sake of privacy, it would be best that they held this meeting here. He had arrived early, of course, as was his custom. However, judging from the small desk clock in the room, Harry had not taken to such promptness. It was now 10 after 2, and Remus was beginning to worry that Harry had decided not to show after all. His worries were lifted, however, a moment later when he heard a slight click and quickly turned towards the door. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Harry and Hermione, both looking as they should have. It still amazed Remus to no end how much Harry looked like his father, from the perpetually ruffled black hair to the wire-rimmed spectacles dotting his face. Seeing him now, Remus was reminded of this fact all at once, and had to hold back a tinge of sadness in his heart. He saw Hermione close the door behind them, and saw the young woman walk with more than a hint of sadness lurking just behind her features, although all things considered it was understandable. Harry, Remus solemnly whispered, standing up and embracing the young man whom Remus considered his last link to his friends and, in most ways, considered him the closest thing he'd ever have to a son of his own. They stayed that way for a while, before Harry broke away from embrace and took a seat next to where Remus had been sitting. Remus walked over and gave a hug to Hermione, offering a solemn, "I'm so sorry about what happened, Hermione." She nodded onto his shoulder, and Remus could tell she stifled a sob. Breaking away, they each took their seats, Remus moving to across the table from Harry and Hermione. It was not lost on him that they were sitting closer than they normally did. "Where have you been?" was Remus' first question. He had many, but that seemed to be the most pressing. Knowing that they were in fact safe and unharmed answered many potential questions that Remus was glad to have never asked. Harry stared at him a moment, his eyes slightly twinkling in the room's ambient light. Remus was thoroughly confused by the gesture. He hadn't seen that twinkling in anyone's eyes save but for one person, Dumbledore. Hermione seemed to clue into what Harry was doing before Remus could, and reassuringly rubbed his shoulder. "Werewolves are most immune to legilimency, Harry," she explained, causing Harry to turn to her and smile. "The nature of their condition makes them nearly impossible to read, even for Dumbledore. I doubt even V. Voldemort would be able to fully gain what he wanted out of him." Harry nodded, and let out a deep sigh of relief, while Remus watched the exchange with a raised eyebrow. "Since when did you know legilimency?" he asked, pointing a finger at Harry. "I was under the impression the lessons Snape was giving you were not going well." "You could say that," Harry replied with a smirk. Remus immediately noticed the tone of the young man's voice had changed slightly. It sounded, just from that one statement, to be a bit more confident than the last time that Remus had spoken with him. "To answer your question, well, maybe it's best if I start from the beginning. Assume you know about the prophecy. Remus nodded, his brow furrowed. James had told him the prophecy shortly after it was made. Well, then I know where to start. He motioned to Hermione. On the way home from Hogwarts, I was reading a book on cursebreakers. I was always interested in the career and had thought about it after I graduated. She paused a moment, hesitant about something, but then continued. I saw a spell in the book that would allow me to see if there were any kind of curses or enchantments on a witch or wizard. Knowing what little I knew about Harry's scar, I cast the spell to try and see what effect it had on his magical aura. I was surprised to find there were several curses on him, many of them I couldn't figure out what they were. Remus' eyes went wide as he looked at Harry, who maintained an even countenance throughout the casual explanation. I cast a small curse-breaking spell that was within my ability, and that seemed to disrupt one of the curses a bit, but it was hard to tell for certain. We got to King's Cross before I could research further. Harry picked up the story seamlessly. I was taken by my aunt and uncle following that, but for some reason I didn't understand at the time, they were treating me better than normal. Not well, but not like they usually do. I was in my room, admittedly sulking a bit over. Harry paused a moment as well, and Remus nodded his head at the gesture. Right. Hedwig came through the window and gave me a letter from Gringotts. The first thing the letter said was that someone, we don't know who, has been pilfering from my trust vault for some time. But that wasn't even the most intriguing news. He took a deep breath, and held out his hand. For the first time Remus noticed a rather large gold ring on his finger, but couldn't make it out beyond that. Potter, Black, Selden, Warrens, Draven, Harry clearly stated in rapid succession. There was a moment of hesitation before 4 more rings, each of different style and metal, appeared on the other fingers of his hand. Remus stared at them all individually, quickly coming to a realization of what that meant. But how? His mind wanted to go in 1,000 different directions at the moment, but after a few minutes Remus calmed himself down and managed to come to a conclusive first statement. Harry, you're not even 16 yet. There's no way you could have those rings. Hayden Orlock said something similar, but he explained that due to the Black's family standing with the Goblin Nation that I could become lord of that house before I legally came of age. By doing so, I was officially emancipated. Once that happened, I was able to inherit those other houses. The Warrens and Selden titles were passed down through several generations of Muggles before they came to my mother. The Draven line was patriarchal, descended from my dad's side of the family. He paused, breathing deeper. Remus could instantly tell that there was something else. There was more in that letter, Remus plainly said, without a questioning undertone to the statement. Harry nodded, and looked at his fingers again. Chanting the name Potter once, the original ring returned, while the others vanished into thin air. After I learned of my inheritance, Orlock informed me of another little tidbit that our esteemed headmaster saw fit to leave me in the dark on. The Potter, Warrens, Selden and Draven families are all direct descendants of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Remus was certain that if he wasn't firmly planted in his seat, he would have collapsed. I underwent the inheritance ritual and they judged me as worthy to be their heir. As a result, they greatly expanded my spell and potions knowledge, gave me the ability to speak several different languages, improved my mental and emotional control, changed my physical appearance, and removed all of those bloody curses that I had on me, including the link with Voldemort. He stopped, and looked as if a bit of a burden had been lifted off his chest. Remus sat there, shocked. Part of him wanted to think that this was all an elaborate prank. After all, Harry was James's son. The majority of what he said, however, Remus accepted. Harry would have no reason to lie to him. And there would be no way that Hermione would be in on the joke too. Finally, he spoke up. Wow, that's amazing, Harry. Harry seemed to nod with a soft smile on his face, a bit overwhelmed by it himself. Remus then frowned. I thought you said they changed your physical appearance. Harry nodded, and pulled his wand out from his sleeve. Waving it across his face, Remus looked away for a moment, before turning back to Harry with an astounded look on his face. Where once the Harry he knew had sat, now was a different, and much more mature individual. His hair was a bit messier than before, and a fair bit longer as well, though it looked to have been recently cut. His face had an edge to it that spoke of wisdom beyond his years. His body had filled out rather considerably, and he was a bit taller as well. Harry removed his telltale glasses and flung his hair into some sense of order in the front, revealing to Remus that his famous scar had been reduced to a mere afterthought. I see then, Remus said, almost a little sad. For whatever reason, in that moment any connection to the past Remus saw in Harry was irreparably damaged. For the first time, Remus saw Harry as truly his own man. Quickly changing the subject, Remus continued. What about these curses? What were they? Almost instantly Harry's features darkened. There were several, Hermione interjected, her own voice betraying her anger. This also surprised Remus, though surprise was a feeling he was quickly growing accustomed to. One of them, the one I tried to get rid of, seemed to take his relatives' innate fear of magic and multiply it 1,000,000 times. I think that explains his treatment in their hands. But, who in their right mind would do such a thing? Harry's eyes were definitely showing signs of anger right now, and it scared Remus partially. There's more, he fiercely returned. There were power blocks that kept me from reaching my full magical potential. That damn scar of mine kept the link open with Voldemort. And, there was a memory charm. He spit that last part out, obviously perturbed about it more than anything. Is that the memory you spoke of in your letter? Harry nodded. I'm sorry, Harry, but I still don't have the foggiest as to what that memory would be. Harry nodded, a look of knowing on his face. I figured as much. The old codger probably put one on you too. He pulled out his wand. Let's see here. He closed his eyes, seeming to feel out with some unseen force, and his face twisted a bit as he seemed to find what he was looking for. Yep, that's a memory charm all right. He opened his eyes and looked at the dumbfounded Lupin. He sheepishly smiled. Sorry, I still don't have a handle on everything I know yet. Remus smiled. It adds to the dramatic effect though. Harry seemed to chuckle at this, and Remus was partially relieved to have some of the seriousness lifted. The moment passed quickly however, as Harry pointed his wand at Remus' head and intoned, Memoria Cubis. Instantly Remus felt a pain in his head, as something was coming to the forefront. He remembered coming upon Privet Drive some 10 years ago. He remembered seeing Harry alone and beaten. He remembered taking him to his cottage in Wales, teaching him all about the magical world and telling him stories about his parents. He remembered happiness. He remembered Dumbledore coming and taking Harry back. He remembered forgetting it all. The next few moments were an enlightened experience for Harry. He had never seen Remus get truly angry before. In one moment the man's calm demeanor and gentle amber eyes reverted to a more feral, wolf-like state. His eyes narrowed as he seemingly pieced everything together, and his eyes became a bright shade of yellow. Quickly figuring it all out, Hermione jumped into action. Professor Lupin, she shouted from across the table, leaning forward to take the older man's hands. Calm down. It's us. We're here. Lupin looked at her, and Harry thought for a split second he might attack her, but it quickly passed as Remus calmed himself and took a deep breath. Dumbledore has a lot to answer for, he simply stated, before regarding Harry with determined eyes. I can't say how much help I'll be. But if you need anything, Harry, Hermione, anything at all, never hesitate to ask. Seeing the determined look in Remus' eyes was enough to make Harry and Hermione both broadly smile. Harry in particular realized quickly that if his plans for both Dumbledore and Voldemort, should he choose to go through with them, were to succeed, then he would need allies. Remus was now firmly listed in that camp. Remus let out a deep sigh, his frustration alleviated somewhat, and he shook his head in disappointment. I can't believe Dumbledore would do something like that, he said, a tinge of sadness evident in his voice. After everything he's done, how can he resort to these kind of tactics? Hermione shrugged, nearly at a loss for words. Maybe he's just doing what he thinks is best, she replied, trying to reconcile her lingering support for the headmaster and the evidence of the last week. She let out a hiccup sob as she thought about things long and hard, before she quietly said, "We can't go back." Harry looked at her, nearly going into full protective mode at the sound of her voice. Gently he laid his hand in hers and softly spoke, "Can't go back where? My own Hogwarts," she said in equal silence. Harry just sat there, contemplating the gravity of the statement. He hadn't even given thought to Hogwarts and going back in the fall, given the events of recent days. Hermione composed herself and wiped a few tears from her eyes. At least I don't think I can. Not after everything that's happened. I just can't go back and pretend like everything's as it was. Going to Quidditch matches, sitting in the common room and the Great Hall. It'd all be a lie. Harry nodded slightly, partially in agreement and partially in support. It's a decision we can make later, love, he replied softly, pulling her into an embrace which she fervently returned. They sat that way for several moments, before a slight cough brought them back to reality. Immediately they broke about and turned to Remus, who had a wry smile on his face. So, he asked playfully, when did you two decide to join the party? Harry and Hermione looked at him strangely as he continued to smile. That is to say, when did you finally figure out that you two make a great couple? There was a slight blush from both of them and Remus quickly dropped the subject. His face turned grim once more as he continued. I think the apt question is, Harry, what are you going to do about him? From what I understand of what you've told me, being the heir of the Founders grants you the ability to overrule the governors of Hogwarts, and as such you could choose to boot out Dumbledore if you so desired. Harry immediately shook his head. No, he stated simply. For all of his meddling, the old man still has his uses. He paused a moment, contemplating those uses. Without Dumbledore, I don't think there'd be anything holding Voldemort back from attacking Hogwarts. He is the only wizard Tom ever feared, after all. Remus nodded thoughtfully, while Hermione merely kept a close eye on Harry's emotionless face. She was quickly becoming adept at reading Harry's moods, a skill she soon realized she had always really possessed but had never been able to put into words until recently. Right now, he was deep in thought, struggling with himself over whatever the best course of action might be. A contemplative mood was one she was not used to seeing on Harry's face, but given everything that had happened it was somewhat understandable. After several moments of silence, she placed her hands on Harry's arm and spoke softly. Harry, if it comes to it we might have to consider that. She paused, trying best how to say what she was thinking. That Dumbledore is becoming as big a problem as Voldemort is, Harry said staring forward, not looking at her. Hermione looked up and bit her bottom lip, nodding slightly. To be honest, I've thought of that. Harry let out a deep sigh, lowering his head slightly. For all that he's done, I can only hope that he didn't have malicious intentions, and that everything he has done was in some twisted way what he thought was right. He stopped for a moment before smirking to himself and adding, besides, even with all that I've learned, I don't think I'd be able to take him down if he decided to force the issue. Remus merely nodded. You are right about that, Harry. Though he is far past his prime, Dumbledore is still an extremely gifted wizard. Harry leaned back in his chair, obviously perturbed about something. If only we had more time to learn what we need to know, so that we can stand up to Dumbledore and take down Voldemort. Harry sat dejectedly for a moment before a sharp gasp of air from Hermione drew his attention towards her. My own, what is it? He asked with slight worry hidden in his tone. Time, Hermione replied, her eyes focused on nothing in particular. She then turned to Harry with a wry smile on her face. I think we might be able to solve that problem. Draco Malfoy was not in a very good mood at the moment. Once more he had been hurried out of his current hiding place, taken somewhere to hunt, and no sooner had they left than he found himself right back here again. Once more as well he found himself conveniently kept in the dark about the findings of this particular hunt. Something had set Caliban off, that much was certain. The man had sent a house elf with something to eat for Draco and then had stalked off to his own room, informing Draco to continue working on his occlumency exercises and study parliamentary procedure. Draco had to admit, the occlumency exercises were allowing him to obtain a level of calm and serenity that he hadn't thought possible, but the calm he had achieved had the side effect of granting him a bit of distance from which to explore his current situation. He had been raised with the concept of blood purity ingrained in him. He knew of the ways of Death Eaters in vague terms, but he had always been told of the heroic deeds against people like Dumbledore and his ilk. Needless to say, his short time in the service of the Dark Lord and as Caliban's apprentice seemed to question those heroic virtues. He had his first-hand experience with that earlier today. Traveling to what Caliban had termed the scene of the crime, they found that 3 muggles had the misfortune of being there when they arrived. Caliban had wasted no time in dispatching 2 of them and then disabling the third. Caliban had instructed Draco to kill the third. It sounded so academic the way that Caliban had said it. Kill her. In line with the ideology he had been told of since he was a young boy, Draco figured it should have been that simple. He knew the incantation, knew it all too well. Yet when it came to it he found himself with a mental block. He had pointed the wand at the woman, had the words on the tip of his tongue, but something about the pleading look on her face gave him pause and caused him to lock up, unable to move or say anything. Caliban had apparently realized his hesitation, because a few seconds later he had killed the woman himself. To Draco's surprise, Caliban didn't punish him for his failure. Instead they had apparated back to their hideaway, where Draco currently found himself. After organizing his mind for the final time tonight, he slowly stood up and exited his room. He meandered down towards the living area. He crept around towards the corner and glanced over, searching for Caliban. He still had some questions for the man, and he wasn't going to be left out of his mission. He found the elder man sitting on the floor, his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He appeared to be meditating. Draco was about to disturb him when he felt a flicker of energy come off of Caliban. A few moments passed and Draco could begin to see the vestiges of an aura forming over Caliban's entire body. Whatever he was doing, it required massive amounts of concentration. Draco felt the creeping tendrils of legilimency radiating outwards from Caliban in all directions, and in an instant he threw up his makeshift occlumency shields and stood there watching. Idly he made his way over to the couch and sat down, never once wavering from staring at Caliban, intent on figuring out what in the world he was doing. Voldemort awoke with a slight start. He could feel the creeping sensations of his servant trying to reach him from across vast distances. Muttering to himself, he stood up out of his bed and waved his wand, lighting the candles in the room. For all-powerful Dark Lord, Voldemort's room was somewhat lacking in decoration. It was simple brick and mortar with a few furnishings set around and several candles lighting it. A small fireplace in the corner provided him with a link to his Death Eaters. Voldemort did not approach the fireplace, however. Wrapping himself in his dark green bathrobe, he sat on a small chair in front of the fire, his eyes reflecting the small but intense fire that roared to life at his approach. He sat there a moment, his hands intertwined, before an image began to flicker in front of him. It was ill-defined at first, before taking the form of Caliban de Montesquieu. Caliban's spirit knelt before Voldemort, showing him proper respect. "Why have you disturbed me, Caliban?" Voldemort asked coldly, his eyes never blinking at the apparition before him. "Forgive my intrusion, my lord," Caliban replied in a voice that echoed as if he stood in an empty hall, "but I have uncovered a piece of information that I feel you should receive as soon as possible." He paused a moment, staring on an even keel with Voldemort. The Dark Lord kept his straight-edged glance on the projection, never once blinking, before he motioned for Caliban to continue. "This had better be about Potter," he spat out, crossing his legs and resting his arms on the sides of his chair. "Snape has been less than helpful in digging up information from that idiot Dumbledore." A small frown crossed Caliban's face at the mention of that name, before he continued. "It does, but unfortunately I cannot report that I have found his hiding place. It will take some time yet." He trailed off, apparently rethinking his words, before continuing. "Young Malfoy and I today traveled to the scene of the crime, as it were, the house that you sent Caldwell, Crabbe and Goyle to. Once there I was able to discern 4 magical resonance trails that I could identify. One was that of the Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. A second was what I guessed to be that of the Mudblood that you sent Caldwell to kill." He paused, seeming to grow angry with the next bit of information. "Continue, Caliban," Voldemort said with a bit of anger in his voice, "lest you try my patience." He knew currently there was little he could do to Caliban, not that he would anyway, but he allowed his anger to swell up as a show anyway. Caliban, used to such displays, virtually ignored it. The other 2 trails were powerful, incredibly so. There's no doubt in my mind that one of them was this self-professed heir of Slytherin. He paused again, his normally calm demeanor replaced with a small bit of fury before dying down. One of them was Dumbledore, and despite his past I doubt he would lay such a claim now. The other trail was Potter's. Voldemort stroked his chin, the firelight eerily mimicking the angry storm clouding his mind at the moment. Are you daring to claim that my enemy is an heir of Slytherin? No, my lord, Caliban quickly corrected. I am insinuating that he is claiming to be an heir of Slytherin. There is no doubt in my mind that such claims are false. He paused a moment before adding, I'm not certain why he would make such a claim, but we shall discover it once I bring him before you. Voldemort nodded and glanced over at the fire for a moment, seeming to be deep in thought. After several seconds he turned his gaze back to Caliban's projection and asked, how goes the training of young Malfoy? Caliban frowned and let out a bit of a sigh. He may look like his father, Caliban concluded, but he doesn't have his father's temperament, nor his killer instinct, yet. Give me time, I'm sure that with enough prodding he'll learn to utilize his hatred. Several moments passed before Voldemort asked, are you going to tell him the truth? Yes, Caliban replied simply, perhaps that will bring him to his senses. The Order of the Phoenix, or at least a small portion of it, was currently gathered at Grimmauld Place, summing up the current situation. Dumbledore sat in the kitchen with his order gathered around him, sans the recent resignation of one Remus Lupin. To his left the Weasleys, McGonagall and Tonks all sat, while to his right Snape, Sturgis, Moody and Hesta Jones flanked him. Dumbledore was actually trying not to nod off while Hesta Jones droned on about the Ministry tracking vampires or some such thing. She monotonously went on at a steady pace, clearly trying to impersonate Professor Binns as best she could. He glanced around and saw that he wasn't the only one. Sturgis was already fast asleep, while Moody had his good eye shut and his magical eye was drooping. Snape seemed disinterested, while Molly and Arthur seemed to be conversing in a nonverbal manner that annoyed Dumbledore to no end. Only McGonagall seemed to be paying attention, and even she was beginning to fade. By far the most interesting response was that of Tonks. The young Auror had acted dejectedly all day, her normally vibrant hair color drooped down to a mousy brown that was well out of order. Dumbledore filed a mental note to converse with her at a convenient opportunity. After what seemed to be ages, Hesta finished her dissertation and sat down. Dumbledore cleared his throat to awake the snoozing Order members before he asked, is there any other business to conduct this evening? He turned to Snape, hopeful that the man had some answers. The potions master slowly stood up, a slight sneer across his face. He was tired, more tired than Albus could ever remember him looking, as if he had been through some kind of ordeal. Whatever it was, Severus didn't broach the subject. He merely glanced over at the headmaster, a slightly worried look inching into the edges of his countenance. Headmaster, he began, after some time I have managed to garner a bit of information about the Dark Lord's current plans. Since his attack on the house in Kensington a week ago, he has laid low because of someone he perceives to be a threat to him. Albus raised an eyebrow. His conversation with Kingsley had given him the identity of who had stopped the attack in Kensington. It was one of the few things he knew for certain about Harry's actions of the last week. He of course knew based on that little family gift he had of tracking magic. He thought briefly how Voldemort might know, while Snape continued. Someone stopped the attack on the house, someone incredibly powerful. This person was also claiming to be an heir of Slytherin. Dumbledore nearly fell over in his seat. Quickly he tried to compose himself, and he glanced around to see if anyone had caught the reaction. Fortunately, only Moody seemed to catch on, as did Snape to a certain degree. Snape dismissed it though as merely surprise and kept talking. Furthermore, Voldemort has learned of Potter's disappearance. According to what was said in private chambers, something has interfered with the link between Potter and the Dark Lord. To find out what, and to find this heir of Slytherin, Voldemort has dispatched Caliban de Montesquieu to hunt them down. Dumbledore winced at the ferocious Death Eater's name. Snape finished his tale, leaving out one important detail that no one else need know about at the moment, and sat down. Thank you for this information, Severus, Dumbledore said with as much of a feigned smile as he stood up. This meeting is concluded. Arthur, Molly, could you wait for me outside, please? The two Weasleys nodded and everyone made their way towards the exit. Albus kept watch as everyone left, everyone that is except Alistair Moody. Dumbledore's feigned happiness immediately disappeared the moment the last Order member was out of the room. He instantly let out a grumbled sigh and slouched back down in his chair. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a lemo. Drop, tossing it into his mouth without a second thought. Moody simply sat and watched it all, not saying anything for a few moments, before he finally interjected. You knew you couldn't fight this forever, Albus, Moody said with an even keel. That prophecy. The prophecy is none of your concern, Alistair. Dumbledore interjected quickly. And it has not come to pass, yet. There is still time to stop it. Did you perhaps think that there might be no fighting against it? Alistair stood to leave, and as he made his way out the door, Albus muttered under his breath. Every single day since it was made, old friend. Harry was currently staring at Hermione with what could best be described as a gobsmacked expression on his face. Hermione had just suggested that the solution to their problem was simple, really. They needed more time, so why not make more time? As Harry went through the motions of figuring it out, he quickly settled on the notion of a time turner. But that wouldn't work, Harry quickly reminded himself, for two very important reasons. Firstly, a time turner could take you back a few hours, a day at most. He had no real desire to spend the same day over and over and over again. The second, and more practical reason, was that all the time turners had been destroyed in the Department of Mysteries. The memory caused him to momentarily shudder. That's the beauty of it, Harry, Hermione had said with a smile. We don't need a time turner, we have you. And so it was that Harry found himself completely and utterly lost. Sensing the look of profound confusion on his face, Hermione smiled and rolled her eyes. Honestly, Harry, she smirked, haven't you ever wondered how a time turner works? Harry shook his head. It's a combination of things, really, Remus interrupted. The actual time traveling is caused by arithmetic constructs that are rather complicated. The time turner itself is constructed and enchanted by way of ancient runes. Suddenly a light clicked on in Remus' head, and seemingly in Harry's as well. So, you think that if I use my inherited knowledge of runes, that I'll be able to construct a time turner? He paused for a moment, going over the plan in his mind. But I haven't the slightest clue when it comes to Artimancy. That's where I come in, Hermione said. I was going through some of the books in your library and you have some on arithmancy. It'll be tough, but between the two of us I think we can do it. And better yet, we can probably improve it. We might even be able to get a year's worth of training in the time span of a single day. Harry stood there for a moment, before a large grin began to spread across his face. Have I ever told you you're brilliant, Hermione? He replied with a chuckle. Hermione giggled and nodded. Once or twice. Remus looked at the two of them and proceeded to stand up. I'll try and run interference with Dumbledore to keep him off your tail. But whatever you're going to do to him, I don't suggest you hide forever. He paused for a moment, considering something. You do know, Harry, that as head of those 5 houses you are entitled to 5 votes on the Wizengamot. Harry nodded. There's a meeting of the body in about 2 weeks. I suggest you make your presence known there. Harry's jaw set and he nodded. I intend to be, he said with firm resolve. The old man has a lot to answer for. Draco sat there for what seemed to be hours, keeping a close eye on Caliban. It came as a quick startle to him when the tendrils of legilimency radiating off of him faded away and Caliban's eyes shot open. He stared ahead, looking past Draco for a moment, before turning a cold blue gaze on the younger Malfoy. He sneered slightly, before standing up and dusting himself off, anticipating Draco's question as he did so. It's a modified form of astral projection. Only skilled legilimens can engage in it. It serves me as a direct link to the Dark Lord. He paused a moment before smirking. You must be coming along well on your occlumency lessons if you were able to detect the tendrils of legilimency coming off my meditating mind. Were you contacting the Dark Lord about our mission? Draco quickly asked, changing the subject. The inquisitive glare Caliban was giving him was a bit disconcerting, as far as Draco was concerned. Yes, Caliban said simply. I confirmed my suspicions that our two quarries are one in the same. Draco's eyes shot wide at this. You mean to tell me that Potter has the audacity to call himself an heir of Slytherin? The boldness of Harry's claim made Draco's insides churn with bile. How's that even possible? Sure, the Potter name is one of the oldest in Britain, but his mother was a mudblood, a filthy wench. He paused before he added, and he hangs around with Weaselbee and that worthless mudblood know-it-all. There's no way he could make such a claim. Surprisingly, Caliban chuckled. Believe it or not, Malfoy, that is your decision. But as I said before, do not underestimate our enemy, even if he is a half-blood. He paused before adding, would it surprise you to learn that our Lord and Master is himself a half-blood? If Draco wasn't sitting down, he likely would have collapsed. His countenance took a grim turn. You lie. He briefly contemplated pulling his wand on the blasphemer, but kept his anger in check for the moment. Caliban lied, and pulled out his own wand. Oh, I do not. And I can prove it too. I, Caliban de Montesquieu, do hereby swear on my life and magic that all that I have and will reveal tonight is, to the best of my knowledge, true. There was a bright glow from his wand as the oath took effect, and when it ceased, Caliban placed his wand in his pocket. He looked around, as if waiting for a bolt of lightning to come crashing down from the sky. Since I'm still alive, I must be telling the truth. Draco's expression quickly turned from anger to disbelief. There was no earthly way he was possibly telling the truth. Caliban merely smiled. It was time to give the boy the motivation he needed. Of course, Voldemort isn't the only one telling lies about his heritage. He sat down and leaned forward, his blue gaze piercing directly into Draco's soul and a wicked smile also crossing his face. Just like Voldemort, just like Potter, he finished. You, Draco Malfoy. You are a half-blood as well. Time came to a standstill for Draco Malfoy. The words of Caliban still reverberated through his mind, echoing like a deep song in a widespread canyon. At first they didn't latch onto anything. The sheer absurdity of the notion that he, the scion of Lucius Malfoy, would be a half-blood was complete and utter nonsense. He found himself eagerly anticipating the painful death and loss of magic that would surely overcome this arrogant mudblood standing in front of him. He waited for a few seconds, still certain the death was yet to come. Another few seconds passed, and another. Soon 30 seconds had passed, and Caliban was still very much alive, with that ever-present smirk still plastered firmly onto his face. Draco scowled, though a small nugget of fear and doubt managed to creep its way into the back of his mind. His anger began to show, and he could feel his wand slip out of the charmed holster Caliban had given him and fit neatly into his hand. Caliban looked down, his smile broadening a bit more. What are you going to do, Malfoy? Hex me. He barked out a laugh. As if you could even muster enough daring to curse me. He tilted his head, toying with Draco's emotions. Perhaps you're going to use an unforgivable on me then. His smile grew even broader. That's certainly what your father would do. I've just spilled the proverbial beans on his deepest, darkest secret. Even a spineless worm like your father wouldn't hesitate to kill me where I stand. But then again, we know you're not your father. Caliban leaned forward, drawing closer to Draco, who by this point was seething. You're nothing but a half-witted half-blood, nothing more than a filthy mudblood. It was all Malfoy could take. He fired off a few cutting hexes towards Caliban, confident that the older Death Eater wouldn't be able to dodge them or put up a shield in time. To his surprise, however, Caliban merely flicked his wand and the curses flashed off of him harmlessly. Caliban laughed as Draco sat wide-eyed at the display, his mouth slightly dropping for a moment, before it shut again as anger once again filled his face. You're a liar, Draco said flatly. I don't know how you did it, but you faked that wizard's oath. There's no earthly way that what you're saying is true. Caliban shook his head. I falsified nothing. Your name, Draco replied in return, his face becoming much more confident. It's not really Caliban de Montesquieu. That'd make the wizard's oath invalid. You can lie till you're blue in the face. Clever little mudblood, Caliban mused, earning another glare and snarl from Malfoy. But alas, you are wrong again. Though Caliban de Montesquieu may in fact not be the name given to me by my blood father, it is the name I have taken as my own since then. So in fact, my oath still rings true. Draco's eyes resumed their widened stance. If what Caliban said was true then. No, it couldn't possibly be true, he told himself. There was no way. It went against everything he had ever been told, everything he had ever known. It's quite a tale really, Caliban mused, speaking to himself if no one else. Your father loved Narcissa Black, but unfortunately an errant curse in her 4th year had left Narcissa infertile. Lucius wanted to marry Narcissa, but knew he would need an heir if he was to be allowed to inherit the Malfoy fortune without it passing on to one of his brothers. Fortunately for him, only a few people knew of Narcissa's handicap, so he turned to me for help. I found him a muggle wench that he BP'd and left pregnant. 9 months later, you were born. I then dispatched of your birth mother, and handed you over to Lucius. He thought for a moment before adding, I suppose he could have used a witch instead of a muggle stripper. Lord knows I would have liked to use my cousin Molly, but then again he didn't want any ministry entanglements. Caliban finished and sat back, twirling his wand in his hands. So, the point is, don't assume your enemy to be weaker than you simply based on his blood. Voldemort is a half-blood. I was born of pureblood ancestry, sorted into Slytherin just as my father was. Yet Voldemort is 3 times the wizard I could ever hope to be in terms of raw magical ability. Draco was stunned, virtually near mental collapse as everything came over him at once. Finally, unable to latch onto anything else, he asked, who were your parents? Caliban smirked and then frowned in rapid succession. My birth name was Agamemnon. My mother was Madeline Pruitt. My father was Albus Dumbledore. Harry threw another book over his shoulder and grabbed the next one from his stack. Thus far he was having trouble finding exactly what runes should be used in the construction of a time turner. Sadly, the ministry seemed to deem such information as better suited as being kept out of the public domain. He had found a few runes dealing with time travel, but none that would enchant an object with such a property, at least not without a great deal of effort. Though he had a vague intuition of what to look for, having never taken ancient runes before, he wasn't able to rely as much on his inherited knowledge as before. He guessed that since he couldn't conceptualize it in his own mind completely, he was having trouble finding what he was looking for. Idly he took a break for a moment to glance over at Hermione. Since they had returned from the bank, she had thrown herself into various books about arithmancy and surprisingly some about ward construction as well. He tilted his head slightly, his brow furrowed with worry. She hadn't really let up much since this whole thing had begun, diving in with fervent tenacity into every task she could find and essentially following him around by the hand without taking the initiative. It was this second aspect that told him that this was not the normal Hermione, and frankly it worried him. He tried to quash the nagging voice in the back of his head that the only reason she had said that she loved him was because of the death of her parents. That the only reason she was there was simply for protection and for someone to try and make the pain go away. And if that's all it was, he told himself, he would be there, despite what it would mean for him. Regardless of that though, he knew that she should be grieving more than she was. She was throwing herself into her work, trying hard to think about anything else but the fact that her parents were dead. It was only in her nightmares that he saw the brief snapshot of what lay beneath her studious activities and her gentle demeanor. As much as he didn't want to bring that to the forefront, he knew from first-hand experience how much such grief could eventually consume a person if it wasn't confronted, at least somewhat. Of course, thinking that and doing something about it were 2 completely different things. She seemed happier, even if he told himself that she wasn't. She needed closure, and for whatever reason it was going to be incredibly difficult to give her that. Harry had sent Dobby to the Granger's house to retrieve many of her items as he could. Many of the magical items that were left behind the first time around had since disappeared, as well as, Dobby was sad to report, the bodies of Hermione's parents. Hermione had remarked once that she had no other family to speak of, at least none in Britain, and as a result Harry wanted to be able to give her parents a proper burial, wherever that might be. Much to his disappointment, however, the bodies had been taken, more than likely by ministry officials. Not being able to bury them properly might hinder his plans for helping him heal Hermione. Sighing, he glanced back down at another book, though his eyes couldn't help but wander upwards to glance at Hermione every so often. Internally, he vowed to do everything he could to help her come to grips with things. Little did he realize the gears in motion to stop him from doing just that. Time passed slowly as Draco processed what Caliban had just said. He was still somewhere around his father, knocking up a Muggle woman who turned out to be his mother, though a part of his mind was running circles around the notion that Caliban had just claimed to be and for all intents and purposes was, if the wizarding oath held any water, the son of Albus Dumbledore, leader of the light. I suppose it is an irony, Caliban mused to himself, leaning back. If he wanted Draco to listen, it didn't show. The leader of the light's only son becoming the servant of the Dark Lord himself. He pulled out his wand and pointed at the open kitchen door. A bottle of brandy came whizzing out, followed by a small glass tumbler. Waving his wand over the glass after he caught it, a couple of ice cubes fell in, and he poured the brandy a few seconds later. He leaned back, swirling around the brown liquid, caught up in his memories. Voldemort and I were schoolmates. He went by Tom Riddle then, until I found his heritage for him. He also helped me in ways that are best left a secret between friends, between servant and master. He took a shot of the brandy as his features darkened for a split second. In Caliban's mind, memories of his father were dredged up from the small corners of his subconscious where they had been buried. The death of his family, all in the name of some vague constructed concept of the greater good, was a sore point to him. He quickly took another shot of brandy, reminding himself that they were no longer his family. His family was still very much alive. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Draco, who to this point had still said nothing. "You're awfully quiet," Caliban said with a smirk. "Perhaps there's some part of my claim you wish to deny some more." He frowned when he saw there was still no response from Malfoy. Caliban sat the glass down and walked over to Malfoy. He waved his hand in front of the boy's face and snapped his fingers a couple times. Caliban sneered as he saw the catatonic state that Draco's mind had locked up in. No doubt a symptom of the boy's training in occlumency. Because of the severity of the information presented to him, and the internal war that was going on inside his mind, Draco had withdrawn into himself as a defense mechanism. He wouldn't be good for anything for a few hours. He expected the boy to attack with rage, to fight back with every ounce of fervor he had physically, not just internally. Muttering to himself, he pointed his wand at the non-responsive Malfoy and uttered, "Soporific." Draco slumped forward, immediately falling to sleep. Caliban levitated the young Death Eater off the ground and gently guided him to his bed. Once he was securely put away, Caliban shut the door and locked it, leaving Malfoy alone to his thoughts. Arthur Weasley sat in the parlor room of number 12 Grimmauld Place, pacing back and forth while his wife sat in silence. In truth, much disagreement over their actions the last few years had driven a bit of a wedge between the two lovers, and though they still cared deeply for one another, Arthur knew that there was a strain on their marriage that had never been there before. He often wondered nowadays how they found themselves in this mess in the first place. What role did his family exactly play in the grand scheme of things? Though the Weasley family was one of the oldest of the pureblood families, of the current lines it was only predated by the Potter and the Dumbledore lordships, it had rarely interceded in politics and the like. Arthur himself had a seat on the Wizengamot, though his vote had been suspended, as had his pureblood status for a time to his family's financial situation. Time had mended that to the point where they were no longer swimming in debt. Dumbledore had helped with that, Arthur reminded himself. Which unfortunately was part of the problem he was in. The overtures had started innocently enough. Dumbledore had suggested to Arthur that he tell his son Ron that Harry Potter would be on the Express that day. Dumbledore had suggested that Arthur offer the boy a place to stay in times of need, though Arthur would have done the latter without prodding. It was in recent years that Dumbledore's subtle meanderings had become increasingly overt. With the return of you-know-who to the forefront, Dumbledore had taken what appeared to be an unhealthy interest in the personal life of Harry Potter, particularly when he hadn't seemed too keen on giving the boy a proper home in the first place. Arthur wasn't stupid, and neither was his son. Ron had seen the bruises, seen the lashings on Harry's body, and when he had figured out what had caused them he had immediately owled Arthur to tell him, to try and help Harry. Dumbledore's intercessions had stopped that train of thought almost immediately. Now the interest Dumbledore had was in Harry's love life. Albus seemed to be encouraging Molly and he to move their daughter Ginny into a relationship with Harry, which all things considered made sense at least from the Weasley point of view. Ginny had been saved by Harry from that awful creature in the Chamber of Secrets, she had become an auxiliary to Harry's central group of friends, and most of all she had been infatuated with Harry Potter from the moment she had laid eyes on him. To Albus Dumbledore, and to Molly Weasley to a lesser extent, that seemed to be enough. Arthur wasn't so certain. Seeing his little girl perhaps through new eyes for the first time this year, he had come to realize that her infatuation with Harry Potter was in fact with Harry Potter, not with Harry the young man that Arthur considered to be as close to his own as he could be without red hair. Furthermore, Ginny truly did seem to be over Harry, at least in a romantic sense. Yet Molly was insistent at trying to match the two up, in addition to setting up Ron with Hermione Granger. Dumbledore supported her measures, and Arthur felt left out in the cold. Yet he was still confident that, despite his eccentricities, Dumbledore had the right intentions in mind, which was why he was willing to go along with things, for the moment. Arthur had never been one to really take the initiative with defying anyone, particularly Dumbledore. It was this lack of ambition that might have landed him in this hot water in the first place, but it had also been what kept his head on straight for several years as well. A small click of the door leading to the kitchen broke Arthur from his reverie, and he and his wife looked up to see Albus Dumbledore walk in, very much looking like a 150-year-old man. Dumbledore sat on a chair across from them, breathing heavily, as if he had been through a long ordeal. "Albus, is something wrong?" Arthur ventured to ask, his concern for the man apparent. Dumbledore seemed to compose himself for a moment and waved the Weasley patriarch off. "I'm fine, Arthur. Really," he said with a sigh, though a frown was still readily apparent on his face. "I just have a horrible truth to relay to you." "It's about Harry, isn't it?" Molly spoke up, her voice quivering a bit at the end. "It is," Dumbledore replied dejectedly. "I'm afraid that what Severus said has caused several pieces of the puzzle to fall into place, and many things which were not quite apparent before are apparent now." He paused a moment, thinking, before nodding his head and turning back to Arthur. "I trust you know of the protections placed on the Granger residence." Arthur and Molly both nodded, having the same protections placed on their own home recently. "Those wards are foolproof. I designed them myself. There's simply no way that a Death Eater could have broken them down, certainly not one as dim-witted as Jonas Caldwell." Dumbledore brought his hand to his mouth, apparently upset by whatever conclusion this had led him to. "Albus, what are you saying?" Arthur asked, his tone a bit harried. He had added it up in his own mind, and couldn't believe what the man was selling. "I'm saying that they either were aided by someone from the inside, or they never attacked in the first place." He paused a moment longer, and looked the Weasleys dead in the eye. "I'm saying Hermione Granger is a Death Eater." There was a bit of a stifled gasp from Molly, but Arthur ignored it. He lowered his head slightly, enticing the slightest of glares towards Dumbledore. "Is that so?" Arthur said with a touch of sarcasm in his voice. "Why would the Death Eaters include someone who was a Muggleborn? Voldemort is a half-blood himself," Albus clearly stated, "and perhaps Miss Granger simply wishes to get ahead in our world. Whatever her reason, I believe that she has placed Harry in great danger." Arthur smirked, and Dumbledore could tell he wasn't buying the story. "Let's assume for a moment that you're right and that she has been acting in league with the Death Eaters. Couldn't she be under the Imperius curse?" "I don't think so," Albus said thoughtfully, hoping to get somewhere with Arthur. "She has too well organized a mind to be bewitched so easily. And Lucius Malfoy didn't." Arthur trailed off. This was still a bit of a stickling point as far as he was concerned. Albus didn't broach the subject, however, and merely turned towards Molly. "Has Harry contacted either Ron or Ginny at all this summer?" Dumbledore asked with worry in his voice. Molly stood up straighter, moving closer to her husband. "No, at least not that they've told me." She paused a moment, thinking something over. "I'm certain that Ginny would tell me if they heard something, but Ron might not if he was asked not to." Dumbledore nodded. "Perhaps I should have a talk with young Ronald. He deserves to know of this betrayal. In the meantime, I'll inform magical law enforcement that they are to put out a warrant for the arrest of Hermione Granger, both for the murder of her parents and for the abduction of Harry Potter. There's no doubt in my mind that these two events are connected. Go back to your family and flow me if you hear anything." Arthur kept a firm gaze on Dumbledore, and Molly turned to him. She saw the anger readily at the forefront, and interceded before Arthur could give the elder man what for. She ushered him out of the parlor and towards a fireplace. As soon as they were out of sight, Dumbledore let out a sigh. There was nary a kernel of truth in his story, but they needn't know that right now. It was for the best anyway, he quickly told himself. If those two never got together then. Dumbledore didn't allow himself to dwell on it any further. He headed towards the fireplace himself, eager to get a good night's sleep. Watching over all of it, the portrait of Walburgia Black, who had been pretending to be asleep for the exchange, muttered to herself about how she would have been proud to have Albus Dumbledore for a son. This is so frustrating. Rang through the library of Potter Manor, causing Harry to look up from the book he had been glancing through and stare at Hermione. She angrily flopped down the book she had been reading for the third time that day and dropped her head into her hands. Silently, Harry stood up and walked over to her. The constructs are just too complicated, she said with a resounding sigh. It's just too many variables to account for in going back in time. Too many loose ends to get the spell to work. Loose ends? Harry inquired, his interest perked. Yes, loose ends. It's not really a technical term. She bit her bottom lip, staring down at the desk trying to figure out a way of explaining it. It's kind of like a quilt. If you have too many loose threads in the quilt, then it unravels or it isn't complete. It's the same way with any spell construct. The more complicated the spell, the more potential for loose ends. The equations are sound, it just would take me ages to be able to apply them in a more constructive sense. Frustrated again, she pursed her lips and sat in thought for several moments, before Harry gently placed a hand on her shoulder. It's getting late, he said softly, and we've both had a long day. How about we get something to eat and then pick this back up in the morning? You go on ahead, she said, not turning towards him. She waved her hand toward the door and grabbed another book. There's a few more things I need to look up. Harry frowned, and stood watch as she opened the book again. She was avoiding something, Harry quickly decided, something she needed to confront. Silently, he waved his hand and the book slammed shut before Hermione could place her hands in it too deeply. She turned to look at him, a mixture of shock and anger on her face, but Harry remained calm. Myone, you need sleep. I know you haven't slept well the last few days, just a few hours here and there. She tried to interject but Harry stopped her. You also haven't eaten anything since this morning. Sighing, she set the book aside and stood up, heading towards the door. Fine, she said with a resigned tone in her voice, I'll get something to eat. But I have to keep at this, Harry. She paused a moment and smiled. Really, I'm fine, I'm not tired at all. Harry shook his head and Hermione frowned slightly. Since when had he become so perceptive? No, you're not fine, Hermione. Look, I know that you still have nightmares, I still have them too. He sighed, sitting down himself. I can't say I fully understand everything you've been through. He paused a moment when he saw that Hermione had made his way back to his side, her eyes a little misty. I never knew my parents like you did, and while Sirius was like a father to me, I didn't know him but for a couple of years at most. He took her hands into his, trying to be supportive as the tears flowed freely down her face. The nightmares will fade with time, and when they do you'll be left with 16 years of happy memories with your parents. He paused a moment before adding, I'll get you a pensieve if you want, so you can always have those happy memories on hand whenever you want them. Hermione nodded, but didn't say anything. She tried to smile a bit and wiped the tears from her eyes. Harry could see that the healing process had only begun, but that things could move forward slightly. A small drawn frown at the corner of her mouth drew his attention. What is it, Myone? Their bodies, she whispered, stifling a choked sob as she did. Harry simply nodded. I sent Dobby to get your things and their bodies after we left, but when he got there their bodies had been removed. He sighed apologetically. The ministry probably took them. I can inquire about that as soon as possible if you'd like. Hermione smiled as much as she could and nodded her head. She stood back up and offered her hand. Let's get something to eat, she said. Harry smiled back. It was the best thing he'd heard that day. Harry awoke the next morning with a frown on his face. The nightmares of Sirius had returned that night, a sign that even he hadn't moved past anything at all. Still, they had been worse before this had started, all things considered. Struggling with his sheet, he eventually flicked it off and grabbed his glasses. He both smiled and frowned at the notion that for the first time in a few days, Hermione Granger was not sharing his bed. He hoped this was a sign that things were starting to get better, but he internally frowned to the fact that he was starting to get used to sharing his bed with her. It came quite naturally, almost too naturally. Sighing, he stood out of bed and grabbed a quick shower. Once he was satisfied with his state of appearance, he made his way downstairs to the dining area. There he slightly frowned when he saw Hermione sitting at the table, idly chewing on a piece of bacon and stroking Thoth's head while at the same time reading through another book. She looked up at him and smiled, though there was a tiny hint of a look like she'd been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Harry simply shrugged it off. "Morning, Hermione," he said with a smile. "How long have you been up?" "Only about an hour or so," she said with a returning smile. She marked her place in the book and set it aside. She glanced at Harry with a cockeyed smirk on her face, and Harry could almost instantly tell that it was the look she gave him whenever she had just figured something of immense importance out. Before Harry could ask what it was, she cut him off. "Isn't it about time you show me what that animagus form of yours is?" Harry blushed slightly and nodded his head. Truth be told, he had nearly forgotten about it in the course of events. He himself didn't even know what his form was. Though there was no time like the present to find out. Closing his eyes, he scanned his memory for the required knowledge. As time had passed, he was finding that accessing his vault of stored knowledge was getting easier and easier, at least of the concepts that he had a fundamental understanding of before the inheritance. Once he was certain he had a firm grasp on the skill, he willed it to happen, and instantly felt a change come over him. When he opened his eyes, he instantly noticed that he was significantly smaller than he had been, though he felt that he was still standing on two legs. His posture was slightly cocked forward, and he tried to stretch out his hands. A flood of sensations came into his brain, not the least of which was a sense of direction that he was not used to having. Stretching out his arm, he found that he no longer hands at all. Turning his head slightly, his human mind was shocked to find a wing where his arm once was. A slight turn to the left found the same thing. Instinct seemed to take over, and Harry flapped both of his wings toward the ground, earning a slight upward lift. A few more trial and error sessions and he found himself flying up to the kitchen table, where he regarded Hermione with what he could best describe as an awestruck look. Forcing himself back into human form, Harry felt his normal mind completely reassert itself. He took a couple deep breaths as he sat, knelt down on the table. Looking up at Hermione, he asked, "What's my form look like?" "Oh, Harry," she managed to whisper out, her hands covering her dumbstruck mouth. "You're a beautiful raven. Black as night but with the most brilliant green eyes I think I've ever seen on a bird." Harry gave a smirk and moved himself off of his table. Sitting down next to Hermione, he was surprised when a plate of food almost immediately appeared in front of him. "I see Dobby and Winky have been keeping busy," he said with a smile as he lifted his fork and took a bite of scrambled eggs. "You know we haven't explored the basement level yet. Maybe we can do that today," he idly wondered. There was a brief moment before Harry looked up at Hermione, who was still staring at him with wonder in her eyes. "My own?" he ventured to ask, a little bit of worry in his voice. "That was brilliant," she finally managed to say. Her senses seemed to come back to her and she shook her head slightly. "You're going to have to teach me that for sure when we do our training." Harry frowned. "I hope you've found something that I haven't. I'm still stumped on how to make the runes work to keep the time turner anchored in enchantments without the power fading from it." Hermione smiled and pulled her book back in front of Harry. "I have it all figured out," she said with a tinge of pride in her voice. "Instead of going back in time and muddling about with all of the rules about paradoxes and stuff, we'll simply make more time the old-fashioned way." She made a motion to the various equations on the page she was holding. "We'll simply slow time down instead." Nymphadora Tonks was certain of one thing: she had a headache. No, scratch that, she had a migraine. Come to think of it, migraine might be an understatement. She had rolled out of bed this morning, still confused about the whole situation with Remus, confused about her role in life, her duties as an Auror and as a member of the Order of the Phoenix. All things considered, it was enough to give her a headache in its own right. Being instructed to find and bring to justice Hermione Granger, that was something that was migraine-inducing. Tonks had only met the witch a few times, but found her to be a rather cheery person to be around, all things considered. She was awestruck by how much Hermione knew about their world and the drive to learn as much more as she could. She was also impressed with her depth of character and her sheer amount of courage, even if she didn't recognize it in herself. The girl was the true definition of a Gryffindor. So for Albus Dumbledore, a man she thought she respected and thought had many if not all the answers to accuse, no, just flat out and say that Hermione Granger was a Death Eater made absolutely no sense. Shaking her head as she made her way to the kitchen of her mother's home in Stratford, she grabbed the pot of coffee off the broiler and poured herself a cup. If there was one Muggle custom she had taken to greatly, it was a morning cup of coffee. Sighing almost contentedly as she smelled the fresh brew, she took a sip and headed for the kitchen table. She sat there for a moment, alone with her thoughts, trying to muddle out any kind of conclusion that she could. She didn't notice the blonde-haired woman coming down the stairs. She walked through the entryway and made her way to the dining room, taking time to smile at Tonks. "Good morning, dear," she said with a mildly chipper voice. Tonks didn't look up at her mother, simply pretending to read the copy of the Daily Prophet on the table. "Morning, Mum," she said offhandedly, trying to dismiss her mother in an indirect manner. If nothing else, she didn't want to discuss things with her mother. It was too awkward and would probably muck things up even worse. However, Andromeda Tonks was rather intuitive, especially when it came to her own daughter. Cocking an eyebrow, she sat down next to Tonks and folded her hands on the table. "What's wrong, Dora?" Tonks sighed and dropped the paper, looking at her mother, who had a calm mask of serenity etched over her face, though concern was readily apparent if you knew where to look. "Nothing," Tonks replied, shrugging it off. "Just some stuff at work." "Oh." Andromeda looked downward a bit, fiddling with her hands, though it wasn't long before she had her eyes back up and staring at her daughter. Tonks tried to ignore it, turning back to her coffee and paper, but the nagging stare from her mother irked her in all the right places. "I'm just so confused," she finally admitted, throwing down the paper in frustration. She hung her head partially in anguish and partially in shame, trying her best to control her emotions. Her mother was silent, but simply slid over and wrapped her arm around her daughter in a show of support. After several moments of silence, she broke away and stared at her daughter. "I understand your work keeps you from giving me specific details." She paused, letting Nymphadora's gaze turn upwards toward her, a few tears shining in her eyes, "but I'm here to help you any way I can, Dora. So, why don't you tell me what it is that's bothering you, as best you can?" "What isn't bothering me?" Tonks thought to herself as she began to tell her mother the story of Remus Lupin, deciding that her mother's lack of knowledge about the Order limited the amount of information that Tonks could give. When she had finished, she looked at her mother with bloodshot eyes. "I just don't know what to do," she confessed. "I don't know if Remus has feelings for me, or if he does, how deep they run. I don't know how I can reconcile everything at work with whatever this is." She finished her tale and sat there, nearly in tears. Her mother merely regarded her with a comforting, yet stoic expression on her face. Finally, after several moments, she leaned forward and lifted her daughter's chin, drawing her attention. "These matters are never easy, dear," she began, pulling her hand away and leaning back in the chair slightly. "When I began dating your father, my family tried to do everything to stop me, from love potions to threats of physical harm. They stopped short of the Imperious Curse, but I wouldn't have put it past them." She took a long pause and then firmly kept on. "But in the end I married your father and everything worked itself out. Do I miss the camaraderie that I had with my sisters? Yes, there's not a day goes by that I don't wish that we could have what we used to." She grasped her daughter's hand again. "But what I gained is so much more than that I wouldn't think of trading it. I don't know if this man loves you, or if he even has feelings for you. Only he can answer that question. But I do know this. When it comes to matters of the heart, only the heart can help you decide." Her daughter smiled at her as best she could, and the two women embraced. "Thanks, Mum," Tonks said in a whispered tone, before standing up and heading out of the room. She had a lot to do that day if she was going to set things right. All of a sudden, her headache didn't appear to be that bad anymore. Ginny Weasley coughed as the dust began to settle in the Weasley family attic. The ghoul that normally tormented them had been banished for the time being, courtesy of a rather violent outburst from her older brother Ron. Ginny stood back and watched Ron as he methodically searched through several boxes of stored items in the attic, organizing it as best he could and plowing through the task without the usual reckless abandon that he would. She knew that something had been amiss with her brother for quite some time now, particularly since the disappearance of Harry and Hermione. He was overly quiet and prone to violent mood swings whenever someone tried to broach the subject with him. The only one he didn't really explode against was Ginny, and after seeing what was left of their brother Charlie after he had tried to get him to open up, she was thankful for that. Still, it worried Ginny. He could be an insensitive prat at times, but he was still her brother. She knew he needed some kind of outlet for his anger, aside from blowing up the nearest garden gnome that happened to wander by. Edging closer to her brother, she cleared her throat and tried to talk to him. Ron, is something bothering you? She immediately chided herself for the direct approach. She saw her brother stop, and turned slowly back to her, his anger flaring up again as he spoke. No, Gin, absolutely nothing is wrong with me, he responded in a sarcastic tone. My best mate and another close friend have gone missing and might be dead for all I know, and no one will tell me a damn thing about either one of them. Ginny noticed a small tinge at the corner of his mouth, something that was offsetting to her and her alone, but she allowed him to continue. So, no, Gin, I'm bloody well perfect. He scoffed at her again and went back to his cleaning. Hey, this isn't my fault, Ronald, so don't go chewing me out and acting like an insufferable prat. Ron stopped but didn't turn to look at her. You don't think I'm not worried about them too? Yeah, I'll admit, I'm probably not as close to them as you are, particularly Harry. But they're my friends too. Ron turned back, the fierce look on his face somewhat tempered by the tears leaking out of Ginny's eyes. Several tense moments passed before Ron approached Ginny, and offered her what support he could. They hugged each other for what seemed to be several minutes. When Ron heard her muffled sobs slow, he broke away, a lopsided smile on his face. Feel better then? Ginny laughed and smiled through still falling tears. Sorry I tore into ya, Gin, but it's just so frustrating. They're just keeping us in the dark on everything, ya know. Ginny nodded, feeling the same frustrations. But I'm sure they're all right. Hermione being the brightest witch of her age and all. Dot and Harry wouldn't go down without a fight. Ginny raised an eyebrow. Since when had Ron become an optimist? Something irked at her mind. The look that he had given her, that momentary lapse in his facade of anger, hinted at something. It was the same kind of tick that practically every Weasley male gave off, subtle yet incredibly damning if you could recognize it. If you knew what to look for, it was virtually impossible for any of them to lie you. What are you hiding, Ron? She flat out stated, her hands coming up to her hips in a very Molly-esque fashion. For a split second, guilt flashed across Ron's face, followed by a look of confusion mixed with innocence. I'm not hiding anything, Ginny. He started to lash out again with defensive anger, trying to shift the subject away from him. No, you are, Ginny replied flatly, her tone stopping Ron's misdirection dead in its tracks. She quickly went through her mind about what it might be he was hiding. The little look had come after he had said that no one would tell him anything. Did that mean that? Her eyes went wide at the realization. You've heard from them, haven't you? Her mouth went wide as Ron was caught off guard, and quickly looking for a way to deflect the conversation again. At that moment, Ginny was certain she had him. Ron apparently realized it too, as he hung his head in defeat for a brief moment, before walking over to the door and shutting it quickly. He locked it from the inside, so as not to be disturbed. He glanced around the walls, seemingly paranoid about being heard, and then proceeded to pull up a chair. Might want to sit down, Gin, he said with a sigh, this could take a while. Ginny nodded and pulled up another of the older chairs that were stored in the Weasley attic. Once she was situated, Ron began, outlining everything he had to say in his mind, and taking things one step at a time, virtually like a chess match. A few days ago I got a letter from Harry. He said he was fine and that he had Hermione with him. Aside from her parents being dead, she was all right too. Ginny sniffed but motioned for Ron to continue. He also said that Dumbledore has been using him for years. Put all these curses and hexes on him and stuff. Ginny's eyes went wide. But, why? How? That can't be right. Are you sure it was Harry that wrote that letter, Ron? Ginny's mind was working 1,000 miles a minute. Why in the world would Dumbledore put any kind of curse on Harry? Yes, I'm sure. The letter was delivered by Hedwig and I recognized Harry's handwriting. He paused a moment before adding, and I don't think he'd be under the Imperius either. I don't think anyone could use that curse on him. There were several uneasy seconds of silence that followed. What sort of curses? Did he say what they were? Ginny was now rattling off questions like bullets from a gun. Ron sat back, bewildered by it for a second, before taking the first question. Nodding his head, he answered, some kind of spell made Harry's aunt and uncle go mental at the sight or mention of him, he said. Another was some kind of memory charm about a time when Harry was rescued from the Dursleys. He also mentioned something of a power block, said it was keeping him from using his magical potential, whatever that means. It means he wasn't nearly as powerful as he should have been. Ginny got a far-away look in her eyes. Merlin, he's done all the things he's done with those kind of curses on him. Ron simply nodded. It gets worse, he said flatly, anger seeping into his voice. Much worse. He was about to continue when the voice of their mother called down from the kitchen. Working frantically, Ron turned to Ginny, not a word of this to anyone, Gin. Promise. But, Mum can help him if. Harry's fine, Gin. So's Hermione. You can't tell anyone about this, not even Mum, and especially not Dumbledore. Ginny looked a bit taken aback, before she nodded her head. Fine, if you say so. But if I find out that they've been hurt, you can bad bogey me to Timbuktu if they get hurt, Gin. Merlin knows I deserve it. The two siblings stood up and exited the attic. Making their way downstairs, Ron stopped a few landings short of the bottom floor when he saw who happened to be sitting in the Weasley kitchen. Ah, Mr. and Ms. Weasley, came a cheerful yet somber voice of Albus Dumbledore, just the two people I wanted to talk to. It took several hours, but with the house elves' help Harry had drawn the right runes on the cornerstones of Potter Manor. Essentially the spell would work to slow time to make one day outside the equivalent of 18 months inside within a given range. They had chosen the house proper for the range, simply based on energy requirements. The downside, of course, was that they couldn't leave the premises until the spell wore off. Seeing as how they wouldn't need to leave for anything really, due to it wasn't a huge sacrifice to make. Once the runes were in place, Hermione set about energizing various focusing crystals placed over the runes, drawing on her arithmetic calculations to get the temporal fields aligned in the proper motion once the incantation was recited. When she was certain she had it right, after triple checking her calculations, of course, she joined Harry in the center of the house. Remember, she said as she shut the door to the small circular room, we need to read the incantation at the same time. We have to combine our magical energies to be able to get the spell right, and we'll probably both be tired for a few minutes afterwards, but if it works, then we can start on our way to ending this, Harry said firmly, with resolve in his voice. We can get rid of Voldemort once and for all and then get on with our lives. Hermione smiled at him, and the two of them interlaced their fingers. Gripping their wands, Hermione nodded to Harry. On three, he said in response. 1, 2, 3. Tardis tempus duodivigenti mensis. There was a slight delay as they held both their wands aloft while chanting the words. Then quickly a bright yellow light shot out of both of them and encompassed the entire room. It shone brightly as it expanded to encompass beyond the room, expanding to the whole of the house. Just as quickly as it had grown, it shot backwards, collapsing back into both of them. They collapsed onto the floor, both partially exhausted from the expenditure of energy. After several minutes, Harry looked up, out of breath, a bit of a grin on his face. Did it work? He asked. Hermione pushed herself up to a sitting position, also out of breath. I don't know, she responded. There's only one way to find out. After catching their breath, they got to their feet and rushed as fast as they could to the entryway of the house. Hermione hesitantly approached the door and opened it. She took a few steps outside, and smiled as her progress was blocked by a field of energy. She turned back to Harry. It worked. Harry smiled back. I hope you don't mind being cooped up here for 18 months with only me for company. Hermione very nearly giggled and walked over to Harry, planting a small peck on his forehead. I think I'll manage. Now, I'll have a study schedule for us by tomorrow. What should be tomorrow, when we wake up? Harry laughed at the confusion and motioned for her to follow him. Sounds great. My own. Now I know I promised you a tour of the basement level. Hermione nodded and they headed downstairs. The basement was designed much like the top floor was, with brick floors and walls instead of the decorated hardwoods and marble stone. They walked down a small hallway which had several doors leading off into different directions. Choosing the first door on the left, Harry opened it, and was stunned by what he saw. Standing before them was a long hallway lit by torchlight. All along the wall various portraits stood positioned. Harry and Hermione both silently down the dead-end hallway, coming to a stop near the far wall. All of the portraits seemed to be asleep, and according to the names, they appeared to be the former heads of the House of Potter. Harry, this is. Hermione trailed off when she noticed Harry was glancing at the portrait at the farthest end of the wall, tears shimmering in his green eyes as he regarded it. Harry, what is it? Harry never turned to her. Almost completely ignoring her, he muttered aloud in disbelief, Mum. Dad. Harry watched with fascination as the slumbering figures in the painting before him slowly came to life. The man was first. He was nearly an exact duplicate of Harry, save for the shorter hair and glasses. The older man blinked his eyes for a few moments, having been laying on the couch, before turning back at the two people staring with mouths wide open at him. He furrowed his brow a moment, before realization seemed to set in. Smiling, he called out to the other side of the parlor room in which the painting was set. Lily. Lily, wake up. A rather attractive red-headed woman stirred from the armchair that was seated in the background of the painting. She yawned for a moment, before opening the most brilliant green eyes Harry had ever seen. Once she recognized what was going on, she literally jumped out of her seat. Harry, she exclaimed, somehow recognizing her son from the time span of nearly a decade and a half. The couple both joined together in the foreground, standing as close as they could to the canvas surface, and to their son. Harry's eyes were misting over quite rapidly. Never in a million years did he ever think that he would see his parents outside of the few silent photographs he had in his album. But here they were, straight in front of him. Maybe not flesh and blood, but it was as close as he had ever felt to them. Hesitantly he pressed a shaking hand onto the canvas, trying to feel anything but paint on its surface. If he tried hard enough, he thought he almost could. For her part, Hermione merely stood back, watching the scene, tears of joy and sorrow intermixing in her eyes. The two figures in the painting each had tears in their own animated eyes. Hello, son, James said with a quivering voice. It's been a long time. Harry simply nodded, wiping the tears from his eyes. You look so much like your father, Lily noted, similar emotions running rampant over her face. She took a moment to clear her eyes, before she added, my baby boy is all grown up. Harry instantly felt a bit of red hit his cheeks, an emotion he was not quite used to. All the same, it gave him a deep warm feeling. There's so much I want to say to you, he said, trying to find the right words. He had often dreamt about what he would say to his parents if he ever got the chance to meet them, even if it was for just 5 minutes and never again. Now that he had come to it, the words weren't coming to him. He turned to Hermione, looking for some show of support, or rather looking for help on the matter. Mum, Dad. This is Hermione Granger, he brokenly said, leading Hermione to in front of the portrait. A moment later he added with a blush, she's my, girlfriend. He was no good at this. Hermione joined him in blushing, and the two painted figures smiled with another round of tears dripping from their faces. It's nice to meet you, Hermione, Lily said politely, all the while James simply smirked. I see you take after your old man with the ladies, Harry, he joked, causing Lily to slightly elbow him in the gut. He overplayed the gesture, and acted as if he were mortally wounded, bringing levity to the situation, and a smile to everyone's face. After a slight round of laughing, James looked around, glancing about the view of the portrait as if he were looking for someone. Lily ignored him, and presented the first question on her mind. How are you, dear? She asked her son, a small hint of worry in her voice. I mean, how are you doing, all things considered? She laughed and sobbed at the same time as tears broke out of her eyes, and James placed an arm over her shoulders. Listen to me, I've turned into a sodding hosepipe, she quirked, earning a smile and a key on the head from James. It's understandable, love, he explained, it's been so long. He turned to Harry and Hermione. It's been a long time since we awoke. This portrait was painted just after you were born, and memories were placed into the enchantments here until, well, you know. Harry grimly nodded. James seemed to be confused for a moment before he asked, what year is it anyway? It's June 1996, Hermione offered, rather mechanically. 1996. Almost 15 years. Merlin's beard. James' eyes went wide as if he were deducing a puzzle, something that Lily seemed to already figure out. Harry, we don't mean to be rude, but. She paused a moment, considering her words and her suspicions. Why didn't Sirius bring you to visit us sooner? I'm sure he'd told you all about Potter Manor when you were younger. Harry's joy quite suddenly vanished, leaving a slight scowl on his face. Son? Lily asked, worry more evident in her voice. Sirius didn't raise me, he finally said, his voice quivering with frustration and grief. Aunt Petunia did. James's eyes went wide at this as he nearly did a double take. Petunia. Petunia Dursley. He exclaimed, filled with shock. When he calmed himself down, he apologetically added, Harry, I am so sorry you had to live with her and that oaf she called a husband. Now, James, Lily said a bit too Hermione-like for Harry's comfort zone, they aren't all bad. Sure, they're a bit inflexible, but they aren't exactly monsters. She turned to Harry, who had a grimace on his face. Harry. They may not be, he finally responded, or at least might not have been. But, certain people saw that they didn't treat me well. He choked on the words, hanging his head slightly in shame. Lily saw this, and nearly fell to her knees crying. Oh, Harry, she gasped with exasperation, I had no idea that. She couldn't get the words out of her mouth. James just stood there unblinking, still trying to grasp one last element. But, how could Sirius let you stay with them? He asked, certainly befuddled by his best friend's lack of appearance in front of him. Surely he would have shown Harry where Potter Manor was. Or for that matter, he would have visited them himself. Harry tried to answer, but the grief was coming to the forefront, shutting down his answer. Hermione stepped in, tears streaking down her own face slightly. He didn't really have a choice in the matter, Mr. Potter, she politely explained. After what happened 15 years ago, he confronted Peter Pettigrew. James immediately scowled at the name, but Peter faked blowing himself up. Sirius was charged with the murder of Peter and betraying your location to Voldemort. He spent 12 years in Azkaban before he escaped. James and Lily's eyes went wide at this, but James still had a befuddled look on his face. But Dumbledore shouldn't have allowed that. He knew Wormtail was the secret keeper. He should have. He what? The roar came from Harry, who had quickly wiped the worry from his eyes and replaced them with burning fury. He knew. That old wanker knew Wormtail was the secret keeper all along. Harry gritted his teeth, despite his mother's chidings for such language. There was a bit of a flicker in the light of the torches, and James and Lily looked around as if the whole house, or at least their painted domicile, was shaking. Several cries of surprise came from the other portraits in the room, and some of the occupants went running for whatever cover they could find. Hermione snapped her head towards Harry and could see the cold fire of rage burning behind his green eyes, their gaze boring into the stone wall in front of him. Harry, calm down, Hermione quickly commanded, patting him gently on the head. Harry, you have to calm down now. Harry closed his eyes, his fists clenched as he tried to calm himself through deep, meditative breaths. After several seconds, he finally opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Perhaps you should start at the beginning, son, James said, sitting down next to his wife on the drawn couch. Harry nodded and he and Hermione conjured a pair of chairs on which to sit. Right, the beginning is as good a place to start as anything. To his credit, Ginny thought the moment they entered the kitchen, Ron was staying in complete control of his emotions. If what he was saying was true, then Ron should tear Dumbledore limb from bloody limb upon seeing him. She wasn't so sure. Her experience with the diary had taught her not to take anything for granted. But she wanted to give her brother the benefit of the doubt. Please, sit down, Dumbledore asked, and the two of them robotically obeyed the command. They sat across from the aged wizard, regarding his demeanor. He had the same omnipresent smile on his face, and his eyes were twinkling like mad as he stared at both Ron and Ginny. For the slightest of moments a frown came over his face, but it passed as quickly as it came. Ginny did notice though. Is something wrong, Professor? She innocently asked, channeling her twin brothers at that moment. Dumbledore seemed to recollect his thoughts and he muddled around in his robes for something. I'm afraid there is, he said with a resigned smile, as he pulled out a small sack. Lemo. Drop. The Weasleys shook their heads. Dumbledore shrugged and tossed one into his mouth. After several seconds he continued. You're very observant, Ms. Weasley. I'm afraid I have bad news concerning your friends Harry and Hermione. He paused a moment to gauge their reactions. Ron maintained a steady pulse, but Ginny was a bit worried on her face. Perhaps another look would be in order. Silently his eyes began twinkling again as he looked at young Ronald Weasley, gently probing his mind with legilimency while the young man stood oblivious. After several moments he internally frowned at confirming his initial probe's suspicions. The problem was worse than he thought. Far worse. What happened to them? Ginny finally asked, her eyes going wide, interrupting Dumbledore's probe. Are they? I don't know, he answered, turning his gaze towards Ginny. He used the same technique on her, finding that she knew the basics of what her brother knew, and that she was putting up a bit of a worrisome front for Harry. This was even more disconcerting, for Dumbledore's own personal quest. He ended his probe and continued, Harry's whereabouts are still unknown, but we would know if Voldemort had killed him. However, it would appear that you all have been betrayed. He paused a moment. He wasn't sure how well this was going to go over, but maybe, yes, that could do quite nicely. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing that Miss Granger was the brightest witch of her age after all. Evidence has come to light, he continued, that your friend Miss Granger is in league with Voldemort. I believe she is a Death Eater. The reaction was almost instantaneous. Ginny kept up her facade, but Ron couldn't stand it. He scoffed at the headmaster, and stood up in anger. Hermione a Death Eater? He screamed. That's the biggest load of tripe I've ever heard. Ronald Weasley. His mother yelled at him, growing red in the face, mind your manners. I'm not going to sit here while he calls one of my best friends a Death Eater. He was realizing quickly that if things continued that his confidence would be betrayed. With that, he calmed himself down enough to storm out of the kitchen. There was silence before Ginny stood up. I'll go after him, she politely said, and her mother shooed her off. When she was gone, Molly sat down across from Dumbledore. I'm sorry, she said with a whispered sigh, it must just be too much to take for them. In truth, she had some of her own doubts about the older man's sanity, but she wouldn't express those in front of him right now. It's perfectly understandable, Dumbledore stated somewhat grimly. He made to ponder a moment before he asked, has Ronald been acting out of sorts recently? Prone to anger. A bit defensive of Hermione. Molly thought back a bit. He had been acting out of sorts, but she assumed that it was out of worry for his friends. I thought as much, Dumbledore said with a frown. What? Molly asked immediately. What is it? I'm afraid Miss Granger might have Ronald under the Imperious Curse. Molly went wide and she held her hands in fear. Rest assured he is in no position to be harmed or to be taken advantage of, however. With Aurors on the hunt for Miss Granger, she will be brought to swift justice soon. And then the curse can be broken. Molly was in full protective mode, and she worriedly glanced at the clock on the wall. Ron's hand wasn't at mortal peril, so things had to be going right. All the same, Dumbledore continued, it would probably do not to let him outside too much, and to keep him and his sister out in the dark on order affairs even more so than usual. And screen his mail regularly, just in case he receives instructions from Miss Granger that way. Molly simply nodded, her eyes not leaving the clock. I'll see myself out. Dumbledore pulled another lemo. Drop out of his robe. It would only be a stopgap measure, but it would help things along. More troublesome was what Ronald knew of the protections he had placed on Harry, and by proxy what Harry knew. If 2 plus 2 did indeed equal 4 in this case, Dumbledore had a long way to go before re-establishing a status quo, or at least something as close to it as he could get. All things considered, Remus Lupin told himself, life was one big pathetic fallacy. It was currently raining outside his small cottage in the hillsides of Wales. The cottage was a rather small thing. It was merely a living room, a small kitchen which led into a smaller parlor, dining room, a downstairs bathroom, and a very small study area. The second floor was equally small, with the master bedroom and bath and a small guest room across the hall from the master. Remus was currently seated in the small study area, trying his best to read over procedure for the Wizengamot. He had a good idea where Harry might be, and planned on visiting him soon enough. He had few books on the subject of parliamentary procedure, but had procured as many as he could find from his limited selection. Most of his study area was taken up by older and used books that were barely held together by a combination of sticking charms and spell-o tape. Some were even held together by that greatest of Muggle inventions, duct tape. Remus took a quick look around the area and sighed. It wasn't much, but it was all that he could afford, given the anti-werewolf legislation passed by Umbridge and her pureblood voting bloc in recent years. He only hoped things would get better soon. He noted the silence of the room, and it practically brought tears to his eyes. He was the last one. Again, he had come to realize. He had lost all of his friends once before, and just when he had found Sirius again, he was gone once more, this time for good. It practically broke his heart. Sniffing, he took a look at the photograph that hung over his desk. It was of his graduation day at Hogwarts. His younger self was standing off to the side, smiling shyly at the camera, but being jostled into the main group by Sirius. The traitor was on the other side, and in the middle was a young James and Lily, taking turns posing for the camera. Things were so much more carefree back then, even with the looming shadow of Voldemort hanging over the horizon. This was the only photo he had left of those days. Most of the rest had been destroyed in a fire that had consumed his family home just outside Sus, in the time of burnings. Several homes had been destroyed that summer, not just his. The Weasleys' ancestral home, for one, had been a noted casualty of the spree of fires. He let out a deep sigh and reached over for the bottle of Ogden's that was seated on the edge of the desk. Taking a deep swig of it, only to find it frustratingly empty, he half-drunkenly tossed it aside against the wall, taking some measure in the sound of it shattering into 1,000 pieces against the wall. Loneliness was his constant companion at times like this, and as much as he was trying to throw himself into working on behalf of Harry and Hermione, he still couldn't shake off the fact that right now, he'd give almost anything just to have one last conversation with Sirius. He shook his head out of a small stupor and resumed leafing through a small pamphlet when he heard a knock on the door. His eyes immediately lifted away from the parchment and glanced down the hall to the old wooden door barely hanging in its frame. He carefully pulled out his wand and headed for the door. After another somewhat hesitant knock, he kept his wand at the ready and slowly opened the door. It was the last person he expected to see there. There on his front step, soaked in the rain, her hair drenched in a cliché fashion, was Tonks. Remus nearly did a double take as he stared at the young woman before him, the wolf within frantically scanning the horizon for any sign of the Order members who might have followed her there to try and drag him back kicking and screaming. "They're not there," she said with a sigh, her eyes going to the ground slightly. "I never told anyone where you went." She stifled a small sob and tried to smile as best she could. "Dora, Remus was uncertain what words to use. He cleared his throat, suddenly finding it very dry. Finally, after licking his lips in a nervous twitch, he asked, "What are you doing?" Tonks let a few tears slip by as she walked closer to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Doing what is right." She closed her eyes as the distance between them shrank slowly, instead of what is easy. She trailed off, as the two of them embraced and keyed at each other, standing in close proximity for several minutes in each other's company. Remus Lupin thought to himself that life being a pathetic fallacy wasn't so bad after all. All things considered, it was a good day for Luna Lovegood. Her father was currently hunting for the elusive web-footed Cornwallies that had been plaguing the fjords of Finland for quite some time, and would make for a great exclusive story for the next issue of the Quibbler. She had offered to go with him, but he had insisted that she stay behind to protect the house from something or other. Luna was currently passing the time reading ahead in her books and jotting down some notes for her OWLs to come the following year. As she did so, she idly twirled a necklace that she kept with her at all times. It was a small, silver brooch with the crest of an eagle etched into the metal, studded around the outside with 5 small emeralds. It had belonged to her mother, Esmeralda, and was the only thing that Luna had left to be reminded of her, at least in the physical sense. She sighed and put down her quill, staring off into space for a moment. Her face was a mask of unperturbed calm, but across her mind worry for her newfound friends. Like so many, she had no idea what had happened to Harry or Hermione, just what the papers had said and what Ginny had told her when she came to visit. Having never really had true friends for the better part of her life, she was genuinely worried for what might have happened to them, though she suspected that they were fine. The clock in the main room gently sounded the lunchtime hour, and Luna closed her book and snugly tucked her brooch beneath her shirt. She was about to go into the kitchen to make something to eat when she heard the telltale soft pop of an apparating visitor into her sitting room. It didn't worry her so much. Her house was under the Fidelis charm, her father was rather paranoid, and anyone who would apparate directly into the sitting room was likely one of father's friends. Sighing, she walked into the sitting room. "Father isn't here right now," she announced to the unidentified visitor. "He won't be back for some time." "I do not wish to speak to Jeremy today," the visitor replied, his raspy whisper of a voice immediately drawing Luna's wide-eyed gaze. "I came to speak to you." "Celine." Luna shook her head as she saw the man in front of her. He was clad in black and silver robes, a hood covering most of his face, though a wrinkled chin and a few errant whiskers stood out. His eyes were a glowing yellow in the midday light, and he offered a toothless smile that made Luna cringe every time she saw it. "Lazarus," she said with surprise in her voice, "I wasn't expecting you." "Rarely do people expect me," the elder man replied, hobbling his way to a small chair. He let himself down with an audible groan, and took several deep breaths as he closed his eyes for a second. "Why are you here?" Luna matter-of-factly asked, as she moved a footstool to the end of the chair. Lazarus responded by placing one foot on the offered support, and a slight chuckle. "I came to see if you have been any more successful in determining the whereabouts of Mr. Potter. Our agents have been everywhere, but I must admit we have been rather distracted since your stunts in the department last month." Lazarus shook his hand at Luna. "You were very naughty, Celine. You should have known better than to lead Harry into such a situation." "What was I supposed to do?" Luna asked, shrugging her shoulders. "He was determined to go. I suppose. In the end it was necessary. It's funny how fate both directs us and is directed itself by the choices that we make." Lazarus paused, but before he could continue, Luna rolled her eyes. "Not another speech on the intricacies of fate and prophecy, please," she seemed to plead, offering him a cup from a conjured pot of tea. "I heard it all when you inducted me into the Department of Mysteries as a junior operative." "Of course you did," Lazarus said, pulling his hood down and taking the offered cup. His face was as wrinkled as the bony hands that reached out to take the tea, covered in spare patches of white hairs and liver spots. Taking a sip, he thought for a moment, his yellowed eyes twinkling madly as he tried to remember something. Shrugging it off, he leaned forward and continued. "You have proven a valuable resource, and this relationship has been mutually beneficial. I hope that with our further training and your continued support, we can make you a full-fledged unspeakable by the time you graduate Hogwarts. Just like your mother was. Just like your father is." He took another sip of tea, "But until then I must ask you to keep your eyes open and your ears pressed to the ground. I fear that Albus has set things in motion that have been foretold for centuries now, and we must be ready to make sure that they don't unravel in the process. Young Mr. Potter, and his friend young Miss Granger, will likely find themselves in the center of a firestorm. The bits and pieces of the prophecy are coming to light, and as they do, you must be ready to aid them any way you can." Luna simply nodded. Such was the fate of all her family, as it had been for centuries, and would continue to be for the centuries to come. Harry finished his tale, leaving James and Lily speechless. Both of them had tears in their eyes, having grieved over the loss of friends, the anguish of Harry's life, and the betrayal of Albus Dumbledore. Several moments of silence passed before Hermione chose to make her voice heard for the first time of the tale. That is why we are here, she clearly stated with resolve, to train ourselves to defeat Voldemort once and for all. Lily looked at her with sparkling green eyes, the same ones Harry had often gazed upon her with, and smiled. We'll help any way we can, dear, she said wearily. James merely nodded his head in agreement. We can't do much beyond give you advice, maybe tell you things that might come in handy. You can be there, Harry said with a smile dotting his own face. All my life I've dreamed and prayed for a family, for parents who could say how much they loved me. No one actually said that they loved me and truly meant it until Sirius did in third year, and since then only Hermione. He paused and grasped her hand, squeezing it for support. Even if you're not here in the flesh, I still want you to be a part of my life, even as you are. James smiled proudly at his son. Harry, I'm sorry we were taken from you. It isn't fair what you were prophesied to do. But we gave our lives to protect you. And though it would appear that some tried to make that sacrifice in vain, his eyes steeled with resolve, we'll make sure that their efforts are dealt with too. Several more moments of silence passed, before Harry and Hermione stood up, each eager to visit later with Harry's parents as soon as they had something to eat. As they disembarked from the portrait hall, Hermione glanced back at Harry and saw him staring down at where his parents' photo was. She couldn't help but feel that she was intruding on a very private moment, though she silently wished, silently prayed, and silently hoped that she could find a new family with Harry's newly discovered one. Draco Malfoy awoke slowly, his head spinning from the previous night's excursions. Or was it night yet again? His sense of time was off kilter to say the least. His head was throbbing, that much he could suss out without thinking. He staggered out of bed, trying to orient himself to his surroundings. He remembered that he was in the safe house granted to him by Lord Voldemort. He remembered he was in the company of one Caliban de Montesquieu. He remembered his mission. He remembered his world crashing down around him. He shook his head violently in defiance, a decision he nearly regretted considering the headache he was sporting at the moment. But he continued to tell himself that there was no way Caliban was telling the truth. The idea was ludicrous. However, for the first time, a tiny voice spoke up against him from the back of his mind, causing him to forget all of his pain. But what if he isn't lying? For the first time, Draco allowed himself to dwell on that question. What if Caliban was not lying to him? What if Draco was a half-blood like Caliban said? What if he was the son of Lucius Malfoy and some unknown muggle pulled off the street corner? What did that mean to him? It meant he was worthless, he immediately told himself. It meant that he was exactly the thing he had ridiculed Potter and Granger for being since the day he had met them. It meant he was a mudblood, unworthy to grace the world of magic. No, he forcefully screamed, putting his fist into the wall next to him. The lights flickered as the angry outburst reached its crescendo. Draco quickly tried to think of any way he could disprove Caliban's secret. He could ask his mother, but that was nixed as he sadly remembered that his mother had vanished for the moment, something that he hadn't allowed himself to think about for a good long while. He quick shoved aside that line of thought. His Aunt Bella should be able to shed light of the subject, provided she was cackling insanely when he asked her. He went through his mind trying to think of anyone who would be able to tell the truth, anyone he could speak with anyway. It hit him. How obvious it was. He could certainly swing it, they'd have to let him see him if he was just a visitor. Regardless of everything, one thing still rang true. Draco's thoughts were interrupted by the opening of his door. Caliban entered, a firm smirk on his face. He glanced over at the slight depression in the wall and then back at Draco. I see you're awake, he flatly stated. Draco paid him no heed, instead standing up and glaring at him. I'm going to visit my father, he calmly announced. 3 weeks into training. Things were going well, Harry told himself, as he awoke from his sleep. Aside from initially being unable to tell the difference between night and day, everything had gone off without a hitch. He had finally begun to master a lot of the spells he was lucking himself into, and as a result was beginning to show Hermione some of the finer points of the advanced defense spells and charms that he knew, though, he readily admitted, she took to them even quicker than he did. Sighing contentedly, he stood up and walked over towards the window of his bedroom. For the first time in his life, it seemed that things were going his way. Away from the manipulations of Dumbledore, away from the clutches of Voldemort, he was simply allowed to live for the first time in his life. Though he was helping Hermione along with her grief, all the while dealing with his own in short spurts, time was getting better. Reconnecting with his parents' portraits had been a far greater liberating experience than he could have imagined. He had the picture moved from the portrait gallery to the main dining room where they could join he and Hermione for meals, or rather just idle conversation during meals. He heard a small noise outside his bedroom and it immediately shook him out of his stupor. Glancing around, he summoned his wand to his side and cautiously exited the door. He didn't think Hermione was up, or rather something told him she wasn't. It might have been Dobby or Winky, though they were normally quiet wherever they might be. Slowly he stalked down the hallway, making his way to the library where he heard the noise again. Looking up at the ceiling, he saw Thoth settling into the roost they had made for him. He smiled. It had just been the owl. ... Harry froze. Nothing could leave the house right now. They had let the owls out to stay the day outside the time warp so they wouldn't starve to death from lack of hunting grounds. Harry tried to turn but was immediately blasted with a stunner into the armchair on the overhead reading area in the library. He grimaced as he tried to turn to face his attacker, only to have his wand blown out his hand by a disarming spell. He held his hand in pain, and went red with anger as he saw his attacker. "Hello, Harry," the figure of Albus Dumbledore said calmly. "I'm glad to see that I found you safe and sound." Harry didn't give him a chance to continue. Immediately, in a rush of anger, he leapt out of the chair and forward at Dumbledore. His right fist was cocked back, ready to unload a vicious cross to the man who had played symphony with his life. Dumbledore waved his wand, a motion that was lost to Harry in his blinded rage. Instantly he felt his body go stiff and his momentum carried him forward. Full body bind. He was trapped. "That was very irresponsible of you, escaping like that, Harry," Dumbledore chided him, glancing down at him. "You are far too important to be this reckless. Go f**k yourself, old man," Harry spat out, with all the anger he could muster as he fought against the curse. "Such language," Dumbledore softly said, shaking his head in full-on grandfather mode. "What would your parents say to such lack of disrespect? What would Sirius say? Don't you dare mention his name." Harry's anger came to full boil and he fought against the body bind with all of his might. In one fell swoop he managed to break the curse and get to his feet. Before Dumbledore could react, Harry tackled him from the ground and spiked him down. He unloaded several fists to Dumbledore's jaw, wanting to feel it break beneath his onslaught. Somewhere in the melee, Dumbledore managed to cast a stunner, somewhat weakly, and force Harry off of him. Dumbledore staggered to his feet while Harry tried to shake off the effects of Dumbledore's spell. "Katina!" Dumbledore yelled, and instantly iron chains wrapped around Harry's form, driving him down to the ground again. Dumbledore felt his jaw and looked at the blood trickling down from his lip as it stained his hand. Grumbling to himself, he knelt down in front of Harry, who still struggled against the chains that bound him. "I think I've indulged your little temper tantrum long enough, Mr. Potter," he coldly said, far more angry than Harry could ever remember. "It's time to take you back to the Dursleys where you'll be safe and end all of this heir of the Founder's nonsense." Harry's eyes went wide. "Yes, I hope you didn't think I wouldn't know about your little inheritance. I'll simply replace the protections I put on you, for your own good." He paused a moment before continuing. "Don't concern yourself with Miss Granger. She'll be sent to relatives in America where she can properly be cared for. In fact, it's best if you don't remember that any of this ever happened." Harry struggled as hard as he could, tried to think of any spell that could get him out of this as Dumbledore pointed his wand at Harry's head, just a few inches from his eyes. Obliviate. In the same instant that the dull gray light flooded Harry's subconscious line of vision, Harry Potter awoke from his nightmare, his breathing ragged, and sweat dripping from his brow. He took several seconds before he could gather his surroundings, and when he did he heard the soft sounds of a woman's voice. Harry, it's all right. It was just a nightmare." He struggled to focus, his mind still a bit groggy from sleep. Before long the image of Hermione, a sight that never looked sweeter, clicked in his mind. "Hermione?" he asked, still breathing rapidly. She nodded, gently rubbing his hair as realization began to draw on his face. Finally, he pulled away, leaning his head forward, taking more controlled breaths as he struggled to keep his emotions under control. Hermione leaned forward, tilting his head up slightly so that his eyes met hers. "Tell me, Harry," she firmly asked, "tell me about your dream." Harry nodded, letting out a bit of a shuddered breath. "I had woken up, and then I came out to see about a noise." He paused a moment, his throat suddenly very dry. Taking the cue, Hermione waved her wand and conjured a glass of water for him. After several grateful gulps, Harry set aside the glass and continued his tale. "The noise was Thoth flying around, but I knew that couldn't be right cause the owls are outside the time warp. I turned around and was stunned and disarmed by Dumbledore." Hermione's eyes went wide. "He and I fought for a few minutes and then he chained me up. He told me he'd sent you to America and then he was going to obliviate me when I woke up." He shook his head, trying to shake the images loose, and Hermione quickly enveloped him in a hug, dotting him on the top of his head. "It was just a dream," she whispered, "just a dream." "I know," he quietly said, "but it felt so real. I thought I was going to lose you." Hermione pulled away, keeping her fingers intertwined with his. "Oh, Harry," she said with a small smile, "you won't ever lose me. Not now. Not ever." Caliban considered his charge before him. Draco was adamant, that much he could immediately tell. Arching an eyebrow and chuckling inwardly, he mused, "Are you now?" To his credit, Draco stood firm, unwavering, never backing down from Caliban, who had heretofore intimidated him whenever possible. "I don't suppose there's anything I can say to dissuade you from this course of action." Draco firmly shook his head, and Caliban noticed the wand that was held not so inconspicuously in his hand. It was almost enough to make him smile. "I suppose you are still continuing on this futile effort to prove me wrong." Draco scowled at him. "Yep, that was it all right. Though you are likely wasting your time, I shall not object to your going to Azkaban." Caliban walked out of the room heading for his own bed. Draco cocked an eyebrow and slowly followed him. After a few minutes of standing in Caliban's doorway, the older Death Eater emerged and handed a small medallion to Draco. "This will protect you from the worst effects of the Dementors. Though most of them have abandoned the prison, there are a few whom have remained loyal to the Ministry." He stalked out of the room, leaving Draco standing there holding the small blue medallion on a thin gold chain. Shaking his head, he stalked after Caliban. "Not going with me?" he asked from behind, causing Caliban to stop in his track. Glaring back at him from over his shoulder, he merely offered a plaintive look. "As I have said on several occasions, I am recognizable on sight, which is why I wear the glamour charmed robes that I do. These charms are cancelled on the prison island. I'd rather not hand myself over to the Ministry, thank you very much." He paused a moment before adding, "And having had the experience of nearly getting my soul cut out on 2 or 3 occasions, I'd rather not face that again as well." Draco's face darkened at the idea of having one's soul cut out. Despite his own experiences with the Death Eaters in his 3rd year, he couldn't fathom the thought of that. Suddenly he was very worried for his father. Caliban must have been reading his mind, given the smirk that came across his face. "I highly doubt that your father had had that experience yet, though it must be harrowing for him to be locked up in such a hopeless situation." Draco scowled again, but held his emotional thoughts in check. It would be best if Caliban didn't see the whole truth behind this question. "Why is he still there anyway?" he flatly asked. "Shouldn't the Dark Lord have freed him by now?" At this, Caliban immediately turned toward Draco completely, his countenance flawlessly shifting from that of off-handed disinterest to anger. "It is not your place to question the Dark Lord's motivations, young dragon." He paused a moment both for added effect, and in allowing something to cross his mind. He seemed to internally debate with himself over something, before continuing. "But I suppose since you have advanced in your occlumency lessons far faster than I would have hoped, you can be trusted with certain secrets. Mind you, what I am about to tell you I only tell you because the Dark Lord's own personal instructions are to train you to be a member of his inner sanctum. Not his inner circle, his inner sanctum, a small group including myself and your father. We alone know of his closely held secrets, and it is in this respect that I offer you the knowledge." He sat down on a small chair, and Malfoy sat across from him. Caliban glanced around the room several times, as if looking for something or more accurately someone. Finally his paranoia seemed satisfied, as he summoned a glass tumbler and bottle of scotch. Pouring himself a glass, he placed the bottle on the table and put his feet up, looking Draco squarely in the eyes. Voldemort has not always been as he appeared now. He was born in 1925 Thomas Marvolo Riddle, the son of Thomas Riddle Sr., a Muggle, and a witch named Merope Gaunt. The Gaunts were once one of the most influential families in all of Britain, but decades of squandering their wealth and inbreeding had reduced them to a pitiable excuse for a pureblood family. Their folly had led them to be expelled from the Wizengamot, a rarity to be certain. By the time Tom was born, there were only a handful of them left. Merope seduced Riddle Sr. by way of a love potion, but when she discovered she was pregnant she decided to come clean with him. In a fit of anger Thomas Riddle left Merope, and she later died of a broken heart, shortly after giving birth to Tom. For the first few years of his life, Tom Riddle grew up in a violent, abusive orphanage, that is until his 11th birthday when he got his Hogwarts letter. He came to Hogwarts, was sorted into Slytherin, where he quickly became one of our brightest students. I was a year older than Tom Riddle, and even I was amazed by how much raw potential the boy had. I saw what my father was trying to do, trying to mold him into a single-minded weapon. For what purpose I was not certain, but I tried to protect him as much as I could. Then came the war with Grindelwald. Shortly after Tom graduated, he joined me in one of Grindelwald's legions. I had since rebelled completely against my father for reasons that are my own. There he saved my life, on more than one occasion, which is why I serve him to this day. Following the end of the war we laid low, gathering strength, gathering followers, and most importantly, securing the Dark Lord's immortality. Immortality? Draco whispered, his voice speaking in hushed tones. Caliban nodded. Yes. By all accounts he should have died that day the killing curse hit him, but he was saved by the fact that he and I had created a Horcrux. A Horcrux is an object that is imbued with a portion of a person's soul, severed from their mind and body by the act of murder. As long as the Horcrux remains intact, the soul of a person cannot die, but rather remains earthbound in a sort of half-death. It is in this state that I found Lord Voldemort some years ago, before he engaged in a ritual that allowed him to return to the body that he currently inhabits. He took a long sip of his drink before continuing. This Horcrux is the most valuable of objects, obviously. The object we chose was the schoolboy diary of young Tom Riddle. His face darkened at this, but he continued, your father was charged with safeguarding this object, but our trust was apparently misplaced. He mishandled it by using it to try and kill mudbloods in your second year, the whole heir of Slytherin business. Draco nodded in affirmation. Though he had suspected his father had something to do with that, he wasn't completely certain. The end result was that the Horcrux was destroyed. Fortunately I had found Voldemort by that point, and had managed to create a rudimentary body for him to temporarily inhabit, while the other times he was allowed to possess my body. He paused, his eyes twinkling in the light, before he coldly said, that is why your father is allowed to rot in Azkaban, because he failed so greatly. Caliban finished his drink and set the glass on the table. He glanced up again, staring straight at Draco. You are not to repeat this to anyone, do I make myself clear? The glimmer of ferocity that lurked just beneath his eyes left no room for Draco to doubt. He nodded his head silently. Caliban glanced at him for a moment, trying to read him. Draco quickly deduced. Draco reinforced his occlumency shields to full bore, but still felt Caliban break through, unimpeded by his defenses. Caliban kept up the assault for a few moments, before grabbing the glass he had before. Pulling out his wand, he muttered, Portus. The glass glowed blue and shook violently for a few moments before settling down. He handed it to Draco. That glass will act as a portkey to take you to the docks where they launch the boats to take visitors to Azkaban. Might I warn you, I don't think you'll like what you see. Azkaban has a way of making people toughly honest. Draco glanced at the glass with contempt, and then back at Caliban. Well then there won't be any doubt then now will there? He clearly stated, when my father sets you right that is. Caliban smiled. We shall see, young dragon. 4 months, 14 days into training. The key to being an animagus is simply being at peace with yourself, Harry explained, as Hermione nodded. I mean, when I become Corvax, it's like I have a second presence in my mind. You have to withdraw into yourself and find that presence, whatever it might be, and that will allow you to change. Hermione laughed as she wrote something down on a piece of paper. You'd think that there was something more simple to this, like taking a potion or something. Harry laughed as well, shaking his head. Afraid not. He yawned and stretched out a little. What do you say we take a little bit of a break? Hermione nodded, standing up. I'll take dinner in the library. There's a few spells you showed me I want to research. Harry frowned a bit but nodded his head, and Hermione walked off towards the library. Sighing as soon as she was out of earshot, he turned back and walked toward the sitting room. There he found his parents, chatting with some of the figures in other portraits. Upon seeing their somewhat dejected son enter the room, they shooed away great-grandpa Gavin Potter, something that Lily thanked Merlin for being able to do, to his portrait and turned towards Harry. What's wrong, dear? His mother asked, gentle in her voice and with worry tinged at the edges of her face. Nothing really, Harry began, trying not to look at his mother's picture. He knew if he looked at her then it wouldn't be long until he was spilling all the beans. Might as well give it up, son, James playfully said. When Lily wants to find something out, nothing's going to stop her. Harry glanced up and smirked at his father, before frowning again and sitting down at a chair in front of the portrait. It's just that Hermione has been real distant lately. I guess with everything that we've been doing these last few months, it's just been so hectic that it seems like we've grown apart. He shook his head. I don't even know if anything is wrong, but I just get this feeling. He dropped his fist on the table in front of him and leaned back in the chair. I'm no good with this sort of thing. James chuckled at his son's plight. Men never are, Harry. It's not just you, trust me. It took me 3 years just to realize that I loved your mother, and even longer for me to get the gumption to ask her how she felt about me. And during that time, Lily joined in. We fought like cats and dogs. But it all worked out in the end. She paused for a moment before she got a bit of a mischievous smile on her face. James dear, would you leave me and Harry alone for a moment? Oh great sirs, James said overdramatically, rolling his eyes in the process. She's got one of her brilliant ideas again. Lily nudged him in the ribs and James waved her off, going to another portrait to leave Lily and Harry alone in the room. Once he was gone, Lily turned to her son. There might not be anything wrong at all, dear, she said smiling, but there are certainly ways of just making her feel good that you can try to help things along. Albus Dumbledore walked out of the Dursleys' home, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. A conversation with the family to try and track Harry down the direct way had turned up nothing, and they seemed to be more brutish towards him than he had expected. They wouldn't do as a suitable place for Harry any longer, his use with them was over. 3 memory charms later and he was clear of them for good. Besides, it might help him get back in Harry's good graces if he at least appeared apologetic about one of his protections gone horribly wrong, even if it was only a half-truth. Tossing a lemo drop into his mouth, he sighed and began walking towards Arabella Figg's house. He would need to modify her mind as well. As he went through everything in his mind, he was amazed at how quickly everything had unraveled. Years of careful planning for this moment had come undone. He'd made these kinds of missteps before, when he had been confused about certain elements of the prophecy. Maybe if he had listened to Lazarus then, things might have turned out differently. But it was far too late to change things now. As he turned the corner, almost instantly he felt a familiar sensation of magic appear before him. It took him a moment to recognize who it was, but when he did his eyes went wide and he turned around. There sitting on a park bench was someone he had not seen for 20 years. It brought ache to his heart to see him again, and made him immediately grab his wand in defense. Hello, Father. Caliban coldly greeted Dumbledore. It's been a long time. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.